And his writings, by the way, constitute most of the Christian Bible. They are letters of Paul and, describing things that he did and places that he traveled and things like that. He was like a major promoter of Christianity, way more than the founder of Christianity. If it was only after the founder, he was the Nathan of Gaza to Shabbatite speed. He was like the number one publicist. He famously was on his way to persecute Christians. He has like a conversion moment that's beautifully represented here in Zuccari's Conversione di San Paolo, where he's walking on, by the way, he never met the founder of Christianity, never. He had a vision of him on the road to Damascus, where he's like a soldier and he's going out there to persecute some Jews or something like that, and he's struck blind after he has this vision. That's what's depicted here. I think this is supposed to be some divine figure, lots of little angels around, things like that. And here is Paul down at the bottom, struck blind. He's blind for a few days. But my favorite part is the horse that's right in the center of the picture, and the whole frame is really all around the expression of this one particular horse who's upset that his rider has been knocked off. So Paul has this like dramatic moment where he suddenly realizes he has to become a Christian, and although he's never met, except for this vision, he's never met the founder, he spends the rest of his life selling Christianity to the masses. In terms of Spain, he mentions in one of his letters that he's hoping that whenever he's on the way to Spain, he will one day be able to speak to you. And therefore, when I have performed this and have sealed it to them, this fruit, I shall go by way of you to Spain. So we have his own testimony that at least he has intentions to go to Spain. We definitely know that he was all over the Eastern Mediterranean and well up into the Italian peninsula. You can see he's got 4 separate journeys that are recorded in the New Testament. And why do we care about this? Why is it important that we're looking at Paul's journeys? Excellent insight, Mr. Lipschitz. It's not just Mr. Lipschitz from Lipschitz. Right. It's not only is he going to convert Jews, but wherever Jews are, there's a lot of other likely candidates for conversion. Jews themselves are sometimes hard to convert, but wherever Jews go in the Roman world, they have
non-Christians there.
A lot of, well, they're not Christians at the time, they're pagans, right? But they're like, let's see, did I put in this screen here? Yes, there are like Gentiles who are like just regular pagans. And then they have God-fearers, is how they're referred to. These are people who are like intrigued by Judaism. We would call them maybe Noahites today. They're like, really, Judaism, it's so cool. First of all, they have this great idea, life after death. Wow, like Roman life after death is like Hades, right? It's really dark and miserable and nasty. And they have this idea of like one invisible God that actually listens to you, that you can actually talk to, like the whole concept of prayer, as opposed to like offering sacrifices to kind of appease the gods. There's not a whole pantheon of multiple gods running around fighting each other. This idea of an all-knowing, omniscient, omnipotent, ubiquitous God is like a whole different ideology than anything the Romans were selling. And so wherever the Jews were, there were always like surrounding populations who were interested in Judaism. What kept them from becoming Jews outright? Sorry, Mr. Rubin?
Jews were persecuted enough that it wasn't worth it.
Well, especially after the wars, yes, but before the wars, before the Great Revolt of 66, they're not especially persecuted. In fact, they have special status in the Roman Empire. Judaism was a religio licita, which means a legitimate religion. It was a recognized religion. Romans were actually, up until the revolt, they're actually pretty generous with Judaism. They didn't understand it as a religion, but they said, fine, you do you. And they even gave Jews exemptions from all kinds of public requirements. Like, it was considered perfectly normal for all Roman citizens and Roman subjects, including slaves, to like offer annual sacrifices to the emperor, to bow down before idols, like a divine figure. It would be a lot like if you imagine going to a ball game and not standing for the national anthem. right? That would like be really offensive. Can you imagine? I refuse to stand for the national anthem. I mean, of course, we did have that, right, with the football player. Yeah, right. So that was a lot of Americans were very upset about that, right? Because chutzpah, we all have. I mean, I'm not making a value judgment. I'm saying he did it specifically because he wanted to send a message. But the idea is the Jews, because the Romans said, fine, you guys have this crazy shtick. We don't quite get it. I mean, it's a visible God. Fine. You guys go ahead. You do you. We are going to exempt you from all these requirements, which was actually pretty lenient for them. So Judaism was not actually persecuted at the time. This was actually a pretty good period for Jews. So Paul is traveling all around the ancient world, trying to reach out. That's what I forgot to mention. Jews were actually actively proselytizing. You know, we had a ban on proselytizing that meaning actively trying to convert people to become Jewish. We just gave that up during the period of Yochanan Hyrcanus, which is about 150 years before the period we're talking about. We still had a really, massively effective Kiruv movement that was more like if you want to join us, fine, here you go. The main barriers, that's why I got to this, Mr. Rubin, I got it off on a tangent. I asked the question, what were the main barriers? Why didn't people just become Jewish? If it's such a cool ideology, so competitive, why don't they become Jewish? Yeah, mitzvahs. Anything in particular kind of difficult? Circumcision. Wow, that's a big one, right? What else? Shabbos, right? Although Shabbos was like a mechaya. One of the problems that we'll see over and over again is that when Jews had slaves, of course there's a period where slavery was common, slaves have to rest on Shabbos too. You can't make them work on Shabbos, right? So if you're a slave and you get like maybe one day off a season, and you say, I don't want to be a slave to this Christian or this pagan guy, I want to be a slave to these Jews, because one day in 7, I can totally chill. And also the rabbinic rules about what slaves get and so on. So the ownership of slaves is going to be a perennial irritant for the church. They don't want Jews to control Christian slaves in particular, as we shall see. But it was a thing that a lot of slaves wanted, and they would have preferred to be under Jewish leaders. Yes, Mr. Ram.
What mitzvos were these Jews keeping at the time? Like, obviously, it's like it was not like how it is now. So, like, they would do Shabbos. What else would they keep?
Well, Jewish history is always filled with a spectrum, where you will have Jews who are, totally wearing black hats and gartels and shaitels, and that you'll always have that segment on one end of the spectrum, and you'll always have Jews on the other end who are like more lackadaisical about things. The basic set are the same set we have today. So I wouldn't say there's anything intrinsically different. There might be a difference in how many Jews were less observant back then than there are today. I would argue that we probably have a far greater proportion of Jews who are non-observant. But basically the same set of mitzvos as we have today. Okay, so here we go. So Paul is traveling all around there, and he's trying to sell to Jews with very, very minimal success, but he's especially selling to these God-fearers. And he goes to Jewish communities because the God-fearers are attracted to them, and they are sort of like primed for Christianity. Because when a guy like Paul comes and says, hey, we can give you all the upsides of Judaism. You like that personal deity idea? Excellent, we can do that for you. You like life after death? No problem, we have that down. And we have everything, and you know what? If you join our faith, you don't have to worry about circumcision. You can still eat your pork chops. Everything is pretty easy. All you have to do is accept, that this is your personal savior. And so it's actually a much lower threshold to entry. And so he ends up making a tremendous success in terms of selling this new faith. However, he has to explain the difference of Christianity and Judaism. And this is one of the things that really comes down to Paul and will be developed over the centuries. And I'm going to give you a couple of medieval examples of this, because if you were like a God-fearer and you're hanging out with Jews, maybe you're going to synagogue, as we shall see that's happening a lot. There's all these pagans going to synagogues, staying for Kiddush, enjoying things, and saying, wow, I really like Judaism. I just wish they didn't have that circumcision bit. I just wish they didn't have the no pork bit. And then along comes Paul and says, hey, you don't have to do it with them, to do it with us. And the first thing that they ask is, how the Judaism is an ancient religion. Because antiquity was very much respected. Well, how old are you guys? What, 40 years? Seriously? It's like a cult, right? It's like, you guys worship asteroids or something. He says, no, it's the real deal. What you have to understand, he would say, is that God used to love the Jews. They were the chosen people. And then he changed his mind. And now the Christians are the chosen people. We have taken over the Jewish title in that regard. This is especially important because once they get down to codifying the Bible, they're going to use like 4/5 of it is, maybe 5/6 of it is the Tanakh. And they're just going to add an appendix to it, which they call the New Testament. So it's all based on Judaism. So you have all this stuff where Tanakh says, Dani Bechoria, you guys are, Am Segula, all these psukim that they have to deal with. How do you explain it? So this is an example that dates from the 12th century. It's a classic Gothic sculpture, and there are literally hundreds and hundreds of examples of this. It was a type of monumental architecture that was used to teach illiterate peasants about this basic relationship of Judaism and Christianity, because it would become a theological irritant that would last forever. Christianity would always have to deal with this question. And it portrayed typically two women. Always on the left-hand side, you have a woman representing ecclesia, or the church. And as you can see, she's got an upright staff, which indicates, temporal power. She's got a crown, that's her authority. Her bodice is done up properly. She's holding a chalice here, which has some theological implications. And she's sort of looking daggers over at this woman who represents the synagogue, or the Jews. And unlike the ecclesia, she has lost her crown. Her staff is broken, meaning she has no more authority, no more power. Here she's holding the Shnei Luchot HaBrit, right? And they're held in an inefficient way. They're slipping from her hands. Her bodice is not done up, and she is literally in a posture of decline. She's literally falling away from the rocks. This, by the way, is from Notre Dame that burned down a while ago, but it was up for 800 years. It's a really big deal. And of course, she is blindfolded. Meaning of the blindfold?
You can see the truth.
Right, and what does that mean for Judaism?
That's antiquated and doesn't appear with the times.
Right, it's just not, you can't see the truth of Christianity. And so this message is essentially what Paul developed and was selling to people, saying Judaism, that's old-fashioned, that's old technology, we have new technology, it's way better. The Jews, they have this problem, they just can't keep up with the times, they're obstinate, they're obdurate. We'll see these arguments developing over the next few centuries. I'll show you a couple more examples just to illustrate. We could spend the entire the entire course looking at varieties of ecclesia and synagogue. It is such a popular representation of this because the message had to be taught over and over again. Here is another one. I like this. I forgot where this is from offhand, but then you see the usual things with the ecclesia, the staff, the chalice, the crown. What I like about this version of synagogue, you can see the Ten Commandments here. You can see the broken staff. She's also like falling away from the rock. What about this thing around her eyes here, hiding her eyes?
It's similar to the blindfold.
Exactly. What's it covered by? A snake, right? A serpent is covering her eyes, right? So in Christian mythology, derived from Genesis, the snake is Satan, right? Satan. And so the reason why the Jews are not paying attention to Christianity is because Satan is fooling them, right? Satan is blinding their eyes. That's the idea. Mr. Lipschitz.
Was these statues based on verses in the New Testament? I mean, there's a reason why they chose to describe all of them with holding on to luchos and looking down. This is just, once they did it one way, it was easy, they figured they might as well copy it.
Right, it became a trope.
Easy, they literate.
Right, exactly. And you'll see over and over again, they are definitely borrowing the concepts from many passages in the New Testament. But sometimes those concepts, those mashalim that are there, are much more like kind of, they're less powerful. Like the metaphor of the olive tree. The tree is rotten, you cut it down, but you plant a new shoot on it, and that new branch grows up. That's like the old Judaism. The tree is dead. but if you planted the Christians onto it, then it'll grow. So it's hard to like kind of portray that in art. But I'm going to show you one more that's really just to show you how it gets weirder and weirder. And when we study, if you guys take the history of the Jews of Ashkenaz with me next semester, we'll go into this a lot more because it's really big in Ashkenazi art. This is a church stained glass window from Verben, Germany, 14th century. And here you can see on the right, on the left, it's always on the right of the cross here. That's why. There is, the staff, the chalice. She's riding a tetramorph, a four-headed sort of animal, which is reminiscent of Yechezkel. And a hand descends from heaven and crowns her. And so that's a pretty strong statement of divine authorization, right? Divine support. The synagogue, on the other hand, is riding a mule, a sterile animal. She is holding onto a ram's head, which is reminiscent of the Akedah, but also in Christian thought it represents carnality, meaning their attachment to sacrifices, korbanos, when Christians are more, spiritual. They don't deal with those kind of things. Broken staff, crown off her head. But check this out, blindfold. A sword descends from heaven and pierces the top of her skull. And so it's a really strong statement in a German church saying that this is how God feels about the church, this is how God feels about the Jews. And you can see crowns falling off. The sword is even bloody, which is so gross. Can you imagine seeing this in church?
What is she holding?
She's holding a ram's horn.
No, I'm saying like the white flag thing.
That's her staff. It's like here. You see, it's got a banner. It's a symbol of authority.
Is the white bit a symbol of serene?
Maybe, I don't know. Not sure. These things are analyzed over and over, and there's so much to say about them. They are medical. Mr. Arush.
Is there a reason why it's only women that they depict on each side?
Yeah, it's like for a lot of Western art, it becomes a motif, right? So it's repeated over and over again. Women represent ideas, concepts, abstract, as opposed to men who are like individual actors. So they frequently represent, like the virtues as women, female characters, and so on. Also, the grammatical form of the words ecclesia and synagoga are feminine. Okay, so this is how the church is feeling about the Jews, right? This is what's going on at the time theologically. By the way, we do have a counteraction to this. You guys daven this every day, right? The Birkat Haminim, which is discussed in the Gemara, Brachos, where the Chachamim, following Shmuel HaKatan, said we need a bracha. It's really a klala. We need a statement so that we can be sure that any Jews, this is now not in Spain, of course, this is principally in Judea, around the time of the Churban Bayis Sheni, that we need a clear litmus test to make sure that Jews aren't wavering. Because within a few decades of the death of the founder of the religion, there were a lot of Jews who were, joining on with this growing movement. And so the Chachamim said, we're going to add this bracha, which is a pretty extreme measure. We're going to add this bracha to the Shemona Esrei. And when Jews are called to daven from the Amud, and they have to do Chazaras Hashatz, and they have to pronounce this out loud, then we will know if they are holding true to traditional Judaism or if they are with this new Christian movement. And so a person who refused to read this particular bracha would be evicted from shul. It's believed that John, author of the Gospel of John, was possibly one of these Jews who was evicted because he refused to read this bracha. And there's a tremendous amount of nastiness in that gospel in particular. Okay, that's just a side point. Any questions about what's going on here? Ms. Gross, you look a little troubled?
I don't know.
Okay, this is very troubling stuff. Now, all of this is like sort of, theological discussions, but it becomes real in terms of policy because in the early 300s, the Roman Empire goes Christian. This religion that was originally not like Judaism or religio lecita, that was actually persecuted because it didn't fit the parameters of what were permitted faiths at the time. It grew and grew and grew. It got so many more adherents including the mother of the emperor himself, and ultimately the emperor, Constantine, says, okay, that's it. We're going to make Christianity the official religion of the Roman Empire. And that represents a big turning point for the Jewish population, because now it's not like, the Romans who were pagans were actually fairly tolerant of diversity of religious opinion, because that's somehow the nature of paganism. You have your God, I have my God. It doesn't bother me. Maybe when I come to your house, I'll worship your God for a while with you. It's like, you can be tolerant because there's no exclusivity to my God and no other God. But Christianity becomes an exclusivist faith, and they have this ongoing nagging theological problem called Judaism. How do we keep defining ourselves against the mother religion that we have emerged from? We have to always prove that we are, legitimate, and maybe we'll explore some of that. And so a lot of the religious antipathy is slowly translated into public policy that discriminates against the Jews. This is a period of time when, you begin to see the Jews in Judea in particular deciding we had better do things like, for example, fix the calendar. So we have the establishment of the astronomical calendar of Hillel II that we use today, because we can't rely on being able to sight the moon in precarious circumstances like under the new Christian Empire. The Talmud Yerushalmi is codified at this time because they're beginning to feel that the walls are closing in on Judaism, and we have to get this down and organized. All kinds of interesting things are developing as a result of Constantine's conversion of the state to Christianity. It's about 325. Okay, so that's, now we got lots more to say though. Any other questions, arguments? Yes, Mr. Roches.
Let me say before that after the Roman pagans, that Christianity took over, what was their struggle? I didn't understand that part. They had to enforce the fact that they were the replacement.
So think about it like this, and this is like a core theological problem for Christianity up until this present day. I mentioned something to you and nobody reacted, but when I said that God used to love the Jewish people and then he changed his mind. Does that statement bother you, Mr. Lipschitz?
It's the verse in the Torah. Can't do it, so they had to accept the verses.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, how do you imagine? I mean, can you imagine a parent saying, "Oh, I love you so much. Oh no, I don't love you anymore." Right? That's even for a human parent, that's jarring.
Yeah, we're used to hearing all the time from Christians, so it didn't surprise me.
Yeah. So if you're a Christian and you want to believe that you are God's chosen, but the Bible that you're reading over and over again says the Jews are the chosen people, then you have to have this whole theology of well, yeah, that's true for back then, but now it's different. And then you have to ascribe to God that God, as it were, somehow made a mistake choosing the Jewish people. It's very challenging, Mr. Lipschitz.
So probably just cross those sentences out. Those are part of the Old Testament still in the version.
Yeah,
They
absolutely.
still have the verse of Baltigger.
Oh, absolutely, hundreds. They have the same text. Where they change things. Well, not really. They have the same manuscripts we do. The only changes they would make, they invented the numbering system. Again, kind of a handy thing, sort of like putting your finger down, right? They numbered the chapters and the verses. That was a cool thing. But no, they have our text.
So they kept Baltigger and Baltigger.
Yeah, but they're not reading it the same way. Like they're all of it is kind of like suspended. Right? This is also part of Paul's teachings, like, oh, don't worry about that keeping kosher stuff. It's true, we're keeping it in the book for historical value, but you don't have to pay attention to it.
They did keep doing it.
They did, absolutely. It's still there. It's in the same book. Mr. Gross.
2 points. Number one, I mean, to add to the theological problem, if God was able to choose a people and reject them, who's to say he wouldn't do that a second time with the Christians?
Good question. Yeah.
That many God-fears that asked all the time, maybe had some reassurance.
Excellent.
Second question.
Also, to the point, it's just not the same God we're talking about. If we're really talking about an omniscient, ubiquitous, eternal God, the idea that he could transfer his allegiance like that just does not make sense.
And another question I was going to ask just about what does this do to Rome? The idea of a convergence of church and state hadn't been present before at all.
Well, again, I am unaware of any, other than in Israel, I'm unaware of, and maybe there was like kind of interesting experiment in Egypt under Akhenaten, but it's limited experiment, and it was really the worship of a single pagan god, the sun. The Babylonians also worshiped the moon for a bit too, but it's definitely the first time, other than in the land of Israel, that a state worships the God of Israel, that a state worships the God that we understand as a God as opposed to an idol. So it's a big deal, huge deal.
So previously, the concept maybe of church and state existed, but never existed in monotheism.
Correct. Again, when we say monotheism, we're understanding the Jewish conception of a single God, as opposed to the Egyptians who said the sun is the supreme power, and the others are not powers, and that was only for a brief period of time. So it's hard to call that monotheism. But yeah, good argument, Mr. Aloysius.
So after, understood at the end of that, the Christians started putting that into law to discriminate against Jews in order to prove that they were the dominant ones.
Yes, you're going to see that in the next 20 minutes and next Thursday as well. Let's look at some examples, okay? First, I'm going to just do a little bit more of the theory, and then we're going to look at the laws to see how the laws are an expression of this theological concept. Let me just give you one more metaphor, too, which might help you with the irritant that Judaism presents for Christianity theologically. Let's say, for example, you have a family that has always made cholent the same way, right? They have a particular cholent recipe, and it's really good. It's delicious, lip-smacking. And one day, the youngest daughter of the family goes off to college, and she goes to the Hillel house there, and she has a different cholent. And for Thanksgiving, she comes home and says, "Oh, Ma, you won't believe this cholent recipe that I tasted. They put peanut butter in it, and it is gewaldig." So they say, "Okay, let's try it." So she makes the cholent with peanut butter that Shabbos. And after Shabbos, the daughter asks the mother, "Okay, Ma, what did you think?" And Ma says, "Well, it was nice, but I like our old cholent better." And the daughter's really upset because she's quite invested in this particular new cholent, and she says, "What are you talking about? My cholent is so much better. It's like got this unusual flavor and the odor and the texture is so beautiful." And the mother says, "All those things are nice, but it's not better than the old cholent." And the daughter gets really angry about it and says, "You know what? You don't know anything. We're going to Bubby. Let's go see what Bubby thinks." So they bring the new cholent to Bubby, and they say, "Bubby, please tell us, what do you think?" And Bubby says, "Okay, very nice, but it's no question. Our old cholent is definitely better. We're not switching to the peanut butter cholent." And they're frustrated. She's so frustrated. So they say, "We're going to the altar, Bubby." They go to the old folks' home, and they prop her up in the bed, and they give her the new cholent. She says, "No, it's not anything like the cholent we've made in our family for generations." So the daughter gets so angry that not only is she, with her right hand, so to speak, elevating her peanut butter cholent, she has to start downgrading the old cholent. She has to say, "You know what? I never wanted to tell you this, but your cholent used to give me too much gas. Made me really gassy. And you know what? The second day, I could not bear to eat the leftovers of your cholent. It was disgusting. And it used to stick to the pan so much, it was so hard to wash out." And she's saying all these bad things about the old cholent. It's not enough to say the good things about the new cholent, she has to say the bad things about the old cholent. And so this metaphor is like the Christian, as it were, is like the daughter, right, who's selling the new peanut butter cholent. And she won't be satisfied that her peanut butter cholent is better until someone from her maternal line will confirm it. Until the mother or the Bubby or the altar Bubby will say, "Yes, it is better." Until then, she always has this nagging feeling that my cholent is not as good as the old cholent. And furthermore, she will raise her own cholent. She raises Christianity with her right hand, but with her left hand, she pushes down Judaism. This is what a very heroic theologian named Rosemary Radford Ruther, she wrote a book called Faith and Fratricide that basically got her kicked out of the church. And when she said that that's basically what Christianity has been doing. On the one hand, we're elevating Christianity, but at the same time, the left hand is pushing down Judaism. She wrote this in 1974. So that's the kind of situation we're in, where Christianity is always obsessed with what do the Jews think, because they are the bearers of the true cholent recipe. And as long as they don't agree with the new recipe, people are always going to be worried, maybe we don't have the right recipe. Maybe it's not quite as good. Let's see how that plays out theologically. First of all, the kind of arguments that are going on now, these are the period of what they call the church fathers. These are like, for the next 200 odd years, these are early church thinkers who develop church dogma that will have a huge impact on the Jews. One of them is this guy here, Justin, the philosopher, also known as Justin Martyr, because he was killed by the Romans. I happen to like this book. So the title of it is The True Portraits and the Lives of These Greek, Latin, and Pagan People. And I'm wondering, how do you know how this is a true portrait of Justin Martyr? Please. This is published like in 1700 or something? No, 1584. So how do you know that's what you know? But they say it anyway. People were gullible, I guess. So Justin Martyr, he wrote a book called Dialogue with Trypho, that for a long time people thought maybe it was Rabbi Tarfon. But the years don't work out. It can't be Rabbi Tarfon. In which he basically lays out all these arguments about why my cholent is better than your cholent. He says your cholent, or your Judaism is very carnal. Like you're always thinking about, oh, this milk spoon is in the meat pot and I'm going to go to hell for that. And like you're focused on all these picayune details that are physical, and you're not thinking about the ethereal, values of spirituality. That's why you guys are so bad. Christians are the true Israel. Like you guys have lost it. This is the Pauline doctrine that we referred to earlier. And the reason you guys don't realize it and join us is because you are obdurate, that you are stiff-necked, right? You are refusing to accept what's obvious, like the blindfold on the eyes of ecclesia, of synagogue, excuse me. Here's another one who's extremely influential, especially in the Eastern world. His name is Saint Jean Chrysostom, which means, ironically, golden-mouthed. If you heard him speak today, I think you would call him potty-mouthed, because he was like such a nasty, nasty orator, and he just lambasted the Jews whenever he had the opportunity. And he's very much of the period that we're talking about now in the later church fathers. And he coined a genre that would later become very, very dominant in the literature about Jews in the church called adversus Judeos. Anyone want to try translating the Latin here? Adversus Judeos or Judeos? Against the Jews, right? It's like a whole genre. It's like, you go to the bookstore, you've got horror, fiction, nonfiction against the Jews. Right? It's a whole select, and there's like lots and lots of these church fathers who are doing these things. And it's really interesting to read Chrysostom's sermons, because the thing that bothered him so much, by the way, he's active in the area of Antioch, which would be in Asia Minor today in Turkey. He's really angry that Christians and pagans are going to synagogue. Saying, what are you doing? Why do you keep going to shul? Why are Christians going to shul? It's the year 350 or so. Why are they going to shul?
It's still a Jewish.
I'm sorry?
It's still a Jewish sect.
Well, imagine that you're a Turkish pagan, and you said, hooray, I'm now a Christian. I love Christianity. I think it's great. What do?
There are no churches out there?
Yeah, so they had churches, few and far between, but they didn't have developed rituals. They didn't have ceremonies. They didn't have a calendar. They're following the Jewish calendar at this time. It was only in the year 325 when they finally said, okay, we are now going to separate Easter from Passover. You guys can no longer, and by the way, Shabbos was the worst, because Shabbos is such a big deal for Jews, right? It's like the anchor to the week, and it's fun, it's enjoyable. So everyone else wants to enjoy it. And the Christians are saying, you got to stop going to the synagogues. It's true they have a really nice kiddush with herring and everything, but you got to stop doing that. And they literally moved their Sabbath to Sunday in order to try and make more of a distinction. This is largely the work of St. John Chrysostom himself. He's upset that the Christians are, going to shul on Saturdays and they're working on Sundays. They're giving each other gifts on like Purim, that's upsetting to him. They're eating matzah on Pesach. Who said you're supposed to eat matzah on Pesach? But they're saying, the Last Supper, that was a Pesach Seder, right? Aren't we supposed to do the same thing? No, you guys stay away from the Manischewitz. Feasting and fasting with Jews, even helping out Jews as a Shabbos Goy. He was so frustrated with that. And he hated it that they would pray, but they're saying it's the same God, isn't it? Didn't you say that you guys the same God? What's the problem? And of course, the changing of the holiday of Passover and Easter to make sure that they were disconnected. So the Easter holiday is always calculated according to the Gregorian calendar as opposed to the solely lunar calendar that the Jews were using. So these are the kinds of public policy things that once the state became Christian, all of these ideas were then expressed. Now, this is the most important one, and I'm glad we have 20 minutes left to talk about this guy. This church father, as church fathers go, he is definitely my favorite, and we owe a debt of gratitude to his theology. It's not that he was, a great lover of Jews, but he articulated a theological position that allowed Jews to live. I'm going to say that again because it's really important. This guy, St. Augustine of Hippo, which is in North Africa, he articulated a Christian theological position that allowed Jews to live. Because you think about this for a second, you're a church father, and it's so irritating that the Jews are still around. I mean, why don't they just go away? Why don't they just let Christianity move on? As long as they're still having their shuls and they're popular and our people are going to their synagogues and things like that, and we always have these nagging doubts, maybe their cholent is actually better. Wouldn't it be better if they just, God forbid, were all killed or died or faded away, right? That's a natural sort of intellectual response that we will see happening over and over again in Spain. Mr. Aroshes.
Just back to John, what was his name?
John Chrysostom, yeah?
Yeah, what did he respond to the Christians saying that it's the same God and all this?
If you look at his sermons, you'll see he just pours invective on people for this, saying that you guys are like dogs hurrying to eat the vomit of others, licking up their vomit. It's so disgusting what those Jews do, and you want to eat it up. So he's a really nasty, foul-mouthed guy. That's why the name Chrysostom is so ironic. Okay, so what exactly did Augustine say and why is it important? This Augustinian doctrine is huge and very significant. So the first thing that he argued is that, and he was a much more calm kind of thinker than a lot of the other guys. He says, first of all, I agree with you that the Jews have missed out on Christianity, but the fact is, God did communicate with them. God did give them the Ten Commandments and the Torah, and we have to respect that they're trying to do what they think God wants them to do. So we should let them. I mean, we don't agree with it. It's not necessary for the rest of us, but if they want to do it, it should not be a problem. Also, he said, we have to recognize the historical and theological debt that Christianity has to Judaism. He referred to Judaism as the desk of Christianity, meaning Christianity as a book could only be written on a desk that was Judaism. It doesn't make sense, unless you have Judaism as its foundation. So he said some sort of more positive things about Judaism as a whole. And the most important thing he said is something called the doctrine of witness. This is the takeaway message for today's class. The doctrine of witness was basically going back to the Cholent argument, saying that, look, we believe that the founder is going to come back and who will institute a new messianic era. But how are we going to know that he's the guy? How are we going to know that he really is come back and not like some imposter? The only way we'll know is if the Jews recognize him. The only way we can confirm it is if the Bobby were to say, oh, this peanut butter cholent is taka better. As long as we have one of the Jews saying that this guy is the returned Messiah, then we can know it. That's the word witness in the sense of both seeing and in the sense of testimony, like swearing that this is in fact the case. So think about what this means. It means that Jews must be kept alive. If all the Jews were dead, God forbid, we would have no witnesses. It wouldn't work. So he said, we have to let the Jews live. And he wrote famously, slay them not, which is a pasuk from Tehillim, that we should not kill them all. No killing all the Jews. And Augustine's doctrine became canon law. It doesn't mean that it wasn't ignored from time to time, but it was basically the backbone of state support and legality for Jewish existence. Now, there is a double-edged sword to this, though. It's very important to understand that while it sounds really good, yes, Augustine says we have to be kept alive in order that we can become witnesses, he also believed, and this is like the nastier part, that we were cursed because we rejected the founder of Christianity. And therefore, the only way this really worked is if we were kept in a subordinate state. Meaning, don't kill them, but don't let them succeed in life either. So let's say, for example, you're like an impoverished peasant walking around in dirty bare feet and eating, hard rye bread for your meals every day, and then you see this beautiful, carriage pull up, and the Jews get out, and they're like wearing furs and diamonds and gold, and they're eating delicacies and stuff like that. What are you going to think about Judaism versus Christianity? You're going to say, wow, those guys are cursed and I'm blessed. It doesn't feel like that. It feels like the other way around. And so Augustine said we should impose restrictions on them so that they should always be felt as second class, and that Christians should see them as lower class. Don't kill them, but don't let them be first class either. And this is basically what's translated into church policy and ultimately state policy for the entire medieval period. That's why we had the ghettos instituted. That's why we had the badges instituted. That's why the restrictions on employment, there's restrictions on education. This is because of Augustinian doctrine that on the one hand is very good, keeping us alive, but on the other hand, very repressive. Mr. Gross.
Two things. One, did this eventually influence the blood libels?
Yes, definitely.
And secondly, was he saying essentially that they need some kind of persona, they need something from without that connection from the Jews, like Christianity is no doubt because to them it's the best of Christianity, saying that it needs that connection back to the
It's the foundation of it, yeah. Everybody involved in the New Testament is pretty much Jewish, and they're speaking in Jewish language about Jewish things and so on. You can't understand it without the Jewish context.
Did the other philosophers believe this and just didn't state it? They didn't want to admit it. They didn't want to admit it.
No,
Because
they have.
they still understood this problem of, well, our New Testament comes from the Old Testament.
Yeah.
We still branched off of Judaism. So certainly, I'm sure whether they wanted to admit it or not, they knew this was a theological problem.
Yes, they certainly were cognizant of the problem. Very few of them had any comprehensive solutions. Augustine actually laid out a doctrine that made sense, that they could live with, that the church could say, okay, we'll accept it. We'll not kill all the Jews, God forbid, but they have to stay in their place. So it's really important. Yes, Mr. Kaplan. Meaning the desk in the sense of the foundation, that Christianity is like a book written on top of a desk. You have to have the desk. You can't try to write a book on a parchment holding it in your hands. It's impossible. Mr. Aloysius.
What's St. Augustine's motivation for making this? Why does he care if they stay alive or not?
Well, he cares because he's a believing Christian. He wants
He actually
to
believe all this, or
Oh,
this
yeah.
was just what he came up with for political reasons?
No, I don't. I think he's Mistama. He's genuine. He's a believing Christian. His autobiography, Confessions, is a masterwork of spirituality in which he becomes Lahavdil of Baal Tshuva, and he describes his process. He's genuinely religious. I mean, what does religion mean? It's different things to different people, especially different faiths. But these are actually pretty cool. I like Augustine. As church fathers go, he's my favorite. Yes,
I remember the word church father. what exactly did they didn't get out like a centralized, they have centralized authority, it's maybe you were period of the king?
They didn't have centralized authority. The term is used to describe about 20 odd thinkers whose ideas have survived antiquity. And they are frequently quoted as, early church, let's say use the philosopher, it's not quite precise, but early church theologians who were very influential. And it basically runs up from the 1st century to about the 4th century. That's the era that they call these people church fathers.
His official position was
He happened to be a bishop. Not all of them had a
there
bishop.
was a range at the time.
Yeah, they had a church hierarchy and so on, definitely. But the level of authority was, limited. He already was in a period where the church had state authority, but he's living in North Africa, which was kind of like boonies from where the main church activity was happening in Byzantium, Constantinople. But still, hugely influential. Okay, shall we move on? Got 10 minutes? Okay. Objections? No. Yes, Dr. Erickson, please go on. It's so fascinating. Okay, so now let's get specifically to Spain. We're talking about the period of the Visigoths. I don't know why I found this map on the internet. I don't know what this arrow is meaning to say, but I liked it because it kind of showed you where the remnants of the Roman Empire was as the Visigoths took over, especially in the 5th century. That's the period we're talking about right now. Now, there are 3 periods of religious orientation of the Visigoths. First, you have, they're originally Catholic, right? Because there's only one church at the time, and we have a little bit of evidence from that I'll share with you right now. That's the period of the Synod of Elvira, which is a town in Spain. Then we have the Arian period with the I, and this is a slightly different version of Christianity that was rendered heretical by Constantine. And then they convert to Catholicism in the year 589, which is really crucial.
What's the first one?
First one, they're still basically Catholic. The church is not very well organized, but they are organized enough to have meetings and to say some things. And of course, once the church gets together and has a synod, which is like a big meeting, they have a lot of things to say about Jews. So we have a synod that takes place in the city of Elvira. Here you can see a little bit of a medieval gate from that town. And as I mentioned earlier, we don't know a lot about the Jews living here at this time. We don't have any sense of how big their population is. We don't have any writings. We don't know how educated they are. We don't know anything about it. They could be entirely imaginary in the minds of the Christians. But I'll let you look at the sources and you tell me if you think they are and what you think you mean. So the Synod of Elvira hosted about 65 odd decisions about how Christians are supposed to behave here in Spain. And now we'll look at 3 of them here. Here's one. This is Canon 16, which means like Law 16. And it says, heretics shall not be joined in marriage with Catholic girls unless they accept the Catholic faith. So no intermarriage between pagans and Catholics. Catholic girls may not marry Jews or heretics because they cannot find a unity when the faithful and the unfaithful are joined. Parents who allow this to happen shall not commune for 5 years. So let's break this down for a few minutes.
This is the first period?
This is, the very first period. This is the year of the synod is probably 305, although there's some argument it might be just a little bit later, but let's say 305. Okay, so let's analyze this for a second. Mr. Rubin, what do you think of the first sentence here? Heretics shall not be joined in marriage with Catholic girls unless they accept the Catholic faith. What is happening in Spain in 305?
Well, for one thing, the heretics wouldn't be heretics according to the Christian faith if they accept it.
Right, exactly. But who's getting married to whom? Why do they have to make this law? What would you think? They're joined, right? You have intermarriage between Catholics and pagans, because Catholics are not necessarily up on this idea. What do you mean? I can't marry Juan? I love Juan. He's so nice. Okay, he worships, rocks, but I love Juan. And the priest says, no, you may not marry Juan because you're a good Catholic girl. Catholic girls may not marry Jews or heretics. Well, wait a minute, you just told me they can't marry heretics. So what are Jews? What's going on with them there? Why does the canon have to say that?
So even this is before Augustine, by the way, they still believe in Jews anymore.
Exactly. And don't forget, Augustine's not like, it's not like the internet, he puts out an email and everybody knows. Yeah, he's after it anyways. But you might have the Hava Mina, oh, Esta Bella. You might have the Hava Mina. You're not going to marry Juan, but you would marry Shlomo because he worships one God. And say, I'm going to marry Shlomo. No, we're counting Jews like heretics there. And what about this last part here, or second last part? Because they cannot find unity when the faithful and the unfaithful are joined.
That's pretty accurate.
Yeah, I think I would agree with it. But why do they have to say it?
To give the reasons that people would allow their faith to disobey.
Right, because people would want to say, well, why not? I love Shlomo. He's great. And he worships the same God as you. Isn't that right, Padre? And they said, no, that's not the case. And so we have to say it. And the last part here, just technically, what does this mean? Parents who allow this to happen shall not commune for 5 years. What do you mean by commune?
Get the waiver.
Get the wafer, exactly. Very, very important part of Catholic doctrine, which will be very connected to the blood libel that Mr. Gross asked about earlier, that you have to go through this ritual called communion that involves eating a wafer and drinking a little bit of wine. It's huge in Catholicism, and if you allow your child to do this, and you're out for 5 years penalty, no communion. Okay, serious? Let's look at this next one here. If any cleric or lay person eats with Jews, he or she shall be kept from communion as a way of correction. What do you think about this? Why do we pass laws? Sorry, Mr. Rubin? Right, but why would we?
To show what's important.
Okay, we want to show what's important and also
Establish what you want everything to be, like everyone, if you make a law and everyone starts following it, that's what's gonna happen.
Exactly. You're setting up a situation where though someone is like the pure philosopher thinking in advance. This is what my society to be. I will create laws. It's very American, like the Constitution. I want the laws to follow this in the future. But most of the laws that we actually have in the books are reactive in nature. What does that mean? Yeah, we have.
And they don't prescribe what to do before.
Right, exactly. Like, for example, we're going to have a slew of laws about AI soon. We're going to have a slew of laws. It's already overdue for those scooters, those electric scooters, which are dangerous, right? But no one, the society has to create a reality that the legal system has to catch up to. If it's not illegal, it's ipso facto okay, until the state says, wait a second, we're having too many complaints about people riding these things irresponsibly. We're going to make rules. You have to wear a helmet. You have to drive in the street, whatever it is. So what does this mean about a cleric or a layperson eating with Jews? It means that everybody's eating with Jews, meaning that not only lay people who are not officially religious leaders, but even a cleric, even priests, are eating with Jews. And we got to put a stop to this. So to illustrate this, I'll show you one last one here, and then we better wrap it up. This is my favorite. Landlords are not to allow Jews to bless the crops. You can't let those Jews, you can't invite, Yaakov to come over and put a bracha on your crops. That's not okay. Now, they're not making that up. The feeling is that it must have been happening. The church authorities must have said, this is so bad that you think the Jews are going to give you a bracha so your crops will grow? No, you can't rely on the Jews for these things. It undermines all our faith, and you got to do this. This make our blessing. And look at this. This is so defensive. Such an action will make our blessing invalid and meaningless. You don't like our bracha? You have to go get the Jew to do it? Come on. And you do this, you're going to be expelled completely from the church. A really shrill kind of punishment. You invite a Jew to give a bracha on your crops, that's it. You're out. No more communion forever. So what kind of sense do you get of the nature of Jews living in Visigothic Spain at this point?
They had a lot of privileges.
Yeah, and also they seem to be fairly well integrated with society, so much so that clerics are eating with them, so much so that peasants are asking to bless their crops. that there's a certain amount of intermarriage happening, which we may not be happy about, but there it is. So now the problem is, and I'm going to include this because we're out of time, we don't hear from the Jews, right? We're only hearing from the church here. We don't have any perspective from what the Jews think about what's happening. It could be just a fever dream of the church that they're very worried about these things, paranoid. We simply don't know. But as historians, you guys can work with these documents and think about it. Okay, let's wrap it up. Don't forget the AI assignment, and I'll see you guys on Thursday.
Well, definitely, it wasn't just something they were sitting up in my head.
I think we're actually live this time. I'm Drew Badger, the founder of EnglishAnyone.com, and welcome to another live video here on YouTube. And we'll see if we get this working.
Hey, Rabbi.
Should be coming through
Do you remember?
clearly. All right, making sure we're okay.
Do you remember?
So I'll give people a
when you
moment
knew how to
to
speak
come in.
English?
We should be live and working right now.
And do you remember when you wanted to learn more about your people and their history? Do you remember when everybody was like, "Hey, Rabbi, you want to watch these history lectures?" And you're like, And then they were like,
Hello,
"Oh,
fellow students
but did
of
you want to
Jewish
learn
history.
how to speak English?"
Allow me to
And
say
you're like,
thank
"Huh?"
you to all of you
And
for
they're like,
bringing us to this
Here's how to
remarkable
speak
moment,
English. And like, what?
reaching
No, dog, with the lecture.
100,000 subscribers.
English.
This is a
Fuck you,
tremendous
dog.
honor for me personally. Thank you so much. But really, it is a testament to your support.
No, but seriously, do you want to learn how to speak English? I mean, that's cool, but no, I'm good. Really? I can speak English better than that motherfucker. Really? For sure, dog. For sure. Why? Because I'm sick and I'm just amazing. What more do you want? What more do you want? Dog, how about the Duro? Is that in India or some shit? I think it is. No, it's fucking China. Portugal.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well. I'd like to speak to you for a few minutes about the Douro River in Jewish history. The Douro is one of the most gorgeous rivers I've ever seen in my life. It's absolutely fantastic. It travels between Spain and Portugal, and I'm really hoping that I'll be able to get there again this year as the pandemic, thank God, subsides in many parts of the world. Portugal is doing really well right now, and the vaccinations are proceeding apace. So I'm really hopeful that, thank God, we'll get back to the touring schedule with Kosher River Cruises. So let's talk just for a few minutes about the Douro River and specifically its connection with Jewish history. So first of all, let's have a look at the geography. Here's a beautiful shot of the Douro. You can see the deep valley that the river creates, and it goes through these amazing meandering paths through mountains, but it's not always like that. It actually has some beautiful terraced farmland and agriculture. It's actually very famous for its wine region, and of course the name port, like the drink port, comes from Oporto, which is at the very end of the Douro River. But here's where it is located in the Iberian Peninsula. You can see it travels from north-central Spain out to the Atlantic Ocean through Portugal. We're going to focus on the part of the Douro that is in Portugal, primarily because that's the most navigable by smaller riverboats, as we'll be taking on Kosher River Cruises. And most of it is filled with these gorgeous kind of like terraced landscapes where you get to see the vineyards on either side, and there's actually very little urban development along the river, so it's really quite scenic and really fantastic. The earliest presence of Jews in Portugal is recorded in 4th century church documents. By the time you get to the 12th century, there are communities located along the Douro, Oporto in particular, and it becomes a very important center for Jewish settlement. Jews are especially involved in the extensive maritime economy of Portugal. Of course, it was one of the great seafaring nations of the medieval period, and Jews are involved in everything from the mercantile activities to navigation in particular, very strong in navigation, to calculating the scientific basis for the star charts and all kinds of fascinating things like that. They're especially active in Lisbon, which is a little south of the Douro River. Now, Jews basically did very well in Portugal. There was some tension in the 14th century after the Black Death, when Portugal was hit very hard, not surprisingly, perhaps because it is a maritime nation. But even with the tensions that tended to subside towards the end of that period, there's still a strong sense in Iberian Jewish culture that Portugal is a great place of refuge. And in fact, when Spain became much less hospitable after some riots in the 1390s, none other than the ancestor of Don Isaac Abravanel fled to Portugal, where he found some refuge. And there's a long connection there with, obviously, the neighbors in the peninsula to the east. After the Spanish Inquisition, the Douro River in particular is flooded with Jewish migrants who were struggling to get out of Spain. And with the expulsion in 1492, it was one of the most popular land routes for Jews to follow. They would end up finding very brief respite in Portugal, however, because of the massive forced conversion of 1497, and then just a few decades later, followed by the incredibly difficult Portuguese Inquisition. This effectively ended the Jewish presence as Jews per se in Portugal. But these Jews who are now called New Christians, because they were forcibly converted to Christianity, suddenly had newfound freedoms as a result of their liberation from Jewish disabilities. And although many of them struggled to hold on to their Jewish identity, they were actually able to travel throughout the Mediterranean basin, up into the North Atlantic, to England, to Amsterdam in particular, and to begin to make their presence felt on a much larger scale. Of course, there were Portuguese Jews at this point, or crypto Jews, who fled to the New World, where they established communities in Brazil in particular, of Portuguese holding, and ultimately made their way up to New Amsterdam, which was, of course, Manhattan. The Douro River and its environs was, as we mentioned, a major conduit for Jewish migration. It also ended up harboring a lot of crypto-Jewish communities, Portuguese Jews who decided to stay in Portugal and maintain a Christian exterior while still practicing Jewish habits secretly on their own. And so you have these amazing communities which have like these possibilities of mezuzah scars in the doorways. Like this is my colleague from Kosher Ribro Cruises, David Krause, pointing out a possible mezuzah scar. You have the remarkable community of Belmonte, which was only discovered in the 20th century as a crypto-Jewish town. Here, by the way, is a picture of their magnificent reconstructed ark and their mikveh there, which is significantly more modern than the medieval mikveh discovered at Coimbra, also to the south, a really important university town that's educated a lot of these crypto Jews. This is the town square, which looks very cheerful now, but it was actually the site of public burnings of Jews in the Portuguese Inquisition. I hear some of the students from Coimbra, they still dress in the long Harry Potter type robes and things like that, which is really fascinating. You know, it's such a gorgeous river and an amazing trip. The boat is so fantastic. I hope that many of you can join me on this because we have such an amazing time. It's Jewish optimized, right? We even have 3 minyanim a day in the lounge area of the boat. And, you know, it's just fantastic to enjoy this return to Portugal for Jews, you know, 500 years later after the Inquisition. Absolutely fantastic. Anyways, I hope you'll be able to join me. Check out the website and have an excellent day. One of the most fascinating figures to emerge from medieval Portugal is undoubtedly Don Isaac Abravanel. Fascinating individual, sometimes known as the Abarbanel, because his name actually admits of several different transliterations from the Hebrew, and he himself actually used different versions in his own lifetime. He was a very important Portuguese thinker and diplomat and politician and financier who reached tremendous heights in the late 15th century in Portugal, and then amazingly continued his career already when he was quite elderly in terms of his literary output, in terms of what he did in terms of biblical commentary and thought. Fascinating individual. Let's take a few minutes to look at his remarkable life. So we should bear in mind that the overall context of the Abarbanel's life is inextricably linked with the history of the Reconquista. This refers to the several centuries when Christian forces began to reconquer the peninsula from the north moving down to the south, hence the term Reconquista, right, the reconquest of the area. And slowly, over the course of several hundred years, the entire peninsula was Christianized, both in terms of removing its Muslim inhabitants and, as we shall see, also its Jewish inhabitants. In the late 14th century, there was a surge of forced or coerced baptisms of Jews associated with, among other things, some pogroms in 1391. And in the larger time period, Don Isaac Abravanel's family fled from Spain into Portugal. His grandfather was caught up in a lot of the tumultuous events of the 1380s and 1390s, and he made his home in Portugal. There, the grandfather of our protagonist was very much involved in building his career as a courtier, meaning serving the Portuguese royalty, and especially in the area of finance. By the time Don Isaac was born in 1437, he was already very well established, and Don Isaac was given a very expansive education, not only in Hebrew subjects, but also in Latin and Greek. He spoke several languages of the peninsula and so on. And he was trained or groomed really to serve the great houses of Portugal, primarily in the area of finance. He was especially close with the House of Braganza. In the 1480s, however, there was a major upheaval in the ruling classes in Portugal, and Don Isaac suddenly found himself on the wrong side of the ruling powers, and he was forced to flee across the border, in fact, right by the Douro River, well, God willing, we will be touring, and leave his family behind as he sought safety within Spain. This was a very tricky venture because Don Isaac was, of course, a descendant of someone who had fled Spain as a result of the forced baptisms of the 1380s and especially 1391. And it was actually tricky for him to be actually in Spanish territory. However, he laid low and he kind of lived under the radar, managed eventually to bring his family over, although the bulk of his wealth was abandoned in Portugal. And it actually was especially interesting because it was at this time that he actually composed some of his most fascinating works. He wrote in the space of about a year and a half some 300,000 words, which is the equivalent of, let's say about 5 or 6 novels of commentary, writing particularly on Joshua, Judges, and Samuel. And the works he wrote there are especially fascinating, together with his later commentary on Kings, because he could write with a first-person account of what it's like to actually be in a royal court and deal with the many financial and the political and the diplomatic challenges that faced him. Among the challenges that he encountered, for example, while he was in Portugal, was the wide-scale kidnapping of Jews and selling them into slavery. And he was very active on behalf of the Jewish community, hunting down the slavers and redeeming Jews from captivity. But to return to where he ended up, just on the Spanish side of the Portuguese border by the Douro River, after he remained low for a little while, he eventually reached out to the Spanish crown, and he regained his authority under the Spanish crown once again as a prominent courtier and as a financier. Over the course of his lifetime, Don Isaac Abarbanel actually served 6 different kings, and he had moved, as we saw, from his Portuguese exile to actually the heights of authority under Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand, serving as the number 2 person in charge of the entire economic infrastructure of Spain. He's second only to Abraham Senior, who was the first tax collector of the entire peninsula, and it was in this capacity that he served Spain well. It was, however, to be short-lived because Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand had already instituted the Inquisition as of 1878, and they toyed with the idea of expelling all the Jews of the peninsula, and that is in fact what happened. You see this remarkable painting made in 1889 by Emilio Sala that depicts that key moment when you have Don Isaac, who is shown in the red robes with his back to us, who is speaking before the king and queen as the Grand Inquisitor Torquemada gesticulates wildly, demanding that the Jews be expelled so that the entire peninsula could be Judenrein. And although the king and queen implored Abarbanel to stay because they really valued his financial acumen, he ultimately decided he would certainly leave with his co-religionists, and this was the great expulsion of 1492, which of course sent Jews all around the Mediterranean basin into Europe, of course overland into Portugal and into France, and many of them ended up in the Americas, particularly in the Portuguese holdings, but that's another story for beyond this point. And once again, Abarbanel is sent into exile. This time he ended up in Italy, where he was quite active, continuing his commentaries on the rest of the Bible, on the Haggadah, on Pirkei Avot, developing some fascinating messianic theories. He really believed that the arrival of Messiah was around the corner, that would in fact the Messianic age would begin in 1503. Unfortunately, he was sadly mistaken. And he ended up actually, through a course of wandering, at the end of his life, he found himself in Venice, where a twist of fate would bring him once again to the attention of kings, and he became involved in the possibility of engaging in negotiations with Portugal that had originally caused his first exile. It turns out that the negotiations did not proceed apace, but nevertheless, you see that even at the end of his lifetime, he was an incredibly influential advisor to kings. But what he's remembered for most dramatically in terms of Jewish history is his remarkable body of commentary on virtually the entire Torah and the prophets in particular, and a fascinating series of writings on many other elements of Jewish literature, such as the Haggadah, Pirkei Avot, and his messianic writings. Fascinating individual, tremendous contribution. I hope you found this useful, and I look forward to speaking with you in the future. Let's continue our discussion of the Jews of Portugal with a look at the remarkable Amatus Lusitanus, who was a very important doctor of the 16th century with roots in Portugal. He made a dramatic mark not only on medical science, but also on medical ethics. So his years are 1511 to 1568. He was born in Castelo Branco, which is just south of the Douro River, where we'll be, God willing, cruising in just a few months. His parents were conversos, and the situation of the Jews in Portugal at this time was rather complex, because if you'll recall, there was a massive exodus of Jews from neighboring Spain in 1492 with the expulsion of the Jews from that part of the peninsula. Many of them made their way over the border along the Douro River and elsewhere into Portugal. In many ways, it was a really horrible situation in Portugal at the end of the 15th century. Children were separated from their parents and shipped off to a remote island off the coast of West Africa. And after tremendous privations and difficulties, the massive number of Jews who remained in Portugal were forcibly converted to Catholicism. But there was kind of like a sort of wink-wink attitude where there was a general agreement that the Inquisition, which had wreaked such havoc in Spain, would not be imported to Portugal, at least not right away. And in fact, that was true for the first couple of decades of the 16th century in Portugal. So Amatus Lusitanus's parents were among this population. He was born in 1511, just less than 2 decades after forcible conversion of 1497, and his parents christened him João Rodrigues. In Latin, his name was Ioannos Rodericus, and in fact, he published his very first book under that title. But in reality, because of that sort of period of leniency. Even though they were outwardly Christians and were baptized, they made no secret to their son of his Jewish identity. His parents taught him Hebrew and many Jewish rituals. He went on to study in Spain at the University of Salamanca, which I had the privilege of visiting with Kosher Riverboat Cruises a little while ago, and I had an amazing time visiting the campus there. You can see some of the gorgeous sandstone facades. In fact, on this one, which has so many fascinating carved reliefs, there's an interesting kind of student lore that if you can find the frog that sits on top of the skull of one of the gargoyles that is high up on the facade, then you can actually, you'll do much better in your final exams. I was thinking we should probably install something like that at Torah College, but we're not at that yet. There were actually several famous professors who were active in Salamanca at the time, people of Jewish background who were now conversos. You can see that Hebrew was a valued part of the curriculum there. Here's a look at one of the classrooms where you can see the professor would actually stand on the lectern up there. I definitely got to get one of those at my college. And here are the student benches, which I think are designed to keep them as alert as possible during the lecture. At any rate, he graduated in 1530 from the University of Salamanca with a degree in botany that would serve him very well in some of his early research. But the situation in Portugal was deteriorating rapidly. The Inquisition was formally established in 1536, and they had the first public burning of conversos in 1540. So our hero, Amatus Lusitanus, made his way to Antwerp in 1533, and this was a period of long wandering. It was at this time that he adopted a Latin name, which is rather remarkable given his history. Amatus means loved or beloved, and it is probably a translation of his original family name, which might have been Chaviv, the Hebrew word meaning beloved. And Lusitanus means Portugal. So even though he had to endure a long exile that would last right up to the end of his life, he nevertheless proclaimed himself a loyal son of Portugal with his very name, Amatus Lusitanus. He ended up in Ferrara, where he became a professor at the university there, and he worked quite significantly in a lot of anatomical studies. These were published in a series of books called Centuriae, from the word 100, because each of them described 100 cases of people that he had treated with very detailed medical information. And they're really quite fascinating for their time in the 16th century. They describe, besides the medical information, they describe a lot of social history and the conditions of people in general in the regions that he treated. He made some major breakthroughs. For example, he discovered the process by which veins are able to direct the flow of blood in one direction. This was actually wrongly attributed to other scientists, but in fact it was Amatus Lusitanus who discovered them. The King of Poland, Sigismund III, invited him to serve as a royal physician. He declined that offer, but he did agree with the request of Pope Julius III, who asked him to come and cure his ill sister. Later, he ended up becoming a permanent physician to several monasteries and treated Pope Julius III several times. In 1549, however, he was involved in a very nasty controversy in which he described in one of his earlier publications some mistakes in the work of a colleague, Pietro Andrea Gregorio Mattioli, whose years are 1501 to 1577, and Matthiolus did not take the criticism well. He lashed out at Amatus brutally and hurled some vulgar and insulting invective at him in print, and he especially pointed to Amatus's Jewish background. Again, recall, he's actually officially a Christian because his parents were forcibly converted, and he therefore has the right to study medicine and to practice and so on, but he never made any secret of his Jewish background at this point. When a new pope was installed shortly thereafter, Pope Paul IV in 1555, there was an upswing of very very strong anti-Semitic and especially inquisitorial activity in Italy. There was a huge controversy in Ancona where several Jews were attacked by the Inquisition, in fact, burned to death. And in this context, Amatus's own home was ransacked and many of his precious books and unique manuscripts were stolen. He ended up escaping to Pesaro, later to Ragusa and Salonika. And in 1558, he formally abandoned Christianity and he practiced Judaism till the end of his life. He unfortunately died of a plague. This is an interesting image of Lusitanus. It's kind of an interesting title page that has, among other things, an image of the Tetragrammaton at the top with sort of like a Latin invocation of God as a protector of science. And on the right and left sides, you see these medallions that show various figures who are like especially strong in their contribution to sciences, like Galen and others. And on the bottom left, you see three figures. The figure on the extreme right is Amatus. The figure on the left is Matthiolus. And as you can see, the caption underneath says "Dissentimus," means we heartily disagree. Besides his amazing and important contributions to medicine, he also made a signal contribution to the development of medical ethics. He wrote a physician's oath, which was really quite exceptional for its time, in that he specifically indicated that it was inappropriate for physicians to make any distinction with regards to the religious origin of their patients. He argued that physicians should treat people regardless of their faith or creed. His approach to non-sectarian medical ethics was not only unusually modern, it was also especially poignant given the fact that the Inquisition had declared him their enemy because of his open adoption of Judaism towards the end of his life. There's some fascinating research published by Isildo Rodriguez and Carlos Fiolhais at the University of Coimbra, where a lot of the publications of Amatus are held. And you can see here the inquisitorial censor has gone through much of his medical research and has redacted significant portions that especially deal with things like sexuality or any kind of more modern, straightforward approach to the medical profession. Inquisition also took issue with his medical oath. As you can see, even that was also heavily censored. The life of Amatus gives us such a beautiful insight into the struggles of Portuguese Jewry in the 16th century, but also the tremendous resilience of spirit that many of them demonstrated, contributing to world culture and science, even while many of the forces of the globe were arrayed against them. I hope you will be able to join us as we cruise the Douro River a little later this fall with, God willing, an improvement in the conditions of the coronavirus globally. I hope you all remain well and healthy, and thank you very much for listening. One of the most fascinating aspects of Portuguese Jewish history is the story of the Jews of Belmonte, which is absolutely fascinating. And really, it's especially interesting because it is a continuous history that is still developing, and it's quite exciting. A lot of the Jewish history that we have today is centered in really important cities like Lisbon, and especially the beautiful Porto. But Belmonte has a very special story that we really got to look at. So here's a map showing you roughly where Belmonte is. It's a small village, just a little bit south of Douro River, not too far from the University at Coimbra. And here's a beautiful picture, by the way, from last time I was there. You can see that it's very rustic, and you've got the mountains fading away into the distance, lots of cobblestone streets, really a fascinating kind of hilltop village. But the story that connects to the Jews is absolutely fascinating because, you see, what happened is, after the forced conversion of Jews in 1497, that effectively ended the presence of practicing Jews in Portugal, there were a number of Jews who went underground. As we've discussed in previous videos, these crypto-Jews, also known as New Christians, that's what they were called by the Christian community, or the conversos, were also known as Marranos. The term Marranos has fallen into disfavor because it is a derogatory term, means swine, and obviously was connected with the idea that these new Christians who were forcibly converted and their descendants were somehow still returning to Judaism. In reality, we see that in certain communities, like in Belmonte, that is precisely what was happening. One of the more preferred terms today is B'nai Anusim, or simply Anusim, which means the children of those who were forced, or simply the forced, because they were forced to accept Christianity at the end of the 15th century, although they obviously rejected it. At any rate, what happened in Belmonte was that there were Jews there who simply went underground. To the outside world, they portrayed themselves as Christians, which is essentially the crypto-Jewish story, but they maintained their continuity for 5 centuries. Now, they have some lingering issues that are associated with that, such as, for example, some genetic ailments because of consistent inmarriage. And in terms of traditional Judaism, we have to understand that they've been separated from the larger population of Jews for half a millennium, so quite a bit of their Jewish observance has kind of been shaped by that. Some holidays actually got a lot more attention, like, for example, the fast of Esther, which is kind of a minor fast in the rest of the Jewish world. For crypto-Jews is especially important because Esther herself, in the book of Esther, is described as perhaps the first crypto-Jew because she had to present herself as a non-Jew in order to survive personally, and later she revealed herself and, of course, saved the Jewish people as a whole. At any rate, so they have an attenuated type of Judaism in many ways because of this 500-year separation from the Jewish world. But in the 20th century, they have engaged much more deeply. And of course, they have some fascinating things. First of all, let's talk about the story of their discovery, which is just amazing as well. A man named Samuel Schwartz, who was a Jew from Eastern Europe, who was an engineer working in the region. And he, spoke multiple languages, was an autodidact, very interested in history and things like that. And it happened that in 1917, he was working in the region in some mines. And, he was doing various things. And someone said to him, whatever you do, don't do business with Baltazar Pereira de Sousa. Why? Because they said he's actually a Jew. So anyway, Schwartz thought, why would you think there's a Jew here in the middle of rural Portugal? But he decided to check it out a little bit, and turns out he uncovered this crypto-Jewish community. They were quite suspicious of him at first. I bet they said to him, funny, you don't look Jewish. But at any rate, when he insisted on speaking with them more about this, and then he started reciting for them certain things like the Shema Yisrael prayer, they actually believed him. And they said, okay, I guess we can open up. This is, after all, the beginning of the 20th century, and the Inquisition, although it lasted for 400 years, is officially over at this point. So they gradually opened up to Schwartz, and he discovered this existence of a phenomenal crypto-Jewish community still active in Portugal. He wrote up his findings in several publications, which attracted worldwide attention. A lot of historians and scholars descended on the community to try to understand them better, and it's absolutely fascinating. Here's a look at the community again today. Here's the beautiful synagogue that was built there for the crypto Jews of Belmonte, and here's the interior with the ark. It's absolutely gorgeous, really powerful statement. You can imagine praying in this beautiful space after being hidden for 500 years. Here's the mikveh, very beautiful. And they have an excellent museum there, which unfortunately doesn't have a lot of stuff online. We really got to see more of this because it is gorgeous. They have all kinds of interesting artifacts related to the crypto-Jewish practice, like this interesting funnel-like device, which was apparently designed to allow women to light candles on Friday nights and to hide the glow from neighbors who might be looking in the windows. And women were especially prominent in preserving the traditions under these really horrific conditions. We see this not only from Esther mentioned earlier, but really in the crypto-Jewish communities throughout Latin America and the Iberian Peninsula. And I can't wait to get back to Belmonte this October, God willing, when the COVID restrictions subside and we'll be able to travel again, I'm looking forward to seeing it and spending a lot more time in that amazing museum. Thank you very much for watching.
So welcome everybody to yet another of our KRC lectures. I'm very happy that I can introduce my dear colleagues, especially the main star of today, Dr. Henry Abramson, the Dean of Touro College and our scholar in residence, and David Lawrence, who is the director of Kosher River Cruises, and my name is David Kraus, and I'm the European director. And again, I'm very happy that we are meeting here on this lovely, for you, morning. For me, since I'm in Prague, it's late afternoon. And the talk of today is going to be the Jews of Portugal. The Sephardic diaspora and the heritage is undoubtedly one of the most fascinating, the most complex, highly original and unparalleled phenomena of the Jewish world. And not only, as I mentioned, it is a diaspora within a diaspora, if you will, but also it entails a complex phenomenon out of cultural, ethnic, religious, and even linguistic and dietary heritage, which some of these things will touch today. The history of the Jewish community in Portugal specifically plays an indispensable part of the Sephardic heritage. And perhaps without us even realizing it on day-to-day basis, some aspects of it influence us even today as Jews. And speaking of today, of course there is history, but there is also a bustling and ever-growing Jewish community in Portugal of today, including one of the most, specific, within a specific segment of the Jewish people, one of the most unique Jewish communities that could be found anywhere in the world, which is the Jewish community of Belmonte, which probably are the last Marranos, the secret Jews in the world. So without a further ado, I would like to give the floor to Dr. Abramson, who is going to talk about some of these aspects, and especially some of the phenomena that are related to the actual cruising route of our Be'ezrat Hashem soon to happen cruise on the Douro River.
Great. Thank you so much, David. I really appreciate the introduction. And I have to say, I'm like so thrilled to be speaking with you about this upcoming trip. My wife and I were very excited to travel to Douro with Kosher River Cruises with David Lawrence and David Kraus a couple of years ago. And it's such a fascinating place to visit. And especially after being cooped up so long with the COVID-19 situation going on, we're really excited to get back to more of the life as we knew it beforehand. And let's hope that, God willing, all of the news about the pandemic continues to go in a positive direction so that we'll be able to safely make this cruise. The plan for today is I'm going to make a presentation of probably about 20 minutes or so. That's going to be an overview of the history of the Jews of Portugal, just to give you some kind of historical context for the places that we will, God willing, be visiting in just a few months. And then David Lawrence is going to speak a little bit about what are the arrangements for the cruise, and maybe give us some more sense of what's going on in Portugal, what's going on with the preparations. And Malcolm is heavily involved in creating those delicacies for us. And then after that, David Krause will take over and will manage questions to either myself or to either of the Davids. Because this is a webinar, you can communicate with us and with each other through the chat function, and we encourage you to put your questions in the chat. David Krause will be managing those questions after we are done. Okay, so let me take about 20 minutes or so to give you a very quick overview of the history of Portugal. I'll just share my screen here. I don't think that worked. Let me try again. Sharing the screen. Yes, and hit share. Does that look right? David, do you see my screen with the boats of Portugal and things like that?
I do, Henry. Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, so this is actually excellent. This is a photograph that I actually took on the trip when I was with my wife and Kosher River Cruise a while ago. This is the opening of the Douro River. Just behind my shoulder would be the Atlantic Ocean, and here we're looking inland from the city of Porto, also pronounced O Porto, but you'll see it either written with the letter O at the beginning or just the word Porto, a very important Jewish city. So let's have a look at the overall geography. Here's Portugal, of course, is on the western edge of the Iberian Peninsula. There you can see that beautiful view of the Douro River in Porto as well, with that gorgeous bridge from the 1920s spanning it. And Jews have a long history there. If we zoom in a little bit, we can see that this map indicates all of the places where Jews lived before the 15th century. Quite a number of very significant locations that we'll be talking about, God willing, on the cruise. But just to point out a few in particular, Lisbon is, of course, the capital of Portugal and has a very strong Jewish history. We will also hopefully be visiting Coimbra. We were able to visit them last time. That's actually a very important university town in Portugal. They have one of the oldest schools in Europe there and has a strong Jewish history. There is Belmonte that David Krause referred to. I'll show you a picture of it a little later. That is one of the most unusual places because an actual community of crypto Jews, also called Moranos, although they prefer not to use that term, managed to hide out for 500 years. And they were so used to hiding that when they were discovered in the 20th century, they actually thought they were the last Jews left in the world, which is kind of amazing. But here is Porto, right at the mouth of the Douro River. Douro River basically takes the top fifth of Portugal, and it flows from the west to from the east to the west into the Atlantic Ocean, and we'll be following it upriver, and then we're going to get on a bus, God willing, and head into Spain to go to Salamanca, also very, very important city in Jewish history, and then we'll take the boat back again. It's also a fascinating river on a geographic level because it has the world's highest lock, which is quite an experience. It's especially nice when we plan to do it in the daytime. These locks are these mechanical devices that essentially allow river boats to negotiate the differing levels of the river so that you don't hit any rapids and things like that. And it's basically a water elevator, and you get into the lock and the water will raise the boat up something like 200 feet in the air, which is really quite impressive. But that's more for the trip. Let's go straight to the history of the Jews in Portugal so we can understand a little bit about what happened to them. We have early evidence of the Jews in the Iberian Peninsula in general, not specific to any particular location in Portugal, but it tends to be second-hand evidence. Like, for example, in the 4th century, there's a church council in a place called Elvira, which lists all kinds of prohibited activities for Christians and Jews, including, the church prohibits Christians from taking meals with Jews and with
fraternizing with Jews, and some really interesting things like forbidding Christians from asking rabbis to bless their crops and things like that. And that's one of those things where you get the sense that if the state is really intent on banning something, chances are it's happening anyway. So that's an interesting kind of thing to imagine, that Portuguese and Spanish peasants would have been going to the rabbis and saying, listen, can you please give a bracha for our field, because we really depend on your your spiritual and supernatural intervention. But we don't have too much internal evidence of what's going on in the Jewish community until quite a bit later, in Portugal specifically. More in southern Spain, in places like Granada, and places like Al-Andalus, you see a lot more of what's going on. But in Portugal, we first begin to see something significant about the Jews in the 12th century, when the very first king of Portugal appoints a Jewish treasurer named Yahya ibn Yaish. And this is actually something that happens throughout Europe very commonly. Jews are, I don't know why, associated with facility with finance, and so they're often appointed to these kind of high economic posts. The king, by the way, faced quite a bit of opposition over that decision, but nevertheless he insisted on it, and in fact prospered as a result. A later king, Afonso III, formally recognized the Jewish community. Again, more strong evidence. We don't have internal evidence from Jews and what they did in Portugal that's very detailed, but we know that the king formally recognized 7 distinct communities with their Jewish populations, and once again issued royal protection for those communities in exchange for their services, of course, in particular in the era of tax farming and financial activities. We'll have a lot more to say about the economy when we're actually on the tour, and we'll talk about what Jews did at that time for the economy, but for the most part, they were well received by the royals. And over the next few hundred years, Portuguese Jewry actually developed a reputation for being a community that lived in significant affluence and with the protection of the crown, so much so that when there was anti-Jewish discrimination in Spain, particularly in 1391, when a wave of pogroms, hard to describe in any other way, spread across northern Spain, a lot of Spanish Jews fled to Portugal, including Shmuel Abarbanel, the father of Don Isaac Abarbanel, also pronounced probably more correctly Abravanel. And he was actually, it's shocking to hear this, but he was actually forcibly converted to Christianity, as many other Jews were in 1391, and he fled to Portugal to be able to resume his Jewish identity. So Don Isaac's own grandfather was actually technically a Christian and would have been recognized by a Christian by the Spanish church and by extension also the Roman Catholic Church. But during this time, like from the 13th century to the 15th century, there were just a couple of punctuated moments of taxation and some unfortunate uprisings of violence, particularly in Lisbon. But the general picture is that Jews were increasing in affluence and in authority in Portugal, and it was considered kind of a safe haven in many ways for Jews in Europe. The end of that period, the 15th century, is kind of like the swan song of that period of great affinity between especially the Portuguese royalty and the Jewish community. Afonso V, I don't think they were terribly original in choosing names for kings. There's another name, João, which is one of my favorite names, actually. João is spelled J-A-O-A with an accent over, I think, the O. And I'm never sure if I pronounced that correctly, but I always think of it must be that even when he was born, everybody said, João, it's a boy. Sorry, I'm laughing, and I can't hear if any of you are laughing, but I'm enjoying it. So at any rate, the King Afonso V actually faced much more stiff popular resentment of the Jews. There was a lot more violence against Jews. Again, sporadic and localized, but sometimes quite intense. Lisbon stands out in special contrast to many of the other sites of Jewish population. But Afonso V continues to protect the Jews, and it retains that idea of being a Rechtsstaat, a society governed by law, that Jews are allowed to prosper. Now, a lot of that was a picture, by the way, of Afonso V. I'm sorry I didn't show you that earlier. A lot of this changes with the Inquisition. And in order to understand the Inquisition, which comes to Portugal in the early 16th century, we have to go back and understand a little bit about what happened in neighboring Spain, highly influential related culture and politically and geographically dominating the peninsula. Spain and the Iberian Peninsula in general, we should recall, is very unusual in Jewish history because Jews throughout Europe and the Mediterranean basin in general always lived in a binary culture. There was always Jews as a tiny minority within a very large majority culture. For the most part, that was Jews living within Catholic Europe or Jews living within Muslim North Africa and the Middle East. And very rarely do you have a much more diverse culture as you have in the Iberian Peninsula because of the influence of Islam. Islam conquers the peninsula from the Visigothic kings who converted to Catholicism in the 6th century. The Muslims conquer it in the 8th century, and they institute a period which is known to many as La Convivencia, the period of great coexistence, which is somewhat exaggerated, but for the most part it's true, that Jews, Muslims, and Christians actually lived in a fairly healthy triangular culture that allowed Jews to flourish, not only economically, as we shall see they did through much of the period, but primarily culturally. And they were able to experiment with new forms of poetic expression and musical expression. And, this is a period where you have great feats of Jewish culture like Ibn Gabiro and Yehuda Halevi and many other figures who have gone on to tremendous prominence. You have in Spain this remarkable phenomenon where you have a Jewish general of a Muslim army who also writes a commentary on Talmud that's studied to this day. I'm talking about Shmuel Hanagid, or Samuel ibn Nagrela, who was a remarkable Jewish poet of Granada during this period of La Convivencia, the coexistence. It has a couple of definitely hiccups, like for example, when the Almohads invade from North Africa, they push great figures like Maimonides, who was still a young boy at the time, out of Spain, forcing them to flee across North Africa and eventually settle in Cairo or just outside Cairo in Fustat. But they're all products of this unusual period of coexistence that lasts for about 200 years. It sinks into decline as the Catholic rulers begin to push their political and military might to the south, eventually driving out the Muslims in 1482. And the relationship that these Christian kings have with Jews is heavily complicated by these pogroms that occurred at the end of the 14th century. I mentioned them a few moments ago. These pogroms had an especially marked phenomenon of forced baptisms, where Jews were, they had holy water sprinkled upon them, and certain phrases were recited, and they were pronounced Christian. And this represented a very stark shift in the demographics of Christian Europe, because although these Jews were baptized against their will, they were, according to Catholic theology, nevertheless considered Christians. The church was at great pains to say it is forbidden to engage in forced baptism, but once a Jew has been baptized, even against his will, as we see some very tragic examples throughout the centuries, such as Edgardo Mortara, who was literally kidnapped by the Vatican police in 1858. The Jews were nevertheless essentially given Christian identities and Christian driver's licenses. And all of the discriminatory measures that had held them in check economically and culturally and socially, those disappeared. And so you had these Jews who still consider themselves Jewish, still consider themselves part of the community, still observe the commandments and so on, but nevertheless were free to enter universities, to pursue professions they had never pursued before, including rising high up in the church, ironically. And they were also a powerful economic force because they were literate and they were numerate and they were urbanized. And all of a sudden you had this huge population of Christians who regarded themselves as Jews, who had phenomenal privileges and in many ways advantages over their competition. And so there's a tremendous amount of resentment that built up against this, both from a religious perspective, because they were not really following Christianity, they were really following Jewish laws, and also from an economic perspective. In fact, one of the big debates among historians is which of these two issues were primary, not for us right now, but we can see that both of them were clearly very important. And so what happened was that the church in Spain embarked on the notorious Inquisition, which was not directed at Jews per se, or even Muslims per se, who had remained Jewish and were not forcibly baptized. It was directed at those erstwhile Jews who were now technically Christians, who refused to give up their Jewish practices and beliefs. And it created this horrific Soviet-like purge mentality in society, where people would betray their neighbors to the church, indicating that they were actually secretly Jewish, practicing Jews, and the suspected Judaizers would be arrested, would be tortured, would often have forced confessions derived from them, where they would name a whole bunch of other people that under duress of torture, they gave all their friends' names and relatives' names and so on. And the purge just expanded wider and wider in Spanish society until it got way out of control. The ritual humiliations that were imposed on people suspected of Judaizing, including, as you see in this famous portrait of a Inquisition trial by Francisco Goya, they were forced to wear these humiliating tunics called San Benitos, these long conical caps, which were meant to be humiliating and were the predecessors of the witch's cap and even the dunce cap. Some of you may remember those. It was a little bit before my time, but my father told me he often had to wear a dunce cap in school. And they were subject to a whole variety of penalties, including confiscation of property, part of which would go to the church and part of which would go to the people who betrayed them, which of course not only acted as an incentive to betray people, but also as an incentive to betray people falsely. And then of course the notorious and awful auto da fe, the burning at the stake for those Judaizers who chose not to repent or to recant their views. Technically speaking, the church did not burn Jews at the stake. They released them to the secular authorities. The term used in the transcripts is they were relaxed to the secular authorities, who then maintained these massive pageants where people would come from miles around to view the scheduled burning of Jews at the stake. This occurred first in Spain, not in Portugal. But what ended up happening when you get to the end of the 15th century is that the chief inquisitor, shown here in black and wildly gesticulating before the king and queen, Ferdinand and Isabella, the inquisitors said, after this went on for quite a while, and it just got worse and worse and worse, with more and more people accused, including prominent churchmen and people of means from all kinds of backgrounds, the inquisitor said that, the reason why it's not working is because the crypto Jews, or the forcibly converts, the term in Hebrew is the preferred term, anusim, which means those who are forced to adopt a Christian identity. The term marano was actually a derogatory term. It means swine, that was hurled at the so-called conversos or crypto Jews. So Torquemada in the Black said to the king and queen, the reason it's not working is because they have lots of contact with their old communities. The crypto Jews, continue to send their children to Jewish schools. They continue to go to Jewish classes. They continue to buy kosher meat. They continue to marry either regular Jews or marry amongst themselves. And so the only way to really fix this and to make, to borrow a Nazi term, Spain Judenrein, free of Jews, is if we expel all of the non-baptized Jews of Spain. In this famous portrait, you have the great scholar Don Isaac Abarbanel, who was also a very important person. He was the second highest minister in the financial apparatus of Spain. Like as in Portugal, the finance minister himself was a man named Rabbi Abraham Senor, who was also Jewish. And Abarbanel courageously attacks Torquemada's policy, as is shown in this portrait here, and demands that Ferdinand and Isabella refuse his request to have the Jews expelled. He is unfortunately unsuccessful, and although Ferdinand and Isabella offered to allow him to stay if only he would convert, like his boss, Abraham Senor, who chose to adopt Christianity. He was an older man in his 80s, and he simply could not bear the idea of being kicked out of Spain and losing all his wealth and so on. But Abarbanel chose to get on the boats with so many other Jews, and estimated somewhere between 150 and 300,000 Jews, and flee the Iberian Peninsula. And that marks the formal end of the Jewish presence per se in Spain, until 500 years later, when they were finally formally welcomed back. Now, this is not to say that Jewish life ended in Spain. There are still the crypto Jews, especially crypto Jewish communities, as we shall see, particularly in Portugal. But formally, this is when it ended in 1492. The Spanish diaspora is horrific. As you can see here, that Jews spread out all over the Mediterranean basin, particularly seeking refuge in Italy, where there were many places that opened their ports to Jews. Also going to Muslim countries, Istanbul in particular was a popular destination, and more liberal places like Amsterdam, which, unlike today, is a very liberal place with all kinds of flexible laws. I'm trying to be joking about this, but it's hard to tell if you're laughing because I can't hear you laugh. And some of them, of course, made their way to the New World. You can see on the left of this map, it says a las Americas, right? So the first Jews, even in New York, for example, they didn't come directly from Portugal, but these were Jews who were forcibly converted, who made their way to Brazil, particularly an island called Recife, and then briefly it came under Dutch control, so they revealed that they were in fact Jewish. This is 100 years later, and then the Portuguese conquered it again, so they said, oh, now we're in trouble because the Inquisition is back. They made their way in 1654 up to America, to New York City, where they presented themselves as immigrants. So this is essentially the Spanish expulsion, but as this map indicates, of course, the easiest place to go, the shortest route overland, does not involve even the mountain crossing that you would have to the north to France, was, of course, to go to Portugal. And so you have a massive influx of Jews at the Portuguese border. There's a little bit of a crisis at the time, but Portugal does not turn away from its traditional position as being a protector of Jews, and so many Jews actually make their way into Portugal. Spanish and Portuguese Jews are often referred to in the same sentence because many of the Portuguese Jews that we're speaking about are actually of Spanish origin who fled to Portugal in 1492. However, what happens there is equally disastrous in many ways. Although they are granted a brief respite upon the payment of fairly heavy entry fees, immigration fees, the King Manuel I, who embarks on a diplomatic policy of uniting Portugal and Spain, and in fact marries the daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella in an attempt to unite the entire peninsula, is forced to agree, not entirely against his will, that in order to marry the daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella, he has to make Portugal free of Jews, just as Spain is now free of Jews. Unlike Spain, Manuel does not want to give up the tremendous financial know-how and technical ability that Jews have in Portugal, and so rather than expelling them, he seeks increasingly coercive measures to try to get them to convert to Christianity, to Catholicism, including, among other really disastrous and horrific plans, he separates children from their parents and ships nearly 1,000 of them, the children alone, off to an island that they were colonizing off the coast of West Africa, Sao Tome, where, according to eyewitness reports, many of the children were literally devoured by the giant lizards that apparently inhabit this island. It's very difficult to actually document that adequately, but we know that hundreds, more than 1,000 Jewish children were sent off and were never seen again to Sao Tome. Finally, in an act of desperation in 1497, he gathers all the Portuguese Jews within his kingdom and forcibly restrains them in a particular location near Lisbon. And it's actually all the ones that were in the area of Lisbon, but the policy applied throughout, and starves them for about 3 days and then forcibly just converts them. And they are now, against their will, just as we saw in 1391, Portuguese Catholics. And there's kind of like a concession where he says to them that for the next 10 years, we're going to turn a blind eye to whatever you do on your own. But within a few decades, the Inquisition comes to Portugal as well. And it is in many ways even far harsher than we saw in Spain. The Portuguese diaspora is distraught, and many of them express themselves in remarkable works, such as this fantastic book that I'm looking forward to talking about with you. Maybe we'll assign some of it as required reading before the trip. Usque's Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel, which is a unique work in Portuguese. It is actually one of the very first works of Portuguese literature in general that describes in poetic dialogue the long history of what Jews have gone through, with an extremely detailed treatment of the Portuguese Inquisition in particular. So Portugal, by the time you get to the middle of the 16th century, is equally bad to what's going on in Spain in the Inquisition. You have 40,000 Jews accused of Judaizing by the Inquisition in Portugal. About 30,000 of them are formally sentenced. 750 autos da fe, these public burnings, are held not only in Portugal, but in Portuguese holdings in the New World. And about 1,200 Jews are burned to death. The remainder are burned in effigy, which was a popular thing to do. Jews' property could actually be seized after death in order to feed the hunger associated with the Inquisition, and so burning in effigy was a popular option. And the last auto da fe, the last public burning, was not that long ago. It's after the foundation of America as a country, the United States of America, after the founding of France as a modern state. It was in 1791. And it was only in the 19th century that the Inquisition was formally ended. So just think about the long history of persecution, which is not only in Portugal, it extends to all Portuguese territories and actually to all Catholic territories in varying levels. We're going to have to speak about that on the trip as well. And when we come to the modern era, we begin to see Jewish resettlement beginning around the year 1800. In some places, it's always been there, as David mentioned earlier. The village of Belmonte in the north central part of Portugal is fascinating. This is a photograph that we took when we were last there. You had Jews who were continuing to exist as crypto Jews right up until the 20th century. They were discovered in 1917 by a Polish engineer who was working on a mining project nearby. And someone warned him not to do business with so-and-so from Belmonte because, he's actually a Jew. And this guy, Simon Schwartz from Poland, had said, what, a Jew in Portugal? Seriously? And he went to Belmonte. And, there's lots of jokes you can say at this point. They said to him, funny, you don't look Jewish. But they didn't believe him. They didn't believe that he, the Polish Jew, was Jewish until, they started exchanging a little bit of Jewish geography. And he said the Shema prayer for them. And they said, oh my gosh, you really are Jewish. And that's how the Portuguese Jewish community was really restarted in Belmonte. When we go there, you'll see some amazing remnants of Jewish community there. Like this is a photograph from the remarkable village of Óbidos, which is, it really feels like a 15th century medieval place with narrow streets and these very quaint kind of street vendors. And here's David Krauss. He's especially good at identifying these architectural remnants of the Jewish community, like this so-called mezuzah scar that shows where and mezuzah might have been embedded in the original, what's the word for the stucco work of this pillar and so on. Fascinating things to see, really. We also see in Lisbon, this is actually was unearthed in a renovation of a home for senior citizens, and behind the drywall they found actually an Aron Kodesh, a holy ark that used to contain the Torah scrolls that were hidden behind some kind of partition so that Jews could continue to pray through the 16th century in this particular location. And it was later uncovered. And of course, it's not easy to get to, but last year we were able to get into this particular place, which still functions as a senior citizens home, but has this remarkable remnant of the life of crypto Jews in Portugal. In the 20th century, Arturo Barros Bastos, shown here, came out as a Jew, and there's a lot of interesting parallels, I think, with that phrase coming out, and had himself circumcised and marked the beginning of the resurgence of the Jewish community, particularly in Porto, where ultimately, a couple decades later, they built the famous Kaduri synagogue here, the Makor Chaim, the source of life, which is a remarkable building. We had the opportunity to visit it last time. I'm looking forward to seeing it again, God willing. Around the, it's very common in synagogues to list Hebrew verses on the walls. So, you read inspirational things like, know before whom you stand and things like that. But when you look at the verses that surround the walls of this particular synagogue, there's so many of them that echo the unique experience of the homecoming of these Portuguese Jews. It's one of the most fascinating Jewish communities in the world, in my humble opinion. I'm looking forward to, God willing, exploring this with you in just a few months. That brings me to the end of my presentation. I'm going to turn it over now to David Krauss and especially David Lawrence, who will speak to you a little bit more about the technicalities of the trip, and then I'll be happy to take any questions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Wow, Henry, thank you. Thank you so much. It was, as always, full of information and fun facts, and makes me want to go to the cruise even more. It's such a the way you present things is so unique, and I have to say we are so lucky to have you on board, both virtually and literally speaking. Thank you. So probably before we dip into the questions, I would hand it over to my dear colleague David Lawrence, who has some more information for us on the logistical level. Right.
Thanks, David. Thanks, Henry. As always, Henry adds, he's an integral part of the team, and adds something just truly unique. Even when we're walking with our guides and Henry runs up, grabs the mic for an interesting story, really makes it something special that we're able to do on these tours. Why I like Portugal and the Douro cruise, obviously I like them all, but Portugal is one of my favorites just because I like those off the beaten path types of trips that you basically can't do on your own. What makes this so unique is we have our floating hotel coming back for meals, of course, with Chef Malcolm and his crew, and seeing places you really can't see on your own, meeting the Jewish communities in places like Belmonte and Porto, the connections that we've made over the years. David Krause alone, before we started our first tour, I think our first Douro tour was in 2018, made those connections, spent a year just touring the Douro Valley and everything around from Lisbon to Porto, making those connections. And we have those special connections with all the individuals in all of these communities. Always learning, always finding new interesting places every time we go there. So we are truly excited to start cruising again, as I'm sure we're all excited to get out and to start. I just wanted to go over some of the, why this is, like I told you, so unique. The research we've done, the training of the guides. David, constantly in communication with our guides who are with us during the tour and on the boat, giving their unique part of Portugal, both the secular side, and one of our guides even, came to us and said, now I understand why my grandmother lights candles on Friday. She didn't understand it, but she just said that that's what her mom did, so that's what she does. So all these people figuring out that they're actually have Jewish history and heritage within their own families, and these are things that we bring out with not just our guests, but our guides. A big question that everybody has, of course, is with COVID and with the protocols that are in place in Portugal, because tourism is such an important part of their economy. Incredibly strict protocols are in place, especially with the government. The government works with the cruise company. It's pretty incredible. They actually have a container, which it's a UV container, which all the luggage goes in and out before it gets onto the boat for decontamination. The protocols are extremely strict. If you look on our website, under our health and safety, under facts, you'll see the protocols that are always up to date, always changing. Of course, we will only cruise if we feel safe, and it is safe. Cruising has started last June 15th, were the first cruises that began on the Douro with all the cruise companies that are there, and there's probably about 7 or 8 ships that are going right now, and Baruch Hashem, everything is going according to plan. All the protocols are in place. What's unique about, I think, compared to a large cruise ship is that with riverboating, we are always in a kind of our own bubble, which is really nice. So everyone feels safe and secure. Everyone on the ship, obviously, our protocol is, and so is the cruise companies, that everyone has to be vaccinated. That will still be the case when we travel. As of now, PCR tests are needed 72 hours prior to cruising. That's as of now. If that changes, we'll let everybody know. A big question about protocols is coming back to the United States, because you again have to have a PCR test. So the cruise line has a program on board where they'll be able to test people 72 hours before travel returning back home. So that also exists. So we have everything kind of in place. But again, you can call us and we can go over all those protocols that you see. Right now, over the last year and a half, we have over 150 registered participants for 100 spaces. We've contacted pretty much everybody. Not everyone can make a decision now. Of course, when everyone feels comfortable, they can do it. We have about 80 confirmed. Next week, we will be contacting everybody in the order in which they registered to confirm their cabin space. And then they can, if they haven't originally registered with deposit, they will then have a new link to go register for the cabin of their choice based on what is available. So super excited to go. I mean, we're in this business because we get to travel. So we're jonesing to get out and to really, start. Next year is exciting as well. We have our Vietnam cruise is scheduled for January. That is yet to be confirmed as we're waiting for the Vietnamese government to open their borders. But our Seine River cruise in France, which is our tribute to Jewish heroism, World War I, World War II, in July is guaranteed departure. And then our Northern Italy, which is Venice in Northern Italy, on the beautiful La Venezia, it's a brand new ship. We're super excited for that. That's next October. And then the following year, but everything's on our website. You can see that. And again, if you have any questions, please contact us. I'm going to send it back to David. Also, Malcolm says hello to all our past guests. He's unfortunately can't be here. He's just here to look pretty anyway. And again, Henry, thank you so much. Just a little bit more of what to expect when we're on tour. And again, an integral part of, I'd like to say that the Kosher River Cruise team is now complete with Henry, who will pretty much be on every cruise. So we're super excited. Back to you, David.
Thanks, David. Valuable information for sure. Really makes me all this, this experience today. I'm really thrilled, even more so, to be finally in no time on the boat with all you guys and experience everything again, especially based on what you said. We were all locked up for more than a year now, and this is going to be great. One of these things that I have observed in those many years that we are running these cruises is one of the nicest things about it is that day one, not everybody knows everybody, and it's kind of like ice breaking and everything. And as you settle in and you're in your cabin and you get to know the boat a bit, and you start enjoying the program and the company of the fellow cruisers. You're gradually creating a floating kehillah community. And this is, for me especially, this personally, this is one of the nicest things. I'm so much looking forward to be again part of this floating kehillah. So we have a few questions here. Yes, do crew members have to be vaccinated? Is one of the first questions. I think that's a question for you, David.
Yes, all crew members will be vaccinated. Everyone on the ship will be vaccinated. The tour guides will be vaccinated. The bus drivers will be vaccinated. And again, traveling in our own bubble, which is kind of nice. And since this, like I said, I think this is the perfect way to start with Portugal. You're not crossing any borders, except going into Spain for the day into Salamanca. We're taking buses, but again, we're staying. The ship is always staying in Portugal, so all those protocols are kept in place. And since this is off the beaten path, we are really staying out of city centers. The only city center we're going to will be Porto, but Porto is kind of that small city where we're not really interacting with many crowds anyway. But yes, everybody on the ship will be vaccinated.
And also, I shall add, Porto is like on a hill, so there's always fresh air there, and it's close to the ocean. there's a second question. By Morris. So we will know next week about whether we are going.
No problem, guys. I mean, we're gonna don't worry about it. I know everyone's trying to make decisions on what they want to do. So take your time. We kind of threw it at everybody about 2 weeks ago that it is on, and everyone's trying to feel if they feel comfortable going and if they have the time. I'm sure there's a ton of simchot going on because everybody can finally get together. So everyone's waiting to see who's having a baby, who's getting married, so there's still space. Don't feel pressured that you have to make a decision right now. It's just those people can now confirm their cabins at this time. But like I said, of the people who have registered, about of the 104 spaces we have, I would say about close to 80 have confirmed. So that gives people time to make those final decisions.
Thank you, David. And here is another, this is not a question, but Leslie has raised her hand, so I don't know how to do this.
No, you just got to ask questions, so don't worry about the hand raising. If you can, and if you have something later on, you can easily email us too, if you have any questions.
Right.
Great. So I think that's it, right, David? I think that's everybody's questions.
Yeah, I don't think there are any more questions at this point. Do you guys from the audience, ladies and gentlemen, do you have any more questions regarding?
And you can save them for the boat too, because we'll be doing this every afternoon as well. So a lot more information. Yeah, and what's so unique about riverboat cruising is that we're around each other all the time. So whether you're having dinner with Dr. Abramson or just having some free time walking around, everyone gets to know each other. Everyone gets to ask questions. So it's really an in-depth experience. I'm sure what I can tell you right now is probably about 70% of the individuals who are coming as of this time are return cruisers. So probably many of you all know each other. Great. So I'm going to leave it with you, Henry, your last words, and we'll go from there.
Okay, well, all I can say is that this is like, both David's and I are saying all these superlatives, and I want to tell you all that are on this call that it's really true. We have so much fun. We enjoy this. This is, I feel I'm so fortunate to be able to be on these cruises, and everything David Krause says about the floating kahila, it's the shul at first. When we start the minyan, people are really careful, but everyone's talking during davening by the time we're done. So it's like it normalizes. And we made a lot of good friendships, my wife and I, over the course of these tours, and it is a wonderful experience on every level. On a physical level, the gastronomic expertise of Malcolm is unparalleled. On a spiritual level, connecting with you feel Jewish history so much more powerfully when you're actually standing in the street where Jews walked for thousands of years. It's an amazing experience. And on just a communal level, it feels great to connect with each other as explorers of this long Jewish history. And there are really some wonderful people that go on these cruises. I think that, I don't know if David actually does this on purpose, but everybody has to file I am vaccinated against being a mean person type of thing, right? Just like they file the COVID-19 vaccination forms. Okay, that was a stupid joke, but at any rate, this is
our code of conduct. Everybody loves it. It's our favorite. Just, everyone knows who's been on our boats that it's just laid back, relaxed, and I think that's the whole point. Is you feel like a vacation. Leave your suits at home. You don't need them, and it's just a way to get to know each other, relax, and especially over this last year and a half, I think we can all use it.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so that's it. I'm done. Thank you all very much for attending.
Thank you, everybody, so much. This was such a wonderful start of the new week, and I hope I will see everybody on the boat.
Okay.
Thanks, everybody. Take care. Thank you, Henry.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. One of the most beautiful sites that we look forward to visiting on the Douro cruise is the city of Salamanca in Spain. It's a gorgeous medieval city and has a very rich Jewish history, particularly for the first half of the millennium of the Common Era. Here's a map that shows you where Salamanca is. It's actually not on the Douro itself, so we have to take a bus to get there, but a very short bus ride. It will be a very significant city for the Douro, however, because when the Jews would be expelled from Salamanca, many of them would make their way directly to Portugal along the Douro River Valley. The earliest documentation of Jews in Salamanca dates to the 12th century, and it's interesting to note that from its inception, it appears that the Jews actually had fairly strong civil rights in the town. These would be degraded over the next few hundred years, but for example, under Fernando II, who reigned in the middle of the 12th century, Jews were given equal judicial rights as Christians in the town, and this is something which was repeated later in the 13th century when a charter, a fuero, was granted to the Jewish community there. They were given full legal rights and also a lot of privileges to judge themselves by Talmudic law. There were some exceptions. If Jews and Christians were involved in a lawsuit, then that might have to go to Christian judges. But otherwise, the Jews had a very strong level of self-government. There were still some discriminatory taxes in place that were specifically connected to the Jewish community, but on the whole, for the earlier period in particular, the Jews actually did very well. We know that by the 13th century, the Jews in Salamanca actually had 3 synagogues, the so-called Vieja, or the Old Synagogue, the Nueva, the New Synagogue, and the Menor, which means the small synagogue. This was actually much of an improvement over many other Jewish communities in Europe, because the custom was, of course, to only have 2 synagogues, one that you would pray in and one that you wouldn't be caught dead in. So in the 14th century, you begin to see a decline in the quality of life for the Jews in Salamanca. There's growing intolerance. In the year 1335, new laws are passed to say that Christians could not seek medical services from Jews, which must have been a hardship on the population because Jews are very traditionally associated with medicine, particularly in Spain. This is the place where, after all, Maimonides comes from, a little bit south of Salamanca, but nevertheless. Also, there are the beginnings of residency restrictions where Jews are not allowed to live in certain areas and are encouraged to live in other areas, but this is really not so much of a hardship because Jews generally are quite gregarious. They like to stick with one another. They have to live within walking distance of a synagogue, of a ritual bath, of an Asian restaurant, things like that. Unfortunately, towards the end of the 14th century, you see some more significant attacks. Salamanca is largely spared the wave of pogroms that washes across Spain in the year 1391. These are pogroms that are accompanied by some forced baptisms that would have a long-lasting impact on the Jews of Spain because it ironically created a new class of citizen in Spain, these so-called new Christians, that is, Jews who were forcibly converted to Christianity, who retained all of their personal identification with Judaism and the Jewish community, but at the same time had the freedom of movement and privilege of Christians. And this created a rather untenable situation, especially for the church in the 14th century, which will ultimately result in the Inquisition and later the expulsion of Jews. One of the most beautiful areas of Salamanca, in my humble opinion, is the gorgeous medieval university that exists there. And Jews have had a long association with this particular school, especially from the 14th century on. Not only in terms of contributing to its intellectual heft, as many Jews, especially after the forced conversions, would participate in teaching at the University of Salamanca, but also in a very material way. Their Beit Midrash, for example, the Jewish study hall,
was ended up, being confiscated by the university when Juan II donated it in 1413. This is after the wave of conversions that occurred following the 1391 pogroms across the Iberian Peninsula. It ended up becoming a dormitory. But even afterwards, Jews, now conversos or no Christians, are still participating very actively in the university life. They would come under significant pressure during the period of the Inquisition, beginning from the 1470s and on, but they were deeply embedded in the intellectual life of the university. As you can see, that here's a couple of pictures from the last time I was there with Kosher River Cruises. Hebrew was an extremely important element of the curriculum, especially the theological part of the school. Here's actually a picture of me in the one of the lecture halls there, which is really quite fascinating. I really enjoyed the classroom furniture. Check out these benches here. No one is falling asleep in my class if I get to lecture in a room like this. Unfortunately, the story of the Jews of Salamanca in the 15th century comes to a dramatic and sad ending with the expulsion of the Jews from Spain in 1492. The synagogue is confiscated by the church and given over to become a private residence. And the Jews who were conversos are now subject to significant persecution by the Inquisition. Those Jews who were never forcibly baptized to Christianity or who had never elected to become Christians decided that Portugal was one of the best places for them to go, and they made their way across the border. Here, by the way, is a dramatic representation of the presentation of the idea of expulsion to Isabella and Ferdinand, the king and queen. And the person wildly gesticulating wearing the black is none other than the Grand Inquisitor Torquemada himself, and standing with his back to the viewer is Don Isaac Abravanel, very important rabbi and social activist politician of that era. The art is by Emilio Salo, painted in 1889. Okay, I hope that you will be able to join us on this amazing cruise along the Douro River, and I'm especially looking forward to seeing Salamanca again with you. Thank you very much for watching. Okay, here we go. Hello, everyone. I am here with my good friend and colleague, David Kraus. He is our European director, and just so excited to see him again in person. By the way, this ship, we're all totally vaccinated. Portugal is one of the safest countries in Europe right now, and I'm really delighted to be back on this trip. David, why don't you tell our audience a little bit about what we expect to see?
Well, thank you, Henry. We are right now getting the whole boat into a kosher mode. So as you can imagine, that's quite challenging. But Baruch Hashem, we're slowly getting there. And we are about to cruise the entire Douro, all the way upstream, all the way to Spain, Salamanca, visiting some of the beautiful sites there in that ancient Spanish city. And then we start cruising back down. And obviously, one of the highlights of the whole cruise is visiting one of the last Marrano Jewish communities in the world in a small village called Belmonte, where we actually get to meet the crypto-Jewish community that survived until today, which for me personally is absolutely fascinating.
I like it.
And it's always quite difficult to convince a group of Marranos to talk to a group of strangers about how Jewish they are. So I'm especially looking forward to that. But we already established friendship with some of the leading figures of the community, and this definitely will be one of the highlights. I'm so much looking forward to that, to see my friends again in Belmonte. And then we're also being welcomed by the Jewish community of Porto here when we come back. That's how the next place.
Porto on behind us over here. I'm holding a selfie here. I wasn't sure how to use that selfie stick. Not sure how to use it, but Rabbi Weiss said ask any 12-year-old. There you go. You can see it's a beautiful old Jewish community in Porto. Are we going to the shul here too?
Yes.
Oh wow, it's amazing, amazing. Makor Chaim.
Makor Chaim, yes.
Yeah, gorgeous. You can see in the background also, this is a bridge that was designed by the school of Gustav Eiffel,
the famous designer of the Eiffel Tower. You see, it's basically the same thing, just sideways.
Right. And one thing they added from last time is, you can see right now actually, they introduced trams, and one specialty about Porto is that normally in most other cities you have one set of train, and here you have two, and they're connected together. So that's one of the signature things of Porto.
That's great. Okay, David, you're going to speak with me more on this camera as we go on this tour, right?
Right.
It's going to be great. Okay, next video, hopefully we'll show you some more cool things. Thank you very much for watching. Hey everyone, I'm here with David Lawrence, my friend and colleague from Kosher Riverboat Tours, and we're on the beautiful Douro River on day 2 of our amazing cruise into Iberian Jewish history. David, tell us something about this great experience.
So everyone boarded yesterday. We're now heading upriver all the way to the Spanish border. We'll be doing Salamanca tomorrow in Spain, full day touring in Spain. Today's a leisurely journey upriver. Everybody's resting, relaxing. We have our cooking classes, our lectures, our history classes. Everyone's starting to get to know each other and filling ourselves with as much food as we possibly can to survive tomorrow's full day tour.
And it's also cool. We are right now, by the way, in the middle of a lock. What is a lock? I'm going to turn the selfie stick around for a second. This is a lock, and it is like a way of making the Douro River navigable, because it used to have rapids, right? So these things were constructed in the 20th century to allow the riverboat to rise to another level. And on the other side of that big kind of bridge behind us, we'll join the river at that level. And by the way, David, I think you know the reason why Jews love to tour on the Douro River is because it has so many locks on it. Yeah, okay. So anyways, tomorrow, Salamanca, which is going to be just amazing because they have this amazing university, one of the oldest in Europe, that was extremely important for graduating a lot of really famous Jews and crypto-Jews after the Inquisition had forced them to convert to Christianity. Really fascinating things to see.
And all the red stone, which makes it a really beautiful, unique city. Somewhat like Jerusalem, here everything is kind of all the buildings the same color as well. It makes it somewhat almost a very unique place in Spain. I haven't seen anything like it in all of Spain. I've been all over Spain, but it makes this really unique. One of my favorite cities, actually.
It is gorgeous. Not quite as beautiful as Jerusalem, of course, but it does have that kind of, reddish look to it. Okay, great. Turn off the camera now. Yeah, you can do that. This is cool. Oh my God.
Remember?
Yeah. I remember. Wow, this is really an imposing lock here. Okay, David, let's get you in this one here. Okay.
You get my hands?
Get your hands up there. Hi. Wait a second. Let me get out of here. So it looks like you're pushing. Okay, go. Push. Put some effort into it. Come on. Effort. That's it. Great. Okay. That is great. Okay, right now I am in front of the Museum of Belmonte. You can see it's actually a fairly isolated part of the world. I'll have to show you some video of being on the mountain top here, where you have gorgeous views of the society all around, but it is really quite isolated. And in fact, the isolation of this geographic locality contributed to the survival of the Jewish population here, because there was really no major civilization around. And unlike the cities like in Porto, where it was much more tenuous for crypto Jews to maintain their identity, here in Belmonte, they could preserve it for 500 years.
We're a big community of crypto Jews who were able to survive throughout the centuries. We're right in front of the museum that they were able to create, where you can see some beautiful things, and you can actually see families throughout generations and generations, and people that actually helped this community to come out in the open after so many centuries.
Well, I think a journey started probably about 5 years ago when we decided to actually do the Douro River. We had to do a lot of research, years of research, to basically find out how the boat was going to move, how we were going to move, and what we could see within the proximity of the river. And started with a.
Yeah, Doug, I was just thinking, we haven't played in so long. What did you think of my recent interview with Ori?
When was that?
It was like Saturday.
Just then?
Yep, I'll send it to you. You didn't see it.
I watched the pod for a bit of your last video. I watched that one partial bits.
Why don't you watch the whole fucking thing? I shout out Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 to you like 1,000 times.
Because I've been busy.
You haven't been busy enough to watch that. You know how fucking important that is? Alright, so I'm gonna send you. I even send it to you in Telegram. Alright. Are you ready to get your ass fucking whooped? Just spanked? I'm gonna spank your ass from now until October 31st, son. 1v1, 2 players, Zoo. I've invited you. Have you accepted my invitation? Oh, fuck yeah, you did. Fuck yeah, you did. What do you think of your shot? Scale it from 0 to 10. I think that's accurate. Boy, actually, it's better than that because it kind of fucks me.
Nah.
Oh, you were fucking me, dog.
That was a terrible trip. I mean, I have a feeling that I'm going to have to go here as well.
Oh, that's good.
Very bad.
That's.
Wasn't great.
I think it was great. I don't know why it's so difficult to get it through there. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, make it. Absolutely phenomenal shot.
Oh my. That would have been incredible.
Yes, it would have been.
So you can go through that way.
Yes, you can.
I have a feeling this is going to end badly for me.
I do too. I'm pretty fucking amazing at this.
That was okay shot. I have a feeling
Stay away from the water.
this is not win. Oh, just.
It's perfect. That's as good a shot as you ever will get. Oh, get in the water. It did not. It did not. Good shot. Now look at this. Oh, bad miss.
That's what I needed. That's what I needed. I'm going to do mediocre shot.
Yeah.
That wasn't okay.
That's fine. It got you a big lead.
No.
I wonder why I keep hitting that. Just terribly. Wow. After that amazing first shot.
Two for 0.
Because of that little angle. And he missed. No, he made it.
Now that thing's impossible. There is no way.
That's okay because I'm going to come back right now. This is an easy hole.
Why is that letting me go?
Oh, that's a good shot.
You need a hole. You can get a hole in there. I think it could be a good shot.
Ooh.
That was terrible. You need to get it in.
I have to make it. You cannot lose now.
I can try.
Yep, but you cannot lose.
Do I go this way? Yeah. I'll play it though.
Oh, a really good shot.
It was mediocre.
It was amazing.
No, that was a better shot. You said, like, I have the paper, I have that in the way.
I agree.
You don't. I mean, you could possibly get it in this one. Now, Rabbi?
Yeah.
You made my life easier.
Let's see it. That's not it. Perfect.
That's the comeback. Okay, we can talk. Thankfully, I'm very good at this one. I know how to do this one.
Strangely enough, you are correct. You are very good at this one.
Right. That was a terrible shot, though.
No, it wasn't. It was amazing.
No, my shot.
Oh. Oh, that was really good.
Hello.
That was really good, dog.
Okay. You make life easy for me.
Hit that guy. There we go.
Did you hear about Warren?
Oh, wow.
Wow.
That was good.
I mean, good shot. Wait.
I did it. I did it. I won.
How'd you come back?
Because I'm amazing, good looking, and sexy.
Right.
Did you like that comeback? Don't call it a comeback. Vampire.
That was the most amazing.
It was pretty good.
Now this one. Okay, that was an okay shot. But I think you're trying to do that.
Short.
Oh my. Oh my. I don't know who playing with terrible right now. I don't know. I don't know if he's 40. But how do I play for you?
Living the dream, baby. Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. If only you would watch my fucking interviews, you would know.
You have to get it in the show.
Oh, this sucks.
Miss. 100% miss.
Oh, man, that's really unfortunate.
I mean, what do I even do here?
Okay, I'm going to dominate this one. I'm going to turn it on.
I'm going to win this one.
Nope. This isn't.
I mean, this is such a boring hole.
Easy win for Rabbi.
I mean, yeah, the problem is that this one's easy, right? But it's boring.
I'm in agreement. Kind of exciting when you do that. Look at this move. Whoa.
Yeah, I need to do that. Whatever.
Pretty good, dog. Let's see your shot. That's what I want you to do. Oh, what a beautiful shot. What an absolutely spectacular shot. Blast it. Sand. Be in the sand. Too much sand. Wow. You gave away a point right there. This is a difficult hole. Oh, look at this shot. Look how beautiful this shot is. Oh, that is sexy. That's how it's done, baby. Be the shot. Be it. Be it. Be it. Be it. Be it. Would you take that shot? Short, and you're going to hit the thing. Now, would you hit it like this? I'm not even going to ask. I'll just do it. Yep, that's what you do.
That was a great choice.
Oh, that's good. Oh, you got it. That was not fair.
No, that's not a good shot.
What are your thoughts on? What are your thoughts on this move? Oh.
Oh, whoa.
Oh, was that bad?
Holy fuck.
Was that bad or what?
I can come back.
Yes, you can.
I can come back.
You have an excellent chance. Even still, you have an excellent chance. Ooh, even though that was bad, it wasn't that bad.
That was bad.
That was bad.
Hey, Rabbi, do you think we'll ever see another successful boy band?
Definitely. They're just more difficult because you have to keep them together. It's like, why have one boy band when you can have 5 individual stars? Look at this shot. Oh, no. Let's see what you've got. Oh, you got so unfortunate. Dude, you got fucked.
Liam Payne, the One Direction singer, he died recently.
Right.
You probably got the news.
Right.
So I went back and I was like, what made these guys so successful? Right. And I watched all their auditions.
Well, wait, hold on. Didn't they do it in the X Factor?
Yeah. They started on X Factor.
Ooh.
They all started in individual things. Like, well, Mel B and Simon Cowell put together and decided to do a boy group and a girl group. The girl group wasn't as successful as the boy group, obviously.
What was the girl group?
I don't even remember the name. But there was a girl group that season. There was a boy group and a girl group.
Oh, was that a good shot?
Anyway,
Oh, was that a good shot? Oh, was that a good shot? Zoot, that was good.
Anyway, I watched all their auditions apart from Zayn. Zayn probably had the best audition, and the other auditions, like even Harry Styles was probably one of the thing. I remember how Harry Styles managed to get in for the audition, but he did.
What are your thoughts that Harry Styles is secretly Mick Jagger's love child?
I doubt that.
Do you think they look alike? Yes or no? Go.
Not really.
Okay. Do you think this is a good shot? Yes or no?
Yeah.
You cannot win it all. You can only tie. All right, you ready for this shot? I'm going to bounce it off this thing. Oh, that was good. That was really good. You're in the trees. Ready for this? Just a beautifully put ball. Perfect. I'm tough. I'm undefeated, baby. Untied, untried, undefeated. Never lost. Greatest motherfucker ever. Not only am I good looking, but I smell good. I'm beautiful. Everybody loves me. Here we go, Zoo. Make it in one shot.
Yeah.
Is it possible?
I don't think I can be able to do one shot. I think you have a better chance.
I'm in agreement.
You have a better chance.
You gotta knock some shit out of the way.
Because, yeah. This is gonna end terribly for me.
Look
I'm
how,
actually not my ball. This is gonna end terribly for me.
ooh,
Now, the best thing I can do is this.
take out that thing from me. Perfect. Dude, I don't know why you would have done that. That was really bad on your part, but I'll take it.
I was aiming to block. I was aiming to block you.
Watch this move. Do you like it?
Yeah, I just hate this one because it's just 12 point.
Oh, that's a good shot, but not strong enough.
No, it's not. That's a terrible shot. Now this is going to be a good shot.
Ooh,
That actually just helped me because I can just do this. Bang.
yes, you can.
Actually, that's up. My shot sucked.
Ooh, not good. Not good. No, because I got that shit in the way.
Okay, I think I'm in a better position. I still think I'm in a better position.
Well, yeah, because you can go for the hole. Go for the hole. Why wouldn't you go for the hole? Shoot. I'm kind of fucked here.
I think we can get it.
Oh, what a great shot. Did you see that? Did you fucking see that shot?
You're only a shot in front of me. Oh, this. That was an unbelievably bad shot.
Not that bad. You and I both know that's not that bad. Yours is worse. Now look at this shot.
I mean, this shot's going to be better.
I want to see it. Nope. Just utterly terrible shot.
Now, I don't think it mattered. I don't think it mattered. Get the skeleton. Just knock the skeleton. Fuck. Do you think that skeleton is going to be in my way?
Absolutely. And it was. Look at this shot.
That's pretty cool. Oh, incredible, 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 incredible. I am playing Crash Garbage.
What a miss.
Oh my. Oh my. How did you choke? How did you choke?
I thought I was gonna hit the pink. Here's your shot. Here's your hole. You ready for this?
No, I lost this last one.
Stop. I'll take it. I'll take that shot. I'll take that shot all day. Show me. Perfect. Knock that shit out of my way.
Yeah, you can. Wait, this is gonna be easy for you.
Maybe not. Shoot. It's really hard, actually.
Oh, that is a difficult shot.
It's going to be really hard for you, too. Water.
That is a difficult shot. Okay, I think I know. Yeah, that's good.
No.
It's
Too hard.
But I think I just do this.
Water. Stop. Really bad shot there.
That was just as bad. I don't think either of us are going to get it in the overturn.
Stop. You have a good shot here. Just stay out of the water. Water. You're going to hit the shit.
Shit. That was the shittest shot I've ever done. Can you get it in?
No. And that's really bad that I didn't hit that. Make it. Blast it all the way. You need all the energy you can get. Nope. Yep. Terrible.
Nothing was gonna work. We're gonna have a talk.
I cannot lose.
I have a feeling I had a feeling this one was gonna be this one.
Oh, how the fuck didn't I make that?
I was just thankful as soon as that guy meant we were gonna get this one next. Like literally. That was incredible.
Thank you.
Did you do it?
No. Wow. That was fortunate. Welcome. We're glad that you're here. Shout out to you. How are you, Bing Bing? Welcome. We're just chilling, playing mini golf, if you know what mini golf is.
Yeah, I know. I think a few more want to join.
Hi.
Oh,
Welcome.
just close that. Oh my God. That was terrible. Rabbi, you won. Who won?
I don't know if I won. We'll see. Welcome. Glad you're here. We are just playing mini golf.
We have the most challenging part of the whole done.
Look at this. Make it. And I made it. How you like it?
Can I make it from here?
No, I won't. All right, Zoot. I'm good. I'm going back. We're watching lectures. Feel free to listen. It's Professor Henry Abramson. History lecture.
Just a bunch of people getting in a car and exploring. And it took quite a while. And then David Krause lot of contacts in the area. People started to open up, and people started to tell us where everything was.
Judaism lectures.
To mention that we literally are one of the first groups that are rediscovering, reconnecting this incredible Jewish history after 500 years, and reconnecting with the people here in Belmonte, in Porto, many of whom are recently rediscovering their Jewish roots.
5 years ago, we decided we wanted to do the Douro River, and then we had to basically research every stop along the way and try to search out the Jewish history and heritage, because there was no roadmap. I mean, it basically took a bunch of us in a car and a bunch of scholars looking for all those points. Remember when we got to this town 5 years ago, the mayor met us and bought us lunch and was excited to have us come and bring our groups. I mean, this is never had a mayor buy us lunch.
And in here in Belmont, Jews and non-Jews start to live this holiday together. For me, the first night is the most special.
Behind us stands the Beit Eliyahu Synagogue of Belmonte, which was inaugurated in 1993, if I'm not mistaken. And this is really like the pinnacle of the renewal of the crypto-Jewish community of Belmonte. This gentleman behind me is the president of the Jewish community of Belmonte. This pretty much, as you can see, this is a very remote area. And this is the center of the rebirth of modern Jewish identity, but we have to say that the modern Jewish identity would never be part of the community here in Belmonte if it wasn't for the 500 years of struggle of the crypto Jews here who kept it alive. And I think this, personally, for me, this is the most fascinating experience because they really passed down the tradition, although in a very, very corrupted, changed way. But the bulk of it was there all the way until the 20th century, and therefore the idea that they are part of the Jewish people survived until today, and therefore they could rejoin the Am Yisrael beginning of the 1990s. It's still a process that is going on, and he was explaining to us how they're slowly building up the community, and he very proudly now showed us this patio here, where they built a sukkah.
Can you imagine having a sukkah here with that view? Like, oh my gosh.
The reports that they have with the more from Israel that speak them making something.
We know we wanted to do. You got the Jewish person walking through the streets of Belmonte.
So behind me is the wall of the cistern that used to collect the water, rainwater, and then they would send it down to the lower city all the way up until the 20th century. This was the actual active water source for much of the city of Lamego. And in these blocks here, it was the custom for individual stonemasons to leave their mark. And some of them are really quite interesting, and we can't really tell for sure. But there's this one here. Let's see if I can find it. Here it is. And I'm holding onto my selfie stick at the same time. This one here looks a lot like the Shnei Luchot HaBrit, the 10 tablets of the law, which would, not necessarily be such a good thing for a Jewish stonemason living as a new Christian to use as his mark, because it would be pretty obvious. But it could be that this here might actually be a cruciform shape, like a cross, to kind of maybe subtly indicate the overlaying of a Christian identity on top of a Jewish identity. Not at all impossible. You'll notice that the Shnei Luchot HaBrit have the European rounded tops, whereas most of the traditional commentaries actually have the two tablets of law as being square. Nevertheless, so we really don't know, but it's fascinating to see this mark on the as one of the stonemasons' marks here on the cistern.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Lamego has an important Jewish community. We had over here, we know we had two Jewish neighborhoods. We will walk first along the new Jewish neighborhood, and then we will end the tour at the old Jewish neighborhood. The first documentation we have of its presence dates back to the 13th century.
We are here at Lamego. We are right now at the newer Jewish quarter. There were subsequently 2 Jewish quarters. Jews are documented here in Lamego as early as 1100s, if I'm not mistaken. And now we're kind of like trying to orient ourselves around the Jewish quarter, around the Shtivel. So this seems fairly suspicious to a European Jewish eye. We were for so many centuries locked up in ghettos, so we kind of, or at least I do, have it in the eye to say so. So this seems to me like this might have been one of the entrances into the quarter, because you have this massive stone wall, quite out of place on the corner, and then everything else is cramped in. On the other side, you have this very high wall, which might have been actually the division between the Christian part and the Jewish part. And then this building here on the corner, first of all, this is nothing really out of the ordinary.
That's not really Jewish up there.
That's not Jewish, but that's actually the point. Very often when a synagogue or a Jewish building was seized by the Christians, they would override the former function of the building by inserting some Christian symbol. Moreover, we're dealing with a building that's built, obviously, in the axis west-north, west-east, okay? And there's this grandiose Gothic, meaning 14th century entrance. Again, in the 14th century, we know from sources that the Jewish quarter was here, and understanding the architecture a bit, in the Gothic period, only really the most important edifices were built with such an elaborate arch entrance, because the people were not really capable of building anything more complicated back then, except for the cathedrals, churches, and some church buildings. And for that case also, obviously, the synagogues. Very often also the synagogues were built by non-Jewish Christian guilds and stonemasonry workshops. And this might have been the case. Again, we don't know. And moreover, if you, like in the bigger picture, look at the area, this obviously is the main street, or sort of a, as they say in Italian, piazzetta. So down there we have another building, which again is in the axis west-east, again denoting the importance of it, perhaps. And so my theory is that actually over there was the old shul, and this is the breakaway minyan.
So where we're standing right here is one of the structures that we believe may have been the synagogue on this street. It's really hard to tell. There's no obvious symbol. There's a possibility that this may be a little mezuzah scar over here. Let me get in the camera. That may be a mezuzah scar, but it's not quite the right size or placement. But one of the stronger items to suggest that it might be the synagogue is that, ironically, it seems to have been rededicated. It looks like domos, like houses. Yes. And Timo, like maybe Timoteo, like maybe it was rededicated as a church.
Oh no, that we know. That we know. That we know.
So I think that
a little
this
chapel,
might be
yes.
a rededication symbol.
So this is quite fascinating, because obviously this is a cross that you can see that, but why is it again put exactly on the right part of the doorstep? This is what the neo-Christians, what the conversos would do in order to show that they're good Christians. But in fact, this was a secret message for the fellow conversos that this actually is a Jewish household.
That's interesting.
Wow. I mean, this is literally what you get here in Portugal. Nobody has really dealt with Jewish heritage, or the crypto-Jewish heritage pretty much ever. So you're literally unearthing the evidence right on the streets of Portugal here.
This is the house of the bishop, and this is an 18th century building. And we believe, or better, we have information that people talked about new Christians, women bearing people here in virgin soil. I believe it's like this, it's said. And they would bury those people in a weird way which was wrapping them with white textiles. So this was also one of the accusations happening during that period of the Inquisition being here, 6 years, 41 to 47 of the 16th century. Yeah.
Thank you, Felipa. So this building here is really kind of fascinating and holds a lot of promise for our interpretation and understanding of the region. We are on, as Felipa mentioned, Esnoga Street, right? Synagogue Street, which is ironically the name of the street that I grew up on in Ypres Falls, because we have the synagogue on that street as well. But as you can see, the building that is behind me is actually a church, and there's a plaque here that identifies it somewhat mysteriously as the first cathedral dated 435. But as Felipa points out, that's kind of a suspicious date, right? It really
That should be 100 years later.
yeah, it really doesn't make quite sense. But notice a couple of interesting things about this building. First of all, it has kind of like the dramatic stamp of a Christian facility, as you can see there, which is like one of the sort of overcompensations that we often see in converted synagogues. Also, it has 2 entrances, just like in Brooklyn or Muncie, you would have 2 entrances like that. It doesn't have a steeple or any other kind of traditional architecture that you would identify with a church. So there's still a lot of questions as to what exactly this building is. It is in the right place to be one of the newer synagogues on the street. Again, if we could go inside and see if there were any names like Schwartz or Goldberg, we would know for sure. But for the time being, this is one of those mysteries. And actually, got to give credit to David Krause, who really spent some time thinking about the architecture here.
David Krause would say that that's where they're going.
Yeah, he would say they're going, because a Prague kind of reference.
Wait, that was a good photograph.
Of your camera.
Put that right up in front of your face again. That was really good. Oh, perfect. That's how I will always remember you.
I'm standing right now with the major square across the street from me. You can see it's planted with a whole bunch of sycamore trees in the 19th century. You have a look at the trees over my right shoulder. You can see that the trunks are rather distended and kind of have these bulbous, large growths. Apparently, shortly after they were planted in the 19th century, they developed some kind of infection with some kind of invasive species, and the trunks were grossly distended and deformed. And it's interesting because right behind me is where the 2 recorded autos da fe happened in Porto. That is, people who were accused by the Inquisition of practicing, secret Judaism, that was also associated with witchcraft and many other things. They were executed here on this square. It was very rare. Porto had only these specific executions, and all of the rest were sent to cities like Lisbon and Coimbra. But it is fascinating, I think, kind of ironic that when they tried to replant over the area, it's as if the soil was tainted in such a way that, at least metaphorically, the trees were diseased. It's also interesting to note that John III, who introduced the Inquisition to this region, amazingly, he had 11 children, and all of them predeceased him.
This is the last neighborhood. It existed, if you want precision, between 1380 and 1496, so until the expulsion. And as I told you, yellow building all over the place until here. We had the wall, and the gentleman that will build this neighborhood on purpose John I, the man who was mentioned before, the husband of Philippa of Lancaster. We are on the pre-translation Saint Benedict of the Victory Street. And the victory stands exactly for what you think it stands. The victory over the Jews. This street wasn't named like this before that. So we had an important monastery roughly 30 kilometers along the Douro River. They will move from there and they will establish here, where we know that we had houses of 30 families that came from the expulsion of Spain in 1492 to live in the city of Rome. And they will build this here now, because we have new Christians. So the goal, new Christians will be. So the goal is exactly to start paying attention to the traditions, the habits, the way that these new Christians live. So they are here as a control point in a former Jewish neighborhood.
So this building here, just to reiterate what Felipa just said, it's rather remarkable. This is actually someplace that was used as a house of worship by crypto Jews shortly after the Inquisition. It is now a retirement home for senior citizens. When we were here last time, it is a private facility. It's not a museum or anything like that. We, through David Krause and his kind of like nudging the people, they did let us go in. Obviously, that's not possible with elderly people in COVID-19. And on my website, I have photographs of the Aron Kodesh, but to describe it to you, basically what it was dug into the wall about a depth of about 10, 12 centimeters or about a foot, a little bit, I'd say a foot, and it clearly had the shape of an Aron Kodesh. It had the arch at the top and so on, and it was probably covered over originally with some kind of movable false wall. And so people could come in here, and as Felipa mentioned, there's a separate entrance that's not even on the street. You can come up from below, and they would have their services in there, and they would just reveal the secret Aron Kodesh by probably a sliding wall. We are right now at the so-called synagogue stairs, which will connect the Jewish neighborhood that's up high down to the lower part of the steps. You can see the sign here that says the stairs of the synagogue. I'm standing in front of one of the most amazing sites in Portugal. This is the Makor Chaim synagogue, the Source of Life synagogue, also known as the Kaduri Shul, named after a major benefactor. This is a 20th century synagogue that was created largely for the emerging crypto-Jewish community in Portugal who are rediscovering their Jewish roots. It's really one of the most fantastic things that after spending an entire week on the Douro River, looking at the tiniest little scraps showing evidence of Jewish life here in the Iberian Peninsula after the Inquisition, to see that in fact it is coming surging back to life at places like this synagogue behind me. Good morning, everyone. It's a nice crisp morning. It's in the middle of October, so the weather's just a little bit fresh. You might even see a little bit of steam coming out of my breath. We're docked here at the Portuguese-Spanish border. We're going to switch to overland transport to get to Salamanca. You can see the boat behind me. This is the Douro Serenity, and it is, really wonderful boat. We've got these great rooms that, the windows actually open right out onto the river, so you can open up the window and just sit and enjoy the water passing by. Salamanca is absolutely fascinating. As an academic, I especially find it intriguing because it's one of those schools that has been around since the 13th century, incredibly prolific in terms of the production of its scholarship, and many Jews and crypto-Jews attended this university for hundreds of years. Some of them really incredible, like Abraham Zacuto, who with his astronomical work really made the navigation and the Portuguese industry of navigating the seas possible. So we're going to see a lot of fascinating things at the university campus, and also some of the old Jewish quarter before the expulsion from 1492. Okay, let's go see it. We're in Salamanca's Plaza Mayor, which is a rather amazing public square. I'll see if I can give you a good look at it. I'm walking around. This is the kind of place which was typically associated with autos de fe, the burnings at the stake of people accused by the Inquisition of harboring Judaic activities. It happens that this particular one does not have that distinction, primarily because it was built in the 18th century.
This is sandstone. Then the stone we use during using monuments is sandstone, and this is rich in iron. Iron becomes rusty with the time. That's why Salamanca looks golden city. Okay, and then there are pros and cons with this stone. As the pros is that you can do lovely carvings, lovely details in the front.
The building right behind me was actually the base medrash of Salamanca. See, it's quite an imposing building. It has been reconstructed few times since then and been remodeled, but essentially this is gives you a sense of the size and grandeur of the Jewish community up until the 14th and 15th century. Now, it happened that Salamanca was largely spared the depredations of the 1391 pogroms and mass conversions that we spoke about last night. But it took a little bit longer until Vicente Ferrer, one of the most important instigators of this violence, actually came to Salamanca and spent several months here. I have some ideas, some theories as to perhaps why Salamanca eventually converted en masse, but essentially at the beginning of the 15th century, you have a lot of Jews converting to Christianity at that time, and there was pressure to turn over the 3 synagogues in this town, and especially this base medrash, to the university. It was eventually handed over, as our wonderful guide Jose mentioned. It became a hostel, like in the sense of student hospitals, visiting student housing, and then later became a faculty of mathematics, linguistics, and now is the office of the rector, which is most amazing. And it is quite ironic that in the background here you see Friar Leon, who's one of the most famous figures from this university. He was, as we shall discuss tonight when we talk about crypto Jews, he was actually a true believer. He was a new Christian whose ancestors were all Jews. His great-grandmother was actually burned at the stake for refusing to give up Judaism. And he got into huge trouble with the Inquisition, primarily because he challenged the translations of the Latin Vulgate, which is the Bible that the Catholic Church was especially associated with. One of the verses that got him into trouble was actually read it last week. He translated the verse that speaks about the thing that the dove had in his mouth when he returned from the ark. And he referred to it with the Hebrew word leaf. And in fact, that is the Hebrew word. It says an olive leaf. But the Vulgate insists it was a branch, right? Like meaning a piece of wood. So for a couple of inches, literally, he was thrown in jail for how long? 4 years?
4 years. 4 years and 9 months.
Almost 5 years in jail for suggesting that the Hebrew might be more accurate than the later Latin translation. And when he came back, famously, he entered the classroom that hopefully we'll see inside, and he said, "As we were saying," as if to say in a Jewish sense, like when you stop the shear, and then when you pick it up and you can say, "Amar Rava." Okay, let's have a look inside. One of the great scholars that taught at this university was of crypto-Jewish background. As the sign we saw outside spoke to the many languages that they taught in this university. And as you can see, David, have a look at this beautiful classroom furniture. I want to get this on all my campuses because I guarantee that students will not fall asleep. Thank you. I guarantee that students will not fall asleep with this kind of furniture.
And it has a USB connection.
And it has USB connections, charging ports, and everything you need. Okay, we didn't get a chance to do stuff together. David, why don't you jump on one with me right now? Okay.
I got spotted. I froze, man.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. You know, one of the really amazing aspects of Jewish history in the Iberian Peninsula is the remarkable survival of crypto-Judaism in Portugal in particular. What I'd like to look at today is one specific aspect of why Judaism was able to survive about 500 years of persecution by going underground during the period of the Inquisition, and it's specifically along the Douro River. So let's just have a quick recap on what was the Portuguese Inquisition. To understand it properly, you have to go back to Spain in the late 14th century when there was a series of pogroms and forced conversions in 1391. This created a really large population of people who were technically Christian. They had been baptized against their will, and according to church law, they were in fact now Catholics, but they deeply resented this fact. There was an upside, though, because now, as Christians, they had, carte blanche to, live wherever they wanted, go to higher institutions of learning, to pursue any kind of occupation they want. And so over the course of the 15th century, these crypto-Jews, because they were quite often secretly practicing Judaism, still marrying with Jews, still studying Jewish texts, still keeping kosher, things like that, they began to penetrate many different aspects of Spanish society. This caused a lot of tension. By the time you get to the 15th century, the Spanish kings Ferdinand and his queen Isabella instituted the Inquisition, which was essentially a way to root out those Jewish practicing Jews who were portraying themselves as Catholics. At this point, we're talking about 3-4 generations of Catholics now. They were called New Christians or Conversos, or the derogatory term Marrano, which means pig. And there's a lot of interesting debate among historians. Was the primary purpose of the Inquisition to kind of generate religious uniformity in Spain, which we definitely see a huge push for that, or was it sort of a socioeconomic backlash against the Jews taking positions in parts of society where before the forced conversions they had not gone? So this Inquisition was technically directed only at those Jews who had been forcibly converted and their descendants, again, now 3-4 generations in. In 1492, Ferdinand and Isabella took a much more drastic step following the suggestion of the Grand Inquisitor Torquemada to expel all the Jews of Spain. And this, now we're talking about the Jews who had not been baptized, not the crypto Jews, with the reasoning that it was the presence of traditional Jews, practicing Jews, openly practicing Jews, that were keeping the new Christians from abandoning their Jewish faith. And so the idea was get rid of all the Jews. And that's how we get to Portugal, because in 1492, there's a massive wave of Jews who leave Spain, and many of them cross the land border to the west into Portugal, especially along the Douro River Valley. I'm going to show you a map of that shortly. Portugal handled these migrants, some of whom were legal and many of whom were illegal, with difficulty. And in 1497, ultimately, Portugal took a rather drastic step. Rather than expelling those Jews, because they did represent a significant economic advantage for the country, they decided simply forcibly convert them all en masse. And so that's in fact what happened in 1497. However, Portugal did not institute the Inquisition. We can have discussions about it. Apparently, they hoped that the problem would go away on its own, and they actually put a stay on the Inquisition for a number of decades. It was only in 1536 that Pope Paul III finally brought the Inquisition formally to Portugal with this papal bull, Cum ad nihil magis. And in fact, the Portuguese Inquisition was in many ways even more savage than the Spanish Inquisition. So that's basically what happened. By the time you get to the 4th decade of the 16th century, the entire peninsula is under the supervision of the Inquisition, and the hunt for crypto Jews is relentless and often ends in these horrific auto da fe, these public burnings, sometimes burnings in effigy, sometimes burning of corpses. There's a lot more to say about this, but that's basically the situation. Now let's look specifically at Portugal and the Douro River in particular. Here's a map of the Douro River. You can see that it starts in Spain and it moves towards the west and empties into the Atlantic Ocean. It's actually a very beautiful river. I mean, just gorgeous, with rolling hills and little vineyards. And I think it's one of the most beautiful rivers in Europe, actually. It also has a remarkable height differentiation. In order to traverse the Douro River, you have to go through these massive constructions called locks, which move the boats literally up or down to be able to travel all of it. But at any rate, why is this so significant for crypto-Judaism? Primarily because if you look at this map here, you can see that the Douro River is primarily in the top, but the main centers of the Inquisition are quite a bit to the south. There's Coimbra, which is a very important university town that was a notable center of the Inquisition. But the other two were quite a bit further south, in Lisbon and in Évora. And the region of the Douro River, which is dotted with these little hilltop settlements, it was basically the hinterland. It was far away from the big urban centers. The closest one was Porto, which also had a very large Jewish community, then and now, actually. But these tiny little communities where you might have 5 families, 10 Jewish families, or crypto-Jewish families, they were able to basically be out of the way of most of the attention of the Inquisition. Communities like Belmonte, Trancoso, these were basically where crypto-Jews could more or less stay under the radar, and they did so for a remarkable 500 years, preserving all kinds of internal Jewish traditions, sometimes highly modify Jewish traditions to understand and to adapt to the environment in which they live. And this basically was the situation until the early 20th century when Samuel Schwartz, shown here, who was a Polish Jewish engineer, was in the region. And, he was kind of like an amateur ethnographer, and he was just asking around with different things. And people said, whatever you do, don't do business with those people up in Belmonte because, they're actually Jews. And he was fascinated. Jews in this part of Portugal, the Inquisition has been here since 1536. It's almost 500 years later. He goes up there and he encounters them, and it's kind of a funny story. They don't believe he's Jewish at first. Only after meeting specifically with the village elder, who quizzes him, gives him a farher, an exam on the spot, and he was able to, for example, recite the Shema prayer. Then she finally said, oh, he's Jewish, and in fact, they accept him. So these little communities far to the north and quite remote were able to shelter these Jewish populations for such a long time. And it is one of the most fascinating aspects of European Jewish history. I'm really looking forward to going there with Kosher Riverboat Cruises. It is one of my favorite spaces to visit in Europe. And I hope some of you will join me. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In my research preparing for the cruise along the Douro River in Portugal, I came across an absolutely amazing character that I really have to look more deeply into, but his life is somewhat mysterious. And let me just tell you what I know. His name is Duarte de Paz. He was a Portuguese diplomat who was of crypto-Jewish origins, which means his parents were likely converted in the forced conversion of 1496-97 in Portugal, and he was born around 1500. He died sometime after 1552. It's not exactly clear what happened at the end of his life, as you shall see in a minute, but he had this remarkable career lobbying popes to hold off persecuting other Portuguese crypto-Jews. And it's just mind-boggling what he got away with. I came across this in the Encyclopedia Judaica, which was updated in 2007, but there was some other research that was obviously not included as they updated their article, and I found a great article by Carlos Manuel Valentim at the University of Lisbon, and a really interesting article by James Nelson Novoa based on Vatican secret archives that were recently updated. He's with the Cátedra de Estudos Sefarditas Alberto Benaviste. Fascinating material. So here's the story with De Paz. He was the oldest of 6 children, and he was born around 1500, right? So his parents had just been forcibly converted to Christianity, and for the first few decades of the 16th century, the Portuguese Jews were feeling very resentful of this moment, of course, but nevertheless, they had the rights as Christians to do whatever they wanted, and they could practice Judaism in secret, primarily because King Manuel I, who had like a larger geopolitical agenda, he wanted to unite with Spain, and he didn't want to expel the Jews of Portugal, many of whom, by the way, were originally refugees from Spain. He wanted to keep them in Portugal for their economic talents and value and investments and so on. So he simply mass converted them against their will. So in exchange for that act, he promised them that he would hold off on allowing the Inquisition coming into Portugal, and in fact he did so for quite a while. So our hero, De Paz, was the oldest of 6 children, and the family was very involved in the Douro region. Actually, they're based in Porto, which is where the Douro River empties out into the Atlantic, and they had a lot of business up and down the river. De Paz ended up going into the military, and he actually lost an eye fighting for Portugal in a war in North Africa. But he still maintained very heavy connections with very important crypto-Jewish families like the Nassi family of Doña Gracia Mendez Nassi and Joseph Nassi and others. Now you have to imagine this individual, a decorated soldier with one eye, kind of like a Moshe Dayan kind of look. We don't have pictures of him, but he probably wore an eye patch. And he rose up in the ranks until finally King John III, who actually, I'm going to pronounce his name for him, João III. I have to give thanks to Helena of Brazil, who now lives in Melbourne, for sending me notes on how to pronounce João. Joao properly. I used to think it was Joao, like when the baby was born, the mother would say, Joao, it's a boy, but it's actually Joao. Anyway, sorry for that distraction. King Joao III named him to the Military Order of Christ. This is a former Templar organization, like Knights of Templar, and this was in 1530 when he was about 30 years old, and he apparently wore the habit of the Order of Christ, the Military Order of Christ, in his travels. We don't have a picture of him, but here's a picture of the very famous Marquis de Pombal, who was also a member of the Military Order of Christ, and he is wearing the official cross that is so, associated with Portugal and specifically this 16th century. So that's what he must have dressed like. So he went off on a secret mission for King Joao III, but then apparently he abandoned whatever that mission was, and he decided he was going to spend time in Rome lobbying on behalf of his brethren, the Portuguese crypto-Jews. We have to imagine that he carried with him a massive amount of money, which was provided for him by the crypto-Jewish community of Portugal. And he went to Pope Clement VII and actually got the Pope to cancel the Inquisition in Portugal. It's amazing. The year before, the Pope had issued this papal bull, Cum ad nihil magis, which was formally allowing the Inquisition to come to Portugal. And with this bag of money, De Paz was able to set it off single-handedly, rather amazingly. And it wasn't only Pope Clement VII. The next Pope, Paul III, was also very involved with De Paz. And apparently, this is amazing, De Paz was able to get Pope Paul III to actually pardon 1,800 Portuguese crypto-Jews who had been arrested for secretly practicing Judaism and have them released from these Portuguese dungeons. 1,800 people. It's just incredible. After Pope Paul III, who was in office until 1549, we find out that De Paz's career goes definitely downhill. King Joao is very upset because he learned that De Paz is not doing whatever secret mission he sent him on, and instead is out there lobbying for crypto-Jews in Rome. So he strips him of his office, demands that he stop wearing the insignia and so on, and possibly was behind an assassination attempt that apparently De Paz was attacked on the road while traveling. He was stabbed 14 times and left for dead on the road, but luckily, or with foresight, I really should say, he was wearing some kind of secret armor underneath his clothing, and he was able to survive that attack. He was rescued. He was actually brought to the doctors of the Pope who treated him, and he was able to eventually heal and then move on. During this time, however, and it gets really murky, he apparently had significant disputes with his financial backers who were questioning exactly how he was spending his money, and he was replaced by another representative, Diogo Antonio, and De Paz was furious. He ends up in Ferrara, Italy in 1538, and he is jailed at that point. This is when the Inquisition is really rocking through Italy and Spain and Portugal at this time. After spending an unknown amount of time in jail, he was released, and he immediately fled to Istanbul, which was a destination for many of these crypto-Jews because there they could openly practice Judaism. I know it might sound ironic in our 10th, 21st century, but in the 16th century, crypto-Jews found a much more hospitable environment for their return to Judaism in Islamic lands than they did in Catholic lands. So De Paz actually openly came out as a Jew. He changed his name to David Bueno, and then we're not exactly sure what happened to him afterwards. Documents released from the Vatican include some reports of De Paz. It's difficult to determine exactly how authoritative they are, but one of the Catholic reporters who describes the story of De Paz says that after De Paz abnegated his Christian faith, not only did he return to his Hebrew perfidy, right? He actually converted to the Turkish sect, meaning to Islam. So it's hard to determine whether or not that is true. It seems like the author of this letter is probably saying that not only did he become a Jew, even worse, he became a Muslim. So it may be just some kind of empty calumny. But what we can say about De Paz is that he lived an extremely colorful life, very heroic individual who actually did tremendous things for the Portuguese crypto-Jewish community. Wow. I hope you found this interesting, and I'm looking forward to talking with you more about the amazing history of the Jews of the Douro River. And I hope you'll be able to join us on this cruise in 2024. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I just want to take a quick minute to talk about a historian that I'm really excited about, Meir Kaiserling, also known as Moritz Kaiserling. He was born in 1829. He passed away in 1905, and he was especially known for his studies of Sephardic Jewry. Let me tell you a little bit about his background and why I am so excited to be reading his work. So, he was trained as a rabbi, although much of his published work was in the field of history, kind of like the opposite of me, where most of my training is as a historian, but lots of people seem to think I'm a rabbi. I don't know why. He studied under the great historian Leopold von Ranke, and one of his greatest rabbinical teachers was none other than Samson Raphael Hirsch, one of the most influential thinkers of 19th century Germany. He held rabbinical posts in Switzerland and especially in Budapest, Hungary. He was very active in all kinds of areas, especially in the fight for Jewish civil rights, which was a major enterprise of the middle of the 19th century in particular. But to look at him as a historian, he made his fame with a 2-volume study, Geschichte der Juden in Spanien und Portugal, the history of the Jews in Spain and Portugal, 1861 through 1867. Those are the dates when the books were published. He would later follow up with a single standalone volume on Portugal that we'll talk about in a second. Most of his books were in German, but one of them was translated into English and in fact is still in print, Christopher Columbus and the Participation of the Jews in the Spanish and Portuguese Discoveries. And another really interesting thing about that particular book is that the Spanish government actually reached out to Dr. Kaiserling and asked him to write this book to celebrate the 400th anniversary of the discovery of the Americas. Of course, we just finished the 500th anniversary a little while ago, so this puts us back in time. Now, why do I think he is so fantastic and especially important for us, especially as we get ready to explore the Douro River with Kosher Riverboat Cruises? I believe that Kaiserling was pretty much the first historian, certainly of the modern era, but he was the first historian to really take crypto-Jews seriously. Meaning, a lot of historians wrote, before the 19th century about the Gerush Sfar, the Spanish expulsion of 1492, and the tribulations of the Jews as they tried to make their way around the Mediterranean and so on. But the Portuguese Jews, who had a rather different experience, received less attention, even though they were really quite important in shaping modern Jewish identity. The reason is because the Spanish Jews essentially had the choice in 1492 either accept baptism or leave, right? That was why there was such a large exile. There had been a large number, maybe as many as 100,000 Jews who were already converted or were the descendants of converts from the forced conversion of 1391. And they had to decide whether they wanted to continue living kind of like a double existence with Jews at home and Christians in the street. But that was less of a phenomenon. In Portugal, there was a very different story because so many of those Spanish Jews fled to the most convenient land-based location, which was over in the western edge of the Iberian Peninsula in Portugal. There was similarities of culture and the languages were related and so on. And that was where at least 60,000 Jews fled in 1492. And that only lasted for about 5 years. In 1497, there was a mass conversion engineered by the Portuguese government. And all of a sudden, all of these Spanish Jews, these refugees, along with the Portuguese Jews who had lived in there before 1492, were suddenly Christians. And then it took them many generations after the Inquisition was imposed there to flee Portugal and to readopt their identity. And scholars didn't really look at them very seriously until Kaiserling. But he began to really think carefully about the identity of these Jews. Back then they were called Marranos, which is a derogatory term. It means swine. Now we use the term conversos or crypto Jews, sometimes new Christians. Kaiserling was the first to really explore what it meant to live that kind of identity. And he recorded that in this great book, which I actually own. Thank you, David, for purchasing this for my research for our upcoming trip. And I can't wait to find out more about what he says about these Portuguese crypto Jews. Thank you very much for watching, and stay tuned for more research on Kaiserling's discoveries of the Portuguese crypto Jews. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Just recently, I learned of a fascinating individual, Daniel Israel Lopez Laguna. His years are roughly 1653 to 1730. He was born to a crypto-Jewish family, meaning Jews who were inwardly practicing Judaism, but outwardly feigning a Christian identity to avoid the depredations of the Inquisition, which was absolutely horrific in Portugal for several hundred years. And like many Jews of his generation, his family brought him at a young age to a place called Péré-Horade, which was in France, just south of the region in Bordeaux, where I'm hoping to find more evidence of crypto-Jewish activity. He was raised there, and then as a young man, he went back to Spain, again, with this kind of dual identity, where he was studying, and he was arrested by the Inquisition, put on trial, and sentenced to a dungeon for several years, until finally he served his sentence. He was somehow reconciled with the church. There was a whole series of ways that this could be done, the most significant of which, of course, was the auto da fe, the burning at the stake. But there were many other ways that a person could reconcile himself to the church, and then the church would relax, that was the term used, relax the individual back to the secular authorities. And as soon as he got the opportunity, Daniel Laguna traveled to Jamaica and then readopted his Jewish identity there. Now, while he was in Jamaica, he continued work on something that he began while he was sitting in the prisons of the Inquisition, a remarkable book called Espejo Fiel de Vidas, que contiene los psalmos de David en verso, which was published in 1720. And that's really his amazing claim to fame. Let's have a quick look at it. So the translation of the title is something like the true mirror of lives contained in the Psalms of David in verse. And it's a very, very unusual and highly regarded literary work, which is not exactly a translation of Psalms, but a loose paraphrase. Like many Jews of his generation, he had very, very little Hebrew training. This was, of course, something that was completely forbidden in Portugal at the time, and so he certainly had no access to it. In France, it was so much more relaxed, but he did not have the capacity to translate from the Hebrew. He relied very heavily on other Spanish translations of Psalms to provide his paraphrase. What it basically is kind of like a sort of translation, sort of meditation on the Psalms, very much in keeping with the way that Psalms are actually used by Jews over the centuries. If you had the opportunity to read the Psalms, there's 150 of them. They are mainly attributed to David, but other writers as well. And they are like the most powerful psychological, cathartic expressions of dismay and distress and exaltation and anger and frustration, and they're all kind of like small prayers to God for, redemption and for salvation, stated in a very, very immediate and emotionally powerful manner. And so people read the Psalms and derive tremendous consolation and strength from them. I myself read Psalms every day, and I also feel the power of this incredible book of the Bible. So what Laguna did was he took those Psalms and he reframed them through his own life, and with frequent references to the Inquisition and how he was so cruelly treated and so on. It's really a quite fascinating work. A couple of observations about it. my colleague Ronnie Parelis, who was a great scholar of Sephardic Jewry, he notes that it stands out as one of the rare exceptions to the rule that most of the crypto Jews never left behind autobiographies. Even though this was, 17th, 18th century, 19th century was really the great heyday of the explosion of spiritual autobiographies. We have a lot of them coming from increasingly important people across Europe. But crypto Jews held back from them, and there are a few obvious reasons. Dr. Parelis, in a book chapter on this topic, discusses how crypto Jews would have felt shame discussing their feigned conversion because they had to live a double life for so many years. And I think I'd like to add to that it would have impact on their family members. They still presumably have lots of other families who are still living this kind of submerged existence and would not want to necessarily out them. And so there's a hesitancy to write autobiographies in general. But something like this, which is kind of like one step removed from an autobiography, it is a sort of translation commentary on the Book of Psalms, that could kind of pass muster. Now, as I was doing research for this, I happened to come across a great article by none other than Meir Kaiserling. You recall we spoke about this pioneering scholar in the last video, and he published an English language article in the Jewish Quarterly Review in 1900. And the reason why he was publishing there is only partially because of Daniel Azir Lopez Laguna's work, but also because of the connection to Jamaica. Because I mentioned a minute ago, he fled the Iberian Peninsula, went to Jamaica where he could readopt his Jewish identity. He was naturalized there in the year 1693. So Kaiserling wrote quite a bit about the author and the nature of the book and so on. I think one of the most fascinating aspects is he connected the use of language to developments in Spanish. I was amazed to hear that the Hebrew word malshin, which means like an informer, and was very heavily used in this book as a referring to the people who betrayed him to the Inquisition and so on. In the Spanish language, that term malshin has actually been adopted. The term malsinar means to accuse. Malsin, malsindad means a slanderous accusation. And of course, that's one of the contributions of the Jews to the Spanish language because of their experience with the Inquisition. Okay, just so amazing. I really am so interested in learning about the lives of these crypto Jews. And I'm looking forward to seeing the central area where they were active in the Belmonte region and the Douro River, and then later in Bordeaux as well. If you're able to join us, I would love to meet you and get to know you on this cruise. Otherwise, I look forward to sharing with you what I learned in preparation for the cruise and the cruise itself on these videos. Thank you once again for watching.
Erev Tov, it is so nice to see once again such a robust, nice crowd here with us on Zoom. We are so privileged once again to be hosting Dr. Henry Abramson. I will share that this is, again, our second in this series, but in the intervening week, between last week and this week, we have already gotten wonderful feedback, and even people who are now looking into their own histories and trying to figure out some of their own background due to the wonderful insights we heard last week. So there's been a tremendous amount of anticipation to this second installment, although rest assured that even if you missed last week, you will still be able to be enthralled and enlightened by what we're going to learn this week. And once again, the opportunity to be enriched in our present and understanding our past and seeing how that impacts our future is one of the things that are really enriching about this endeavor of study. So with that, I hand it over to Dr. Abramson. And again, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Rabbi Posey. I apologize for the delay. I'm actually not in my usual home studio for this lecture. I'm traveling right now, so I'm in a hotel room in Toronto, and things are very different. The internet, however, seems to be fairly strong, so hopefully we won't experience any more delays. I just realized I had misplaced the Zoom address, and it took me a while to find it. Why don't I start with a quick pleasantry, and then we'll get right to the material. So the joke goes like this, and once again, I apologize for those of you who have heard me lecture before. I only know a very small number of jokes, and I simply repeat them over and over again. Thankfully, the demographic that usually comes to my lectures has difficulty remembering jokes over a very long period of time, so I get to reuse them quite often. So the joke goes like this. It's set in the former Soviet Union when there were a tremendous number of shortages everywhere. And there's this big lineup outside of a cucumber store. Now, as we certainly know now, since the collapse of the Soviet Union, the great country was made up of many smaller republics filled with many different nationalities. It's not a monolithic Russian state. It's filled with Ukrainians and Lets and Uzbeks and Tatars and of course Jews and so on. So this lineup is proportionate to the distribution of many different peoples in the former Soviet Union. And they're waiting there in the morning for these cucumbers. The manager throws open the shutters and leans out the window and he says, "We've just learned that we can expect a smaller shipment of cucumbers today than expected. So therefore, all Jews, please leave the line and go home." So what can they do? You know, the few Jews who are scattered throughout the line, they simply give up. They're not going to be served. They're not going to be able to buy their cucumbers, so they go home. People wait in line. A little while later, he opens up the window again. He says, "We've just learned that one of the delivery trucks has broken down on the way. We will have less cucumbers than anticipated. Therefore, all Central Asians, Kazakhs, Tajiks, Uzbeks, Tatars, everyone go home." So, you know, what can they do? They have to leave, you know. So this goes on and on and on until finally he opens up the shutters and he says, "We've just learned that the last cucumber truck has been hijacked by the mafia. No cucumbers are being delivered today. Everyone go home." So all you have left in line now are pure titular nationality, pure Homo Sovieticus in line. And Petro turns to Ivan and says, "You see, the Jews get all the breaks." Now, I hope you're laughing. I can't tell over Zoom, but it seems like in many ways, when we look at Jewish history, we see one after another period of persecution and discrimination and so on. And although that does characterize a great deal of Jewish history, there's also a tremendous amount of intellectual creativity and artistic activity. And, you know, as someone put it in the Lachrymose School of Historiography, much of Jewish history is like books and pogroms and books. But last week, we looked at the shaping of the Ashkenazic mind. We looked at this idea that and it's just kind of like a working theory. It's not really a defined, well-known, accepted idea, but I believe there's a lot of value to it, at least as a Gedanke experiment, as a kind of a thought experiment to get us to think about what it means to develop in the Ashkenazi mindset. We talked a lot about the idea of the Crusades being that defining moment around which that culture is wrapped, and in which it is in constant dialogue with that moment, even if the original germ of that historical event has long passed. It nevertheless affected and scarred the Ashkenazi mind so much that one can see its reverberations throughout the centuries, right up to our own day in many ways. And as we discussed last week, the idea that the Crusades created a sort of a fear of the outside world, of non-Jewish culture, that it was toxic and dangerous and threatening. And, you know, there's a lot to say for that point of view, but it's not necessarily the one that was held by Jewish communities all over the world. Tonight's task is to look at the Sephardic experience and to wonder if perhaps there is a similar kind of event, and I will posit for our discussion that yes, I believe there is, that also created a sort of a template for Sephardic thought, for how Jews belong to the rest of the world, that shaped the way that Sephardim interact with each other and with other Jews up until the present day. I would like to argue that it is the Inquisition and the expulsion in particular that shaped the Sephardic mind. It's a very different kind of thing because the Crusades were one horrific summer of 1096, but then for future persecutions, there was always a hearkening back to, you see, it's just like the Crusades. And I would like to think that in the case of the Inquisition and the expulsion, there is that same kind of circular pattern of returning back to that generational experience as the foundation of how Sephardic Jews react to the world around them. One last word before we actually start into the material. When we speak about Sephardim, we should know that there are really two major groups of people who fall under this rubric. There are those who are from the Iberian Peninsula itself, and that would include both Spanish Jews and Portuguese Jews who had a very different experience, as we shall discuss shortly. And it also includes a large number of Jews from the Eastern Mediterranean and Persia in particular, who were shaped and altered by the huge influx of Sephardi Jews after the expulsion. So, for example, the Jews in Constantinople, Istanbul, Turkish Jews, were deeply, deeply affected by their encounter with the refugee Sephardim. And in many ways, they consider themselves Sephardim, even though their genetics, so to speak, their ancestral origins don't go to Spain, but they found themselves within the Sephardic orbit. As Rav Ovadia Yosef, a very important Israeli Sephardic rabbi, put it, the definition of a Sephardi is anyone who follows the Shulchan Aruch, anyone who follows the code of Jewish law that was written by a Sephardi exile. And of course, that includes a massive number of people who are not from Spain, but nevertheless feel themselves culturally within its orbit. I would like to say, however, that I think the Sephardic experience was so traumatic and so deeply felt on a cellular level that even Jews from Persia are affected by the Sephardic experience and their way in which they see themselves in the world. And so I think a lot of the assessments that I'd like to make today about Sfarad would hold equally true for Persian Jews as well. So maybe we'll have a chance to examine the validity of my thesis when we get to the end of the lecture. Let me take you through the experience of the Inquisition and the expulsion in greater detail now, and then we can assess, to what degree that is a cultural turning point for Sephardi Jews. So when we look at Sephardim, there are basically four major periods to consider. There's first the period of earliest settlement, which we'll talk about briefly today, and that goes up until the year 711, which is the year of the Muslim conquest of the Spanish Peninsula. Then there is the Muslim period, which includes the famed period known as the Golden Age or La Convivencia, the period of coexistence, which lasted for about 200 years and was quite remarkable in many ways. The third would be the Christian period, when the Muslims are slowly driven out of Spain and the Jews who had really excelled to a great degree under the Muslims find themselves under a very different regime with a different agenda for the Jews. And then finally, the diaspora period after 1492 for the Spanish Jews and somewhat later for the Portuguese Jews, when they are living as Spaniards or as Portuguese far away from the Iberian Peninsula. So those are the four major periods. We're going to concentrate really on number 3 for tonight. And next week, when we look at the impact on other populations, we'll be back into the 4th period. So just to cover very quickly, though, the earliest settlements. So the word Sepharad is applied to the Iberian Peninsula, much like the word Ashkenaz is applied to Northern Europe. It's kind of like a very fanciful imagination from the rabbinic mind. We have these words in Tanakh, like, for example, in Ovadia, the first parak, only one parak, the exiles of Jerusalem who are in Sfarad. A lot of discussion of where that actually would have been as described in Tanakh, but it was later applied to the Iberian Peninsula. The Talmud uses a term that's much more historically accurate, Aspamia, which is related to Hispania, which is the Roman term for the holdings in the far west of Europe. We do have legends of very, very old settlement, which are probably not historically valid, but nevertheless interesting. In the 16th century, a Moshe ben Shem Tov ibn Habib found an inscription that reads, "This is the grave of Adinoram, servant of King Solomon, who came to collect taxes and died here." Now, it's quite fanciful. It's hard to imagine that in the period of King Solomon, which would have been like the 10th century before the Common Era, that he had actually been collecting taxes all the way west as far as Spain. But nevertheless, there is this kind of idea in the Spanish Jewish mindset that Jews do go back quite that far. The earliest, more reliable text is the so-called Jewess of Adra, and this is in the south of Spain, where a transcription was made by a much more reliable historian in 1783, and it reads like this in Latin. So it's partially obscured. A name that ends in NIA, Salomon Nula, an uno, there's a missing word, I forgot to type it there, sorry, mens cuatro dia uno Judea, which translates as, here lies, we have to assume that because it's the grave marker, some child whose name ends in Nia, could be Unia, something like that, daughter of Solomon, that is definitely a Jewish name, age 1 year, 4 months, and a day, and then finally a Jewess, Judea. So this is probably a 2nd century marker. Again, it, like the other one, is lost, so we can't say for sure, but we have other evidence to support the idea that, yeah, in fact, there was a Jewish community in Adra that old. This is one of the oldest Jewish communities we have. We know of it, for example, from church records from Elvira, where a synod was gathered in the year 305 to lay out a whole bunch of rules for how the Christians of Spain were to interact with other peoples living there, including the Jews, and actually quite a bit of legislation about how the church really wanted non-Jews in Spain to not ask Jews to bless their crops, to not have meals with them, to not have any kind of social fraternization with them, and the list goes on and on and on. And it is possible that these laws were implemented more for the purposes of saying that such laws are on the books, but it's more likely that, in fact, there were Jews there, and the church was really trying to create a social separation between the early Christians and the Jews living in the Iberian Peninsula. So it's quite likely we have a population there. Moving a little bit further, the region comes under the domination of a people called the Visigoths, or the Western Goths. This is an unusual people that adopts a form of Christianity called Arianism. That's with an I, A-R-I-A-N-ism, which, among other things, regarded the Son of God as not being the Son of God, which made it something of a heresy, and later would convert. They would convert to Christianity. That occurred, to Catholicism. That occurred in the 6th century when Recared I, shown here with the rather ethereal gaze looking off into the sky, when he converts from Arian Christianity to Catholicism. And with that conversion, he felt, as many others do in the future, it's an ironic pattern, that the best way to demonstrate your bona fides in a new faith is to persecute the Jews. That way people will know, oh, he really is one of us now. So the Visigoths, they went through a 120-year period of just incredible legislation against Jews. Unfortunately, we have no Jewish records of how Jewish communities dealt with this or how realistic it really was. But for 120 years, successive kings would seem to outdo each other with this idea of creating a kind of a police state to forcibly conform Jews to particular standards. Jews at one point were required, for example, if they traveled from village to village, they had to check in with the bishop of every village that they went to. They had to report. It's just an incredible period of great persecution for about 120 years. Forced baptism became a feature of the Visigoths, and it would later become important in Spain, as we shall see. There were all kinds of, the requirement of Jews to take oaths for the smallest of things, a tremendous degree of very brutal punishments, such as confiscations, lashes, exile, and amputations were quite frequent. And they had a lot of examples where one of the more minor punishments was something they called decalvatio, which means literally scalping, but does it mean shaving one's head off, or does it mean actually removing the skin at the top of the skull? This, by the way, is a picture from the Civil War of someone who survived a scalping at the time, and it looks like quite a brutal thing. It appears that most people did survive decalvatio under the Visigoths, because there was always talk about what would happen if they were to be caught again. Nevertheless, a really brutal period of time where Jews were certainly deeply unhappy. And it's not surprising, therefore, that when the Muslims came in the year 711, we looked at this map very briefly last week when we talked about the rapid spread of Islam through the region, they crossed into the Iberian Peninsula. And although it was a long-standing feature of sort of Christian European historiography that the Jews betrayed the Visigoths to the Muslims, we have no evidence of any kind of betrayal of this nature. But we do have lots of evidence that, you know, when the Muslim armies raced across the peninsula, the Jews in the various towns and villages proved to be very loyal supporters of the Muslim regime, especially considering the background of the Visigothic persecution they had endured. And so they turned out to be quite able administrators for the Muslims. And this was really like the sort of political genesis of the Golden Age. That's what they call la convivencia, the coexistence period, which was about from the 10th to the 12th centuries. Maimonides is at the very end of it, and his flight from Spain was occasioned by the invasion of Spain by much more radical Muslims from North Africa, who came and said, what is going on here? I can't believe that we have Muslims and Jews writing poetry together, drinking alcohol, which is forbidden to Muslims anyways, together, and in general having like a sort of a great relationship. And so Maimonides is like the bookend in time where La Convivencia ends, and it begins to go downhill from there. But during that period, you have this incredible phenomenon of Jews rising to remarkable positions of leadership under the Muslims. People like Hasdai ibn Shaprut, who was a physician who ended up becoming a foreign secretary or a minister of foreign affairs for a Muslim kingdom. And Shmuel ibn Nagrela, for example, who actually led a Muslim army for 16 years. Can you imagine it? In today's world, a Jew, the head of a Muslim army, just incomprehensible. But, you know, sort of talent was recognized at the time, and Jews were considered very loyal servants. And so that you see over and over again this tremendous rise of Jews to positions of leadership. You also see periods of phenomenal Jewish creativity as they begin to interact with Islamic and especially Arabic norms. There is an effervescence of Jewish poetry, heavily inspired by Arabic examples, and the creation of people like Yehuda Halevi and Ibn Gabiro, philosophers, ethics, people who specialize in ethics like Hovos Alavavos. So many important works created during this period of about 2 centuries of great tolerance. And it also represents a period where Jews of this region were willing to kind of like experiment with their Jewishness, and especially the cultural expressions of Jewishness, and see, well, what can be done within the boundaries of halakha, and they discovered many fascinating things. Maimonides, although he himself was in exile from there, he nevertheless carried a lot of that spirit with him to Egypt, where he composed most of his great works. Large reason for this convivencia was the fact that anthropologically speaking, even though now we live, I think last time we spoke a couple of years ago, I think I said almost the same thing. Unfortunately, it's even worse today. Even though we live in a period of tremendous conflict between Jews and Muslims in the land of Israel, they're really, anthropologically speaking, the faiths are very much more similar to each other than Judaism is to Christianity. Islam, like Judaism, is essentially orthopractic in that it focuses on behaviors like diet and dress and conduct and daily ritual, whereas Christianity is much more a religion of belief, of creed. One must accept Jesus as one's personal savior and so on. Now, this is an overgeneralization, but there's no question that Jews and Muslims could find a lot of common cultural vocabulary to communicate with each other, and so it worked out fairly well during this period of time. Jews were, however, not equal to everyone else. This was a period when Jewish life in Muslim lands was regulated by something called the Pact of Umar, which is a sort of a doctrine laid down sometime in the 8th century, and it's attributed to a particular caliph named Umar, although it probably was authored later and over a series of time, in which Jews are protected within Muslim society. They're called dhimmi, a protected class, as long as they conform to certain disabilities. Some of those disabilities are economic in nature, such as the payment of a special tax. Many of them are very symbolic in nature, like they're not allowed to bear arms, not allowed to build their synagogues higher than mosques, have to show genuflection and subservience to Muslims in a thousand different ways. And the Pact of Omar, on the one hand, was insulting, humiliating, and expensive for Jews, but it also guaranteed Jews a legal, safe space within the Islamic world. And it was applied with different degrees of severity by different caliphs in different parts of the world. Spain happened to be one of those places where, for 200 years, it was very lightly applied, and Jews could, basically move about society for a couple hundred years with tremendous freedoms. It's also worthy to note that part of the reason for this, for both Muslims and Jews, is the fact that this region is way on the edge of Europe, right? Looking at this map here, can we zoom into it? No, I didn't zoom in, sorry. But if you look at this map here, the center of Islam at its birth was in the Arabian Peninsula, and then it moves essentially to Baghdad, to what would be today Iraq. And so that's the center of Islam, but it's very, very far away. Communication takes weeks for any kind of messages to get back and forth. And so basically it's a little bit like, Las Vegas, and what happens there, stays there. So both Muslims and Jews were free to sort of experiment with their development of their own cultures, and as well as their relationship with each other. This was especially true when they aggressively asserted a greater degree of independence with the establishment of a caliphate in Cordoba under Abd al-Rahman I. And as the legend goes, he was supported by a Jewish merchant who he later promoted to very great heights in his administration, beginning really the idea of the, quote, wise and loyal Jewish servant that perpetuates itself throughout much of this period. And it is important to note on a sociological level that, well, of course the Jews are going to be loyal because they can't rely on, the support of the masses of Christians that they live among. The Visigoths, remember how badly they persecuted them not too long ago. And so if they're chosen and picked to be the administrators for the Muslims, they're certainly going to be loyal to their new masters. So this is a period of tremendous creativity and power for the Jewish community. It changes dramatically, though, beginning with the slow drive from the north to the south of the Christians, which Christians will call the Reconquista, the reconquest, because, of course, the peninsula was originally Christian under the Visigoths, then it became Muslim, and now the Christians are going to take it back. And as this map shows, they move kingdom by kingdom through the peninsula all the way down to the south until in 1482 they finally drive out the last Muslim kingdom. And although Muslims will still remain to some degree in Spain, the Muslims lose all power to the new Christian overlords who have a decided interest in making it sort of monolithic in its religious character. And that's a great deal of the story that will happen to the Jews as well. The Christians engage in a lot of religious dispute to a certain degree with Muslims, but especially with Jews, because there's this sort of drive for ethnic and ideological purity in Spain that becomes relevant, especially in the 13th century. One of the most dramatic elements of this is the so-called disputations, where the church would hold, often with the sponsorship of the king, of a king, because these are really kingdoms, a forced disputation where a Jew would have to debate a Christian in a formal setting on the merits of their faiths. The end result was almost always the same, and it would result in mass forced conversions of Jews and things like that. One particular disputation, however, stands out as being especially interesting. That is the disputation of 1263 in Barcelona, where the King of Aragon chose a remarkable figure, Nachmanides, the great Rabbi Moshe ben Nachman, to lead the dispute. And we have an account of that dispute by both Ramban, Nachmanides, and his interlocutor, who is, as is typical for these disputations, a Jewish convert to Christianity named Pablo de Cristiani. We have the account of the debate from Ramban as well as from Pablo de Cristiani in Latin. And it's really interesting to see how these two accounts differ with one another, but they're really quite fascinating. In the end, Ramban technically lost because there's no way they're going to judge him the winner, but he so devastated his opponent that King Aragon gave him a reward of 300 gold pieces and said to him, listen, you did a great job. I can't protect you anymore, so you have to flee. And so he took the money and he ran. He ended up in Israel, where in his old age, he turned around the Jerusalem community remarkably, ended up starting a renaissance in Israel. I have here actually this is, by the way, a really interesting graphic novel version of it, which is popular with teenagers, that goes through the transcript, because we have two versions of it. And here, I don't know if it'll work, but let's try this video. This is from the video. The disputation has been dramatized. Here is a remarkable presentation. I can't remember the actor's name, but he's going to portray a scene where he speaks as Nachmanides. I'm just going to show it to you for a minute while I have a drink of ginger ale.
And the most warlike of all the peoples, whose fierceness is greater than that of warriors, is the people of Christendom, the followers of Jesus. Your Majesty is a great king in Christendom. Your knights in armor clash like thunder. You have your foot soldiers and archers and engines of war. If you believe that the Messiah has come, why do you not dismiss all your soldiers and enter the peace of God? The world is full of war and armies. Not far away are the armies of the Muslims. Beyond them, the armies of the Mongols and the Tartars. And beyond them, who knows what other armies? Where does it say in the writings of our prophets, which you say you believe, that the coming of the Messiah will bring not love but hate, not peace but war? Another point. The coming of the Messiah, according to all the Hebrew prophets, was to be a time of justice. I look around the world which you Christians have made of your faith in Jesus. Is it a world of brotherhood and equality? There is no Jewish aristocracy, no Jewish slavery. No Jew is Lord over Jews. No nation on this earth, except ourselves, has learned to live this way. Have you a higher standard of justice to teach us? What is...
So I wish we could watch the whole thing, but it's a couple of hours. But it is, you can get a sense of the majesty of Nachmanides when he's free to speak his mind. You can also see why he was ran out of the country as a result of his performance. So that's kind of like the tense period that we go into when we get to the Inquisition. And here we have to slow down a bit and understand what exactly was the Inquisition, why was it instituted, and why was it so horrific. So it starts really in 1391. As I mentioned, with some of the disputations, like the Barcelona disputation of 1263, there are forced conversions afterwards, but these tend to be fairly small scale local in nature. In 1391, there is a mass movement that sweeps across much of the northern part of the peninsula, converting Jews left and right by, masses of people who are all, fired up by a particular preacher named Jose Ferrar. And we should understand that in Catholicism, merely administering the sacrament of baptism is something that is sufficient to consider a person a Christian, a Catholic to be precise. And anyone can administer that sacrament, and it doesn't have to be holy water that's blessed. It can be like water literally in a ditch, as happened in France, for example. It can be literally any kind of water just sprinkled on a person and a particular phrase repeated, and that does it. It's kind of like the Muslim Shahada in many ways. So we have a huge number of these, conversions by force. For example, in Salamanca, there's a situation where people actually burst into the synagogue on Shabbos, sprinkled down a whole bunch of water, pronounced the key text, and the entire congregation was suddenly, against their will, converted to Christianity. And this created a really unusual sort of situation because the church recognized these people as actually now being Christians. The Jews themselves who were baptized certainly did not. And they said, no way, we are still Jewish. That's ridiculous. And the church simply didn't know what to do with these people because they were not converted at the directive of the church. This is kind of like a mass phenomenon with a fiery local preacher that went viral. And so basically they were left to their own devices. And this meant that you had a large class, maybe 20, 30, 40,000 Jews, hard to say the exact number, who were given essentially the full privileges of living as Christians, meaning they no longer had any barrier to entry into higher education, no longer any restrictions on their residency, no longer any restrictions on their activity in the economy. They could pursue any kind of trade they wanted. And so many of these Jews said, why not? They continued living as Jews, marrying other Jews or other, as they were called, new Christians or conversos, and maintaining their Jewish lifestyle, and yet taking advantage of the new freedoms they received as a result of this accident. And this continued for almost a century until 1478, when the church said, we have to turn this around, and we have to make sure that these people, now the descendants of this large mass conversion of 1391, we have to make sure that these people leave behind their Jewish identities. They cease all Judaizing activity. And so the Inquisition, headed up by Thomas de Torquemada, shown here, who himself was of Jewish origin, was tasked not with persecuting Jews per se, but those Jews who had been baptized, even against their will, and making sure that they stay within the lane of Christian behavior and that they abandon all Jewish activities. This was, kind of like a crazy sort of phenomena where for, about a decade and a half, the entire society was turned upside down as people would be denouncing their neighbors left and right. And I'm going to get back to that, but I just want to, before we go to it, let's just have a quick look at this theological conundrum, which I've skipped over very quickly. The notion that the church believes, and this is really still Catholic doctrine to this day, that if a person is forcibly converted, even though it is forbidden to forcibly convert a person, once that person has received the sacrament of baptism, they are now a Christian. The most dramatic example of this, in my mind, is the 1858 conversion of young Edgar Mortara in Bologna, Italy, which I understand is going to be made into a major motion picture soon. It's been popularized by a very important work by the title The Kidnapping of Edgar Mortara by, I think his name is David Kranzler, if I remember correctly. And this is a case of a young boy who had a Christian nursemaid living in a Jewish home, and he was very sick when he was an infant. scarlet fever, something like that. And so the non-Jewish nursemaid, who was, about 16 years old, felt so sorry for young Edgardo because she expected he would die, and she didn't want him going to everlasting hell as a Jew. So she went and she secretly had him baptized. And then he recovered, and he got better. And then when he was about 6 years old, there's a complex series of events, but apparently she repeated the story of his baptism to a grocer, and eventually this got to the ears of the Vatican, and the Vatican police came and took that child from his family and brought him to the Pope himself. This was 1858. This is still, this is the modern age. And there were protests all over the world, including in New York City, saying, how is it possible that the church can actually kidnap a Jewish child over an unwitting baptism? But the Pope, Pius the 11th, if I remember correctly, or maybe it was 9th, I'm not sure which, it was Pope Pius, ironically named, absolutely refused to return the child to his family, and ultimately raised him as his own. And he ended up becoming a priest himself. You can see him here on the right. He was later, as an adult, reunited with his mother and his brother, who the expressions on their faces are hard to read, but he devoted his life to proselytizing other Jews. He ended up moving to Belgium, and he died just a few weeks before the Nazis invaded. They would have killed him anyways, because they would not have any compunction about his Jewish identity. But this is just one illustration of the church's tenacity when it comes to these forced conversions. So back to the Inquisition, basically what went on in the late 15th century is that, one of the most ridiculous aspects of the Inquisition was that if a person was found to have been engaged in Judaizing, then his or her property was confiscated, and a portion of it was given to the church, and a portion of it was given to the person who betrayed the Jew and the Judaizer. And so there was like an economic incentive to rat out your neighbors, even to make up charges against your neighbors. Typically what would happen is then the Inquisition would arrest the individual, bring him in, and expose him to torture, like this horrific device which had a cross on it, which was designed to make a person think about Christianity while they're being tortured. And then under duress, they would give up the names of many other people who were doing the same kind of thing. And of course, the Spanish Inquisition is infamous for the various types of horrendous tortures that were invented. This one, by the way, is especially awful. It's called the Pope's Bear. There are some scholars who doubt that it was actually used, but I'll show the artifact anyways. It's a device like this that could be inserted in an orifice in the human body, and then the wheel at the end is turned until it expands like this. And you can just imagine the kind of pain that it would result. So the whole society was turned upside down for about 20 years by this horrific Inquisition. People who confessed at various stages in the process would then be forced to wear these San Benitos, and here are a variety of them. It depends on what they confess to at what time. They would be required to wear these San Benitos for the rest of their lives, and then they would be displayed after their deaths on the church walls as a humiliation for the family. Sometimes corpses were actually exhumed and then put on trial and then burned again. Absolutely incredible kind of craziness that went on at this time. The most horrific aspect of it was, of course, those who refused to confess at any point, and they eventually burned at the stake, the so-called auto da fe, usually in these kind of like rock star type or sort of events that were held usually in the Plaza Mayor, the great public squares throughout Spain, and much of Spanish holdings in the New World as well. So a period of tremendous violence that existed right up until the 1830s. Incredible. Now, this did, however, come to an abrupt end because it wasn't working. In fact, it was getting worse and worse, that all of a sudden, more and more of these Judaizers were being discovered because, of course, there was the economic incentive for people to rat out their neighbor over the smallest of things or imagined things like I've smelled the cooking in their home, and it doesn't ever smell like pork. It's always chicken or beef. And so that would bring down the Inquisition on a neighbor's head. So eventually the Grand Inquisitor, shown here in the center in black, Torquemada, he spoke to his king and queen, Ferdinand and Isabella, who were really religious fanatics about this. And he said, I know why it's not working. The reason it's not working is because the Judaizers always have a Jewish community to return to. They always have a rabbi they can ask. They have kosher delis. They have, Jewish schools. They have regular non-baptized Jews here in Spain, and they are the ones that are preventing these baptized new Christians from truly accepting Christianity. And the only way to stop this is to expel all of the Jews. Now, for the first time, the Inquisition is directing its gaze at the non-baptized population. And although the man shown in the beautiful red cape on the right, Don Isaac Abarbanel, who was the deputy minister of finance of Spain at the time, begged the king and queen to reconsider. Nevertheless, in 1492, they signed a decree, and within a few months, all of the Jews were forced to leave Spain. And this is the great expulsion. It left behind those Jews who had gone underground. And by the way, the negative term for this, the sort of derogatory term that nevertheless was part of historiographic literature for a long time, is marrano. The term marrano means pig or swine. So converso or crypto Jew or even new Christian are considered preferable terms. So Abarbanel, shown here in this portrait of him in his old age, decided rather than remaining in Spain at the price of conversion, although he would have been a very wealthy man, like his superior, Rabbi Abraham Senor, who decided to convert and remain with his wealth in Spain, Abarbanel decided to go into exile with his people. And so you have these boats leaving Spain, trying to find safe passage throughout the rest of the Mediterranean. This is a map that just gives you some sense of the scope of the Spanish expulsion. It was considered a rift in time for Spanish Jews because Spain had become the most powerful, the oldest, the most influential of Jewish communities, especially in the Golden Age, and now it was completely destroyed, a Holocaust-like event in terms of the expulsion. And you have Jews going all over the coast of North Africa, trying to find havens in the Italian peninsula. They had much more luck under the Muslim countries in Turkey in particular, but many went to the north, and places like Amsterdam became a refuge for these crypto Jews, and also some went to the Americas. In fact, that's the genesis of the North American Jewish community as a result of Portuguese Jews who made it over to Brazil, and then a couple hundred years later went up to the States. They weren't the States at the time, but that's another story. Portugal deserves a little bit of a different treatment, though, because being located just on the western edge of the peninsula, it was the easiest country to get to. It has a lot of cultural similarities to Spain, linguistic similarities, and Jews had actually been fleeing to Portugal from Spain for over 100 years, including during 1391. Many of them followed the Douro River in the north there, making their way to Porto on the coast. So Portugal initially allowed a small number of Jews to enter legally on the payment of a major fee. A much larger amount entered illegally. We were illegal aliens at that time in Portugal. But politics changed because the leader, João III, was followed by Manuel I, who wanted to effect a dynastic union with Spain, specifically by marrying one of the princesses. And part of the deal was he had to make Portugal Judenrein, that just like Spain had now gotten rid of its Jews, Portugal had to do so as well. So Manuel was much more pragmatic. He promised the Jews of Portugal that with their forced baptism, which he engineered in 1497, he would not allow the Inquisition to to come in for at least 40 years. And in fact, it didn't come in until the 1530s. And so that gave Jews in Portugal in particular sort of a time where they could prepare for the onslaught. And it did come, and it was horrific at the time, but it changed their preparation for it. There was just one small event that I really have to point out. In the period of forced persecution, forced baptism, one of the most horrific moments is when Joao takes 750 children from the families and takes them hostage. It's funny how these things have reverberations in our own time. And to try to force the parents to convert, he expels them to the island of Sao Tome off the coast of Africa. And according to some of the contemporary accounts we have there, none of those children survived. Many of them were actually horrific. They were consumed by the local massive lizards that apparently live on that island. Scholars doubt exactly the specifics of the story, but you can nevertheless get a sense of the horror that the Jewish families must have experienced under him. This is a picture of Manuel I, who was able to ultimately marry the Infante, the princess of Spain, and effect this dynastic union. But when the Inquisition came in, many Jews from Portugal also fled, although with much more difficulty than they did from Spain, and they ended up finding themselves in many of these safer locations throughout the world. So this brings me now to really my statement of thesis. I've given you the historical background, and then I have time for a few questions where we can discuss whether or not my thesis has validity. So this picture, by the way, is of two Portuguese exiles or descendants of Portuguese exiles. Uriel da Costa is the adult figure, brooding in black with those claw-like hands and so on. And he was someone who had a very tragic life story. He was raised as a Christian by his parents. Like many Portuguese Jews, they didn't reveal their secret identity as Jews to their children because, you know, they might say something about it in the playground and they could bring down the Inquisition on their heads. But when he was an adult, they told him he was Jewish, and he was like overwhelmed with excitement when they moved to Amsterdam and he was able to begin living as a Jew again. However, he found he was unable to adapt to the Amsterdam Jewish community, primarily because he felt that the Jews did not live up to his idealized portrait of who they should be and how they should behave. A lot more to say about him, but I'm going to cut it short there. On his lap is his younger contemporary, Baruch Spinoza, who did not have the same kind of traumatic experience trying to adopt his Jewish identity, but also had a very different way of looking at Judaism, ultimately resulting in a clash with the community that resulted in his excommunication, but he ended up becoming one of the most profound philosophers to shape the modern world. And they're both Portuguese Jews, products of this environment. So here's my thesis. Unlike the Ashkenazic Jews, who had the Crusades come upon them like an asteroid from the stars, that was such a horrific, sharp moment of violence. The Inquisition was like a slow-moving train wreck, a slow disaster that, although the initial forced conversion was an act of at least spiritual violence, it typically did not involve a lot of physical violence. It meant that Jews, you know, they had time to go to their beds and wake up in the morning and think about, well, what does this new status mean? And over the period of centuries, from 1391 until the end of the 16th century, Jews were able to find ways to adapt to the crisis by feigning Christian identities. In other words, by going underground. They were able to determine ways to say, okay, we are now under threat as Jews, but we can maybe find a way to look like we're Christians, and they won't bother us, and we will practice some form of Judaism, some parts of Judaism. And that represented a kind of an adaptationist mentality that meant that especially the Portuguese Jews who had had time to think about this and to adapt to it, were able to be much more inventive and much more reflective on their circumstances and to create whole new realities for themselves as Jews, and also ultimately some economic realities for the rest of Europe. So their method of adaptation was one that did not involve considering the outside world to be automatically toxic. They were able to find ways to draw lines beyond which they would not cross, but were far within the boundaries of what Ashkenazi Jews would tolerate for survival. So that's my thesis. Next week, we're going to look in particular at the Sephardic diaspora in greater detail, their interactions with other sub-ethnic groups, like I mentioned at the beginning of this lecture, and see how this theory especially comes to, this theory of survival comes to clash with the Ashkenazic in the 19th and 20th centuries. But with that, let me thank you for your attention and your endurance. And Rabbi Posey, if you'd like to, we have time for some.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. That was riveting and really appreciating, and frankly, very jarring in recognizing some of the, the way that our history is paved in so much Jewish blood. So a couple of questions that have come through, and some I think that you addressed directly, maybe you wanted to add a couple of points. So you mentioned the four major periods, and how it looks like there was lots of intrusion of all sorts of a variety of different influences within the Jewish ethos, in art, music, poetry. Do we see other areas of overlap between the influences of the area, of the often our oppressors, in like art, music, and poetry in the Jewish world during the times of intolerance, or were Jews simply more insular, and did they sort of go look more inward during those difficult times?
That is a great question. I've never really thought about to what degree Jewish culture is open to receiving influences from the outside, depending on the degree of persecution. It's really worth thinking about. Off the top of my head, I would like to think it seems reasonable that Jewish culture would be far more open to borrowing from non-Jewish culture during periods of tolerance. Because, if you view the outside culture as an oppressor, you're more likely to reject it. That seems to make sense to me logically, but I can't help thinking of one thing that I read about 6 months ago that was just mind-blowing. It was an article on this by Joseph Schatzmiller, one of my late teachers, on the origins of the Havdalah box that's found in many Jewish homes. Where you put the spices in it, and it looks like a silver tower with a flag on it and things like that. It's kind of like the iconic look. And so it's pretty clear that Jews copied that design from the Christian sacristy, that it was an object that was used to hold the communion wafers. And it's not clear whether Jews copied it because it was like an object that was revered by Christians. It's quite a bit more possibly likely that Jewish pawnbrokers received these, and when they kept them in their possession for the redemption of pledges, they probably thought, wow, this is a really beautiful object. And they said, what can we do with this? And they said, I know, let's put spices in it on Havdalah. And that's where we got that particular iconic kind of, I shouldn't say iconic in this context, but this standard treatment. So, and that would be in Ashkenazic culture, where you would think they would reject these things. So I don't know the answer to your question. It is actually a very sophisticated question. If anyone wants to do a PhD dissertation on this, I am ready to listen.
It looks like a question just came into the chat, and we'll have one more after that. Is there any research on what happened to the economy or commerce in Spain when so many Jews had to leave the country?
Oh, yes, a huge amount of research on that question. And in fact, it goes back a little bit earlier. One of the big debates over why the expulsion and even the Inquisition happened was it motivated by, I sort of portrayed it as a religious impetus, which is the older historiography, but there's a very good argument to be made that, there are economic interests here, that all of a sudden you have this massive Jewish population that's surging forward in the economy because they are literate and numerate, and they have international connections that they can use for mercantile activities. So the Jews were suddenly surging forward in society as a result of their newfound Christian status, and that the Inquisition was really a reaction on an economic level. We have to control this population. They're getting out of hand. They are taking all of these positions of leadership that we never wanted them to arrogate for themselves. So there's a lot of research on the economic aspects of the Inquisition, the expulsion, and there's a tremendous amount of discussion afterwards of the chaos economically of the expulsion, because there are lots of claimants to the Jewish property that was left behind, and more significantly, a lot of Jewish property was in the form of debts. And so were those debts canceled? The king and queen did not want to cancel those debts. They wanted to collect them themselves. So they had to find ways, sometimes even to allow Jews a certain amount of their money back in the form of repaid debts so they could collect the tax on them. Lots of fascinating research on the economics of it.
Great. So this is one that I think you really addressed directly in your thesis statement near the end of the talk. But the way I'll phrase it, maybe you wanted to expand upon it. How do you characterize the different reactions to anti-Semitism between the Ashkenazic strain over the history and the Sephardic strain? In other words, does it cause Jews to become more insular, and hide their Jewishness, or to try and abandon what is the similar tradition? I guess that's what it is.
Yeah, no, I think that these are excellent questions. It really is the question. I think the word that I would probably want to change there is cause. Like, what causes the Jews to do what? I think anti-Semitism causes Jews to look for a response, to find a strategy to cope with anti-Semitism. So the Ashkenazic coping strategy, I would like to argue, generally speaking, and this is, we're speaking in very broad terms and painting with broad strokes, but generally the Ashkenazic coping strategy is circle the wagons, look inside, turn your backs on the outside world because they have already rejected you. Whereas one might think that the Sephardic approach is, look for allies, look outside, say, no, we can get along with this if we just, try to trim our sails here or there. And in fact, as we shall discuss a little more next week, they were largely successful because remember, the Inquisition didn't get shut down until 1835. Mind-boggling. But a Jew who went, who was officially Christian and went to another Catholic country was equally liable to the depredations of the Inquisition. But Jews in this situation, these crypto Jews, were frequently able to find, people they could bribe, even popes who would turn a blind eye to them. There were some popes who were saying, this whole business of the forced conversion was a mess. To start with, just leave them alone, and so Jews, these Sephardic Jews, were largely able to find ways to negotiate around the obstacles rather than simply reject them and look inwards. Also, the whole idea of going to Muslim countries, which was a major survival strategy for Sephardic Jews. We can't live as Jews here in Catholic, Europe. Let's go to Turkey. Let's go to North Africa. So we'll explore it more next week. I think that's really the question.
Amazing. One question just jumped in. During these times of persecution in the Sephardic community, do we have research on how Jews saw other Jews in the Moser? I guess Jews saw other Jews who would use some of these things to have internal strife and conflict.
Yeah, we have a mixed record on this. Unfortunately, there are a lot of examples of Jewish heroism, like I mentioned, Don Yitzchak Abarbanel, who chose to remain with the exiles. And we have some remarkable women like Doña Gracia Nasi, who are willing to take on the Pope in Rome to defend the Jews. But we also have really sad examples of Jewish communities refusing to admit refugees from Spain as well, saying, no, not our problem. We don't want them in our community, sending the boats away. So it's a mixed bag regards that.
Very, very interesting. We really appreciate your time, your incredible scholarship, the breadth of what you were able to share with us, and look forward to continuing to learn. I want to wish everyone a Laila Tov, and again, thank you so much for joining.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. One of the most terrifying periods in Jewish history was certainly the decades leading up to the Gerush Sfard, the massive expulsion of the Jews from the Iberian Peninsula. And I'd like to look today at two transitional figures who represent that unusual moment of moving from Spain into Portugal and then finally to the land of Israel. I find them deeply inspirational, and I've actually spent quite a bit of time studying their work. I'm in particular fascinated by Rabbi Yaakov ibn Shlomo Habib, whose years are roughly 1445 to 1515, and his son as well, named Levi, who continued his legacy in the holy city of Tzfat in northern Israel. So what's the story with them? Rabbi Yaakov ibn Shlomo Habib was born in Zamora, which is in Castile, and he was the Rosh Yeshiva in, among other places, Salamanca, very beautiful university town that had a major Jewish community right up until the expulsion of 1492. When the expulsion occurred, he was among the large group of Jews that made the land journey just to the west. Salamanca is actually within a very short driving distance of the, it's actually close to the Douro River, so you can get along the Douro River Valley right into Portugal. And that's where he went, along with maybe some 60,000 Jews who fled from Spain. And at that time, Portugal was initially, with some hesitancy, willing to accept some of these refugees, albeit for a large payment. And some Jews were able to put together the money. Many others simply entered Portugal illegally as refugees from the expulsion. Then in 1497, as we've discussed many times, there was a forced conversion, a mass baptism of all of these Jews in Portugal, which created an entirely different kind of environment where they were suddenly, given the privileges of Jewish status, but still burdened by the social prejudices against them as Jews. And that, of course, they were not willingly baptized to Catholicism. And this would be reasonably tolerable on some levels until the 1530s, when the Inquisition entered Portugal, and then they were actively persecuted for harboring any Jewish practices. And the next 200 years has some absolutely horrific stories, which hopefully we'll be able to understand a little more of over the course of these lectures, and especially his family, and he made his way to Salonika, Greece, where he was able to get the community of Spanish exiles there, who elected him as their rabbi, and he spent the majority of the later years of his life in Salonika there. He was a very well-respected rabbi, quoted by many of the great rabbis of the era, including the Spanish Rabbi Yosef Caro, the author of the Shulchan Aruch. The most important and lasting literary creation that he bequeathed the Jewish people was a fantastic book called Ein Yaakov, or The Well of Jacob. He, of course, was named Jacob Yaakov. And this is a really interesting thing, because you have to understand how the Talmud is constructed. The Talmud, massive document, right? Thousands and thousands of pages. And it has a very unusual structure in which it's kind of like a stream of consciousness discussion with up to 2,000 interlocutors. And the tangents are sometimes more numerous than the actual, straightforward description of the text or subject involved. And so what that means is, besides the discussions of how should Jews behave in a ritual and civil and moral fashion, there are all kinds of sort of side discussions that are like philosophical musings or metaphysical meditations or stories, biographies, jokes, recipes, observations on the natural world. I mean, all kinds of amazing, wonderful, unusual things are mixed in with the rest of the discussion. Now, for many rabbis, for several hundred years preceding Rabbi Ibn Habib, there was kind of like a desire to sort of push away all that sort of secondary material that does not seem at least directly related to the subject at hand. And so you have collections like the one by Rav Alfasi, in which all of that stuff is edited out of the Talmud, and you have only the halachic information, only the Jewish law information, which of course is a much easier way to make your way through the Talmud, but it's also kind of less interesting in my humble opinion. It's just the law, as opposed to all this fascinating stories about great rabbis and experiences they had and things like that. So what Rabbi Yaakov Ibn Habib did, and maybe he was thinking a lot about his generation and what they needed, he went the other way. And he said, no, you know what? All that halachic, all that legal material is very useful, but I'm going to create a work that's only the fun parts of the Talmud, only the biographies and recipes and observations on what we can learn from the behavior of a cat and things like that. And he put that in a distinct edited version of the Talmud called Ein Yaakov. And it is absolutely fascinating to go through this. Now, to really study the Talmud properly, in my humble opinion, you have to do both, because they are interrelated, sometimes in a very tangential way, but both types of material are very much related. But the Ein Yaakov proved to be extremely popular because, especially for people who did not have necessarily the mental stamina to go through long, months-long discussions of halachic, sometimes theory, and they just wanted to get this more inspirational material from the Talmud, the Ein Yaakov was perfect. It also has a commentary. It's not just the edited Talmud, but the Ein Yaakov includes Rabbi Ibn Habib's commentary on it, which has fantastic historical data, especially relating to the experiences of the Jews who had to flee Spain and Portugal. So he finished it, and it was published in 1560.
Look at you. You're just a vagabond of the world. How are you? Yeah. It's like a person that just travels.
Just traipsing through the world.
Exactly. What's good?
Just living with the care of the world, man. I've been frolicking in the meadow all day.
Absolutely. So how's that been?
No.
Dude, these motherfuckers have been coming in here hardcore with these loud sounds. Loud sound. Being douches. And agreed. They did this morning. I'm kind of too nice. I let them fucking do it for a little while, and then I'll ban them. But I even feel bad about banning them, so that I just fucking mute them. But nevertheless, I see what they're doing, and they just are causing trouble. All right, what else is new? All right. Well, frankly, I should be fucking viral right by now, and I'm not, and that's okay. I got one of my Twitter accounts banned, and it was a good Twitter account that I had. It had about 1,000 followers, but it's whatever. It's just more bullshit. What else is good? I have these bots that go, and if I just keep them going, I don't realize the impact that they have because I don't pay too much attention to them. But it's exactly what Ori said. He's like, dude, everybody knows about you, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so it's in my best interest to just keep the bots going, keep the pressure going on the platform, and then just keep streaming in Discords. I feel like it's going to be a multifaceted approach. It's not just going to be one thing. It's going to blow me up. It could be perhaps, but being the central hub of these Discords is important. It gets me a lot of people contacting me. And then on Kick, I got a couple people who want to do interviews. I'm sure it is. It sucks. I got a couple people who want to do interviews, perhaps. One of them is the guy who canceled on me like not that long ago, whatever, like last week. And so I'm very hesitant. Like if you fuck me once, shame on you. Fuck me twice, shame on me. So I'm like, this time I asked him, do you have a website? Or, just send me let me just hear what another one of your podcasts sounds like, just so I know that it's a legitimate deal and it's not just some bullshit thing. And so he can get back to me on that. And then this one guy, Kick Clips, he's a pretty big streamer on Kick. He has asked to do an interview, but he doesn't give me a date. And so I kind of feel like he is waiting for someone to, like a couple other people to do interviews so that he doesn't get in trouble necessarily. But yeah. Anything else that's good? No. Frankly, I wish I could just tell you I had all this amazing fucking info, but today was pretty slow. Hey, I'm at 150 people have seen my fucking Ari interview. Can't beat that. Or it could be 150,000 by now. You never know. Uh-huh. Yeah. You can donate to me using Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, and just good old-fashioned PayPal and Cash App, Venmo. Buy me a coffee. Yeah, it's pretty easy. The one thing though, there's something fucked up about it. Just make sure you know your login information. I mean, obviously, or else, I don't want to say you can't get that money, but it's going to be difficult if people give you money and you can't log into that account. Here's the issue that I had. I was Ass Man. I just went by Ass Man on a bunch of shit on that, and I don't remember what my login was or whatever. I can't stand this. If I know my fucking password and I know the email, then let me in the fucking account. Don't pull this other bullshit on me. So I was wondering, like with my kickbots, these things spam, and I wondered, I wonder if they're like still getting banned, or if I could just basically create an account and then just have it spam as much as I want, and like, do they even still care anymore? If you even heard Ari, he was like, I gave up on banning your accounts, but also banning your clips, and I understand it's too much work. Imagine how shitty it would be every single day that you are streaming and you have an extra task that you have to do. And every time that you are streaming, you know that you have to go in and like clean this shit up. At a certain point, if you stream every day and you don't want an extra responsibility, you just say, fuck it, let him do it. Because I don't have a way to stop him. And that's what happened to Ori. And I just have a lot of confidence that if I just keep these fucking bots going, I mean, I say this to myself. There's like a theory. If you just press on your hand, like your arm, just very slightly, just like very ever so slightly. But if you do it enough, eventually it will cause bruising. And then eventually you'll end up like callousing the skin and perhaps breaking the skin. And then eventually, like with enough friction, if you do it long enough, you'll break through the skin, you'll break through into the muscle and then into the bone. And if you kept doing something to it long enough, eventually you will like erode through your whole arm. In the same way that if I just keep having my bot, just keep spamming and spamming and spamming, eventually it will. 100% right. 100% right. And so we look at the Grand Canyon and we say, wow, that was all created with water and just seeping in and getting into the cracks. It's 100% right. So we've got that going. Word. You know, there's some weird shit about the Grand Canyon. Did you know that the north rim of the Grand Canyon has one of the most dense forests in the world? Yeah. And I learned that from The Office, which it was actually a joke, but it actually turns out to be true. And there's all this secret shit about the Grand Canyon that, like, when you learn about the Grand Canyon, it's like, oh, you go and you can take like a helicopter, or you can take mules, or all that shit. But you can only go in certain spots. It's fucking giant. And so, Grand Canyon North. Exactly. That's what I was getting to, man. Yeah. And it's like, how the fuck did any of that shit get there? Where did you learn about that? That's exactly what I was getting to.
I've known about that for years. I've been studying these topics. Like, you and me vibe, I think, because you and me are into a lot of the same things.
Yeah, very, very esoteric.
Very, very esoteric. Very, what could be real, the fringy topics of the world. Even I know that they finally proved it was not anything otherworldly at all. But like the man from made up a country. He was flying like Tom in Japan. But people thought that he was like a slip through a dimension from another place where that country really did exist. He just had like a fake passport and a fake country that worked in a lot of places until he got caught in Japan in like 1955.
Yeah.
So, with the internet, they contacted people in Japan and got them. But he said, oh yeah, so you have a fake passport. Everyone else for years. They were saying that like they would hear the story and wonder if what the truth behind it was. And so like a couple years ago they proved it. I'm very much into technology. I remember I was a little kid, dude. I was a little kid. And I remember when my desires on TV and I got me into it. I was born in 1985, so very, very young. When I see like they were talking about aliens on the news. So like George, now, I lived in California, which is the refugee Vegas.
Right.
We were like definitely getting the news from Vegas. It's a place to go. So I had ADHD and I was young, and I started teaching myself Greek to reading ancient documents and stuff, and I just found weird shit like that in my life.
So about this Grand Canyon thing, people call it a hoax. I don't know. I've heard enough about it that like there's something to it. I mean, what else did I hear about it? The Grand Canyon thing. Like I looked it up to see like what was that I read about it. And it is supposedly a hoax. But when they say it's a hoax, it just makes me want to fucking believe it all the more. And like, who the fuck says it's a hoax? Dog, 50 years ago, they said solar power was a hoax. 30 years ago, they said the electric car was a hoax. So all this shit that they call hoaxes, their whole opinion is based on, in my opinion, ad hominem attacks. They just literally choose a word and they dismiss it. So they'll call it, oh, this is pseudoscience. This is a hoax. This is a wives' tale. Whatever the fuck they want to do. It's like, wait. Hold on a second. In 1909, there had never been like a white dude who was exploring this area. And then he named a bunch of it after Egyptian shit. That's pretty standard. But then you start getting into like the Smithsonian. And when people are like, "Oh, it's a hoax," well, then what about the giants that have the Smithsonian like covered up during the 19th century? Like, what about that? That's why that fucking place was started. I'll tell you what, something is weird about the Smithsonian Institution, and I'll say this: when I was in, I've been to Washington D.C. twice in my life. I think, approximately. I've been like in the city, proper, maybe like in around there other times, but and what was important about being in Washington D.C.? Oh, and at the Smithsonian Institution. At the Smithsonian, it's a Smithsonian Institution, isn't it? Not institute. Anyway. Okay, maybe it's institute. I gotta look this up because it's bothering me. Yeah, it's institution. Okay, so yeah, so these motherfuckers had this thing called okay, so my big thing, and you'll appreciate this, I wanted to see Archie Bunker's chair from All in the Family. I thought this was like a part of television history. And that's where it's stored. And it hasn't been available to be seen in 15 fucking years. It's like, what in the fuck are you guys hiding there? So, okay, Smithsonian Institution, it's TV, no, it's the whole TV, it's like TV radio wing. I think why they got rid of it is because they don't want, all these kids go there for like their high school graduations and stuff, and they don't want to show you what things look like on TV in the past, because people first would be like, well, where are all the minorities and where are the women? It's like all just what, and there's smoking and there's like all these, like, they don't want to show that to children. So instead of like basically censoring it for people, they just say that it's closed. Okay, hold on. It's the TV radio. I'm telling you, it's been closed for a long fucking time. Smithsonian Institution TV radio, what would you call it? It's like, it has a name. Section. It's a whole fucking, it's a huge ass building that they put a sign out of in front of it and they're like, oh yeah, it's closed. Man, they don't even fucking advertise this shit anymore. Okay, Smithsonian Institution TV wing. Not wings. No, it's Smithsonian Institution TV broadcast section. Dog, are you fucking serious? What in the fuck? Broadcast. It's like where all the important I'm so sick of search engines not working correctly. Smithsonian Institution TV section. Television. Here it is. When I use a fucking different web browser, it just shows right away. Okay, but it's like a TV radio history. Like, this tells me that the Smithsonian they're hiding shit. I hate to say it, but they are. Okay, history and facts. Like, this used to be a part of the Smithsonian, and they'd be like, oh, this is the first microphone from the first CBS broadcast that went nationwide, and they don't show you any of that shit anymore. Okay. Let's see here. Smithsonian Institution. Well, I'll just look up Archie Bunker's fucking chair. Where is this fucking chair? Archie Bunker. Archie Bunker's chair from All in the Family. Okay, so it is there. But it's in the... Where is it? Object details. Upholstered wing chair used by Archie Bunker, Carol Connor, blah, 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 blah. Okay, the series. Yeah, I know it's... Usage conditions apply. Interesting. They don't even have a fucking section for it anymore. It used to be in something called like the National Museum of American Broadcasting or something. Now they call it the American Museum for American Museum of American History. Dog, they used to have a fucking thing. Smithsonian. I'm gonna look it up in ChatGPT. That'll be able to tell me. All this because I'm trying to complete my point that these guys hide shit and they could be hiding shit with the Grand Canyon. Yo, dog, tell me about the Smithsonian Institution and its wing where they used to keep the Archie Bunker chair. It was like closed down for a whole bunch of years, for like 15 years. It had all their radio broadcasting and stuff. Tell me about it. What was that part closed down? Why? Oh, no. Okay. So this is so fucking stupid. Okay. So maybe it was in the National Museum of American History. Okay. But get this. The museum underwent a significant renovation from 2006 to 2019. It went through 13 fucking years of... It's the National History Museum. It's literally called the National Museum of American History. In my opinion, they don't want people like and the years that they did it, 2006 to 2019, they didn't want people there for some reason. I don't know. But 13 fucking years to do a museum, which is not that big. It's like literally they built the fucking Pentagon in less time than it took. And that was 75 years ago. I don't know. But I've always thought it was very weird that the National History Museum basically was closed for 13 fucking years. Another thing that I find interesting, Caspian Sea, this one's really interesting too. Okay, you remember back in the day when the United States did something good? I shouldn't say that at all. No, I shouldn't say that. But when it made it seem like the United States did something good and they would have like a parade for the soldiers. When do you think the last time a parade for the soldiers was allowed? Oh, that's a good point. It would. I think they did one. Oh, at least in Washington D.C. It was in Gulf War, and yeah. But like, so I thought that they would do like a big fucking American parade in Washington D.C. a lot, but they do not do that at all. I mean, like okay, this is where I got to thinking. You ever watch like North Korea or China or Russia, and they have like their missiles on fucking trailers, and they're all like marching in perfect, you know what I'm talking about, and it's pretty good propaganda. And I always wondered, why the hell don't the United States military do that? And I've never been okay with the answer that I get. If you Google this, it's, well, because the United States is more a naval power than it is a land power, and naval powers don't do that. But that doesn't make any fucking sense because we're everything. We're air, we're naval, yeah, that's just a shitty excuse. So then another reason I agree, but it's a good question. We've been to war multiple times since the Gulf War. Why haven't we had one of those fucking parades? So apparently the last one that they did was a total disaster. The last military parade held in Washington, D.C. was in 1991. It was a mess. The 67-ton tanks rolling down Constitution Avenue ruined the roadway, and flying gravel covered the Hirshhorn Sculpture Garden. I have been there. In total, the parade left in its wake 1.2 million pounds of garbage, 12 million in bills, and literal scars of the city's public art and infrastructure. In my opinion, this is all propaganda themselves. They don't want these things to happen anymore, and I think it's for a few reasons. They don't want you focusing on wars, so they just want you working, consuming, and working and consuming. That's it. They don't want you focusing on wars, because imagine if and this is exactly how one of these things would happen today, if they had one. And disagree if you think I'm wrong, but they bring out a bunch of tanks and, Humvees and shit, and all of a sudden people are going to say, hey, they're rolling these things past homeless people. Why the fuck do we have tanks and all this other shit when we can't pay for our own people? So instead of that, they just don't do it anymore. Yeah, exactly. That's what I think it is. So they can say like, oh, we didn't know that the tanks were going to tear up the road. Dog, you literally invade people with these things. Don't tell me that you couldn't repave. But it would give you a target, basically. Like, hey, did you know there's going to be a military parade? Okay, well, everybody in favor of the military would go, but then also any detractor would go. And those people would get a whole bunch of support, because they'd be like, dude, I'm here at the fucking rally, and don't you think we should be spending this on our fellow person as opposed to invading other countries? And everybody would be like, oh yeah. And like, so what I'm saying is, like, immediately, if you had one of these, it would turn people against the military, and so they don't do it anymore. That's just my opinion, but I've always wondered, why in the fuck don't they do that anymore? I agree.
Property taxes are due in 9 days. This is for the first installment due November 1st. The late penalty comes December 10th. The presidential candidates are in the home stretch for the 2024 election. Today, Harris will campaign in Philadelphia. Trump hosts two events in Georgia. The election now 13 days off. The U.S. Capitol Christmas tree is ready for its 4,000-mile trek from Alaska to Washington, D.C. Arrive November 21st. And Target says they're slashing a whole bunch of prices for the holiday season. Southern weather for KL5, sunny skies on the way, highs in the 80s to 90s. Right now, Los Morris has 59, 62 for Yorba Linda, 64 in Corona, and it's 65 in Hollywood. We leave local from the KL5 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Pettis. We'll start off with 50 seconds out. Only stop to clear up the line, so we look over to the shoulder, down the couch. That's what on 605 between the 105 and crossing. Here we're dealing with two lanes closed until about 5 and down
after his death, and has been reprinted more than 10 different editions and hundreds of reprintings since then. However, he did not merit to finish the entire book. That was left to his son Levi. Levi, like his father, was born in Spain, and he made his way to Portugal. And then at the tender age of 14, he was among those, like his father, who were forcibly converted to Catholicism. He followed his father to Salonika, and then in the spirit of the age, because there was a huge, widespread feeling among Jews that something colossal had happened, something that, we can understand a little bit of that in the sense of like being in the post-Holocaust generations, that something had dramatically shifted in the tectonic structure of the universe. And Levi Chabad said, in order to atone for whatever it was that led to that moment of baptism, he went to live in the land of Israel. He went to Tzfat and then later in Jerusalem, where he was very much involved in a fascinating controversy. He was the opponent of Rabbi Yaakov Beirav, who in Tzfat was trying to restart historical smicha. Absolutely fascinating, but he managed to finish his father's work, the Ein Yaakov, and it is a classic that for the last 500 years has been studied with great enthusiasm by many, including myself. Okay, I hope you found this useful, and thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so excited about the upcoming cruise on the Douro River. This will be my third time visiting the Douro with Kosher Riverboat Cruises, and there are just so many amazing things there. And as I do my research into the people who live there and the stories that are told there, I'm just overwhelmed. Let me talk to you about one individual that I recently learned about. His name is Fray Diogo da Assumpção. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. My Spanish and my Portuguese are not so great. But as you can tell from the word Fray, this is a friar. This is someone who actually became a Franciscan monk, and he ended up being burnt at the stake by the Inquisition. He's a great example of how, ironically, the Inquisition can sort of backfire. Let me tell you his story, which is really quite amazing. He was born in Viana, Portugal, which was just north of Porto, just a little bit beyond the Douro River Valley, in 1579. So the Inquisition had been in place for a good 50 years, and there was like no way for people to get real Jewish education, and no rabbis and no Hebrew books other than what was allowed by the Inquisition, specifically medical textbooks. So, there was a tremendous amount of energy devoted to extirpating Judaism, and the horrific auto da fe, the grand, public burnings of people, and the purge-like atmosphere associated with the Inquisition was well underway, and in fact would be continuing for another 200 years in Portugal and a little longer even in Spain. So this is the environment. Apparently, this young man had some Jewish background, although it would have been very, very minimal, because in the conviction document that we're going to look at in a second, it just refers to him having some Jewish blood, which is unusual because typically these conviction documents will say exactly how much Jewish blood, whatever that means exactly, like one grandparent, two grandparents, one great-great-grandparent, that kind of thing. So it's not clear whether he had any Jewish blood at all, although the Inquisition seems to think that there must have been some Jewish blood in there for him to take this particular route. And anyway, he was brought up as a pious Christian. He became a Franciscan friar, and he became fascinated with Judaism, perhaps because the Inquisition did everything it could to try and excoriate Judaism. He therefore got more and more interested in it. He ended up studying at the University of Salamanca, which was a tremendous center for crypto-Judaism. There are a lot of former Jews who are new Christians who studied at the University of Salamanca, many of whom were true believers in Christianity, and many of whom were just, like pretending to get along so they could move ahead with their lives and so on. And they kept their Judaism either completely submerged, or they kept it active with other
organizations.
The building right behind me was actually the base medrash of Salamanca. See, it's quite an imposing building. It has been reconstructed a few times since then and been remodeled, but essentially this is gives you a sense of the size and grandeur of the Jewish community up until the 14th and 15th century. Now, it happened that Salamanca was largely spared the depredations of the 1391 pogroms and mass conversions that we spoke about last night. But it took a little bit longer until Vicente Ferrer, one of the most important instigators of this violence, actually came to Salamanca and spent several months here. I have some ideas, some theories as to perhaps why Salamanca eventually converted en masse, but essentially at the beginning of the 15th century, you have a lot of Jews converting to Christianity at that time, and there was pressure to turn over the 3 synagogues in this town, and especially this base medrash, to the university. It was eventually handed over, as our wonderful guide Jose mentioned. It became a hostel, like in the sense of student hospitals, visiting student housing, and then later became a faculty of mathematics, linguistics, and now is the office of the rector, which is most amazing. And it is quite ironic that in the background here you see Friar Leon, who's one of the most famous figures from this university. He was, as we shall discuss tonight when we talk about crypto Jews, he was actually a true believer. He was a new Christian whose ancestors were all Jews. His great-grandmother was actually burned at the stake for refusing to give up Judaism. And he got into huge trouble with the Inquisition, primarily because he challenged the translations of the Latin Vulgate, which is the Bible that the Catholic Church was especially associated with. One of the verses that got him into trouble was actually read it last week. He translated the verse that speaks about the thing that the dove had in his mouth when he returned from the ark. And he referred to it with the Hebrew word leaf. And in fact, that is the Hebrew word. It says an olive leaf. But the Vulgate insists it was a branch, right? Like meaning a piece of wood. So for a couple of inches, literally, he was thrown in jail for how long? 4 years?
4 years. 4 years and 9 months.
Almost 5 years in jail for suggesting that the Hebrew might be more accurate than the later Latin translation. And when he came back, famously, he entered the classroom that hopefully we'll see inside, and he said, "As we were saying," as if to say in a Jewish sense, like when you stop the shear, and then when you pick it up, and you can say, "Amar Rava." Okay, let's have a look inside.
Many Jewish families, crypto-Jewish families, would actually encourage one of the sons of the family to go into the church so that the rest of the family would have a reliable confessor to go to who could stand up for them and say, "Oh yeah, no, this person comes to confession all the time. They're definitely good Christians." At any rate, at the University of Salamanca, he became completely interested in Judaism, and he ended up deciding he was going to leave Christianity and he would flee to England, where he would adopt Judaism, perhaps to Belgium, but in the end, he was caught by the Inquisition and put on trial. Now, here's an especially interesting thing about his particular story. He was, I'll give away the ending. He was unfortunately burned at the stake in 1603. He was 24 years old. But what was especially noteworthy about his case is that his conviction was written, but never disseminated. We know it existed because a few decades later, great writer Manasseh ben Israel, a scholar of Amsterdam, of actually a Portuguese Jewish extraction, mentions that he has it, but that document was lost for several hundred years. It only turned up in the British Museum when it was discovered by Lionel David Barnett at the beginning of the 20th century, and he published an article on it with the original Portuguese in 1924 in the Jewish Quarterly Review. And I'm going to show you some sections from that. So why was this conviction of Assam Sawa not circulated? Primarily because it included a blistering critique of Christianity, that when they were interrogating him, he talked about all the reasons why he wanted to become a Jew and why he wanted to abandon Christianity. And it was so heated that there's no way, although they had to record these things in order to justify the conviction, they simply couldn't publish it, because then all kinds of people would get even more ideas. So this is how the Inquisition kind of sort of created its opposite effect. The inquisitors, at the end of this lengthy discussion with him, in which not only did he indicate that, things like the cross is just a couple of sticks. Whew, can you imagine how they would have felt? That the Sabbath really was on Saturday, not on Sunday. And in fact, while he was in jail, he tried to keep the Sabbath. He tried to keep kosher in jail and fasting and all kinds of things like that. And they ended up, of course, the inquisitors condemned him. And at the end of this condemnation, they utter this stock phrase, which appears at the end of almost all of these condemnations, that the church excommunicates him completely, but they beg that the secular authorities not proceed to the penalty of death or the shedding of blood. This is, by the way, how the Inquisition would work, that typically the church would make the decision, and then they would so-called relax the person to the secular authorities, who would decide what they were going to do. Then, of course, the secular authorities would decide whatever they wanted, and in many cases, they would burn the individual at the stake. The secular authorities would occasionally offer a small mercy by garroting the individual, meaning strangling them before they set them on fire. But the church would also engage through the secular authorities of the burning of, people in effigy, or having their bones unearthed and then burned. And at the end, of course, all of the property of the victim would go to the royal chamber, which was part of the profit incentive of this. A certain amount would also go to the church. A certain amount would also go to the people who denounced them. So it was definitely economically a self-sustaining kind of enterprise. At any rate, this entire document is recorded, and then there's a little note, because it's transcribed by a Jewish writer. Phrases added after the name of the justices: "May the Lord destroy them, and may God give vengeance to the penitent for his blood. Amen and amen." Wow, chilling. Now, this particular story reverberated throughout early 17th century Europe. So much so that it motivated secret societies in the name of Saint Assumpção in places like Coimbra, where there was a large contingent of people who felt very much like this particular individual. Fascinating story. We're going to see many of these stories along the Douro River and see where they happened and get a sense for what that difficult period must have been like. I hope you'll have the opportunity to join me on this cruise, but if not, really looking forward to sharing with you our discoveries on this channel. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Today, we're going to look at a fascinating individual, Captain Artur Carlos de Barros Bastro. He lived between 1887 and 1961, and he was perhaps the single most influential figure in creating the revival of Portuguese Jewry that is still very active and very vibrant today. First of all, he was descended of crypto Jews. His grandfather first told him, although his mother and his grandmother were not Jewish, his grandfather shared with him that he was one of the many, many Portuguese Jews who had had their Judaism submerged by the forced conversion of 1497 and essentially driven into hiding by the Inquisition that followed. So he thought that was a very interesting kind of fact. And in fact, he had experienced some anti-Semitism because even though on a halachic, on a Jewish legal level, he would not be considered Jewish by rabbinic standards, at least not until his conversion, which happened later, he nevertheless experienced anti-Semitism. That's one of the ironies of the Jewish condition in the modern era. At any rate, he was a war hero during World War I, and while he was in service in the Portuguese army, he met a Jewish chaplain, and he learned a lot more about Judaism from this foreigner. In 1920, he elected to go through a formal conversion process, which he completed in Tangier. He was circumcised, and he took the name Avraham ben Rosh, Abraham the first, as it were, the son of the head, as it were. And shortly thereafter, he married a very prominent woman of the Portuguese Jewish community. And after his marriage, he became extremely involved in organizing the first Jewish community in Porto, 424 years after it had been formally dissolved. Fascinating, and he did so much more after this. Now, one of the things that he was so involved in is what he called the rescue work of Portuguese Jewry. He was convinced that there were tens of thousands of people like him who had some connection to Judaism and longed to return. And the fact is that in 1910, there was a coup in Portugal, and 1911, a new constitution was written that formally declared the freedom of religion. Title I, Article 4 said liberty of conscience and creed is inviolable. And in number 6, it says no one can be persecuted on religious grounds nor questioned by any authority with regard to religion professed. This was just like a tremendous turnaround after the Portuguese Inquisition. So he said, listen, with all of this, we can go out to all of these people who had been for 500 years, 25 generations, been practicing Judaism in secret, and we can say, hey, you can come back now. Now, these people, of course, were called marranos. The term marrano is generally accepted to be a derogatory term. It comes from the Castilian word for swine, and most scholars today prefer the term converso, or a crypto Jew, meaning like a hidden Jew, or even new Christian, which was the term that was applied to them by the church. In Hebrew, the term would be b'nei anusim, the children of the forced, meaning they were forcibly converted to Catholicism. For his part, the captain actually preferred that term marrano, which was in wide circulation, but he derived it from a Hebrew root. He said that marranos came from the word mar anus, which means bitter force, meaning they had been forcibly converted bitterly to Christianity. At any rate, what did he do? So he was extremely active in recreating the Jewish community, first in Porto, which had a secret Jewish community. You can see here on one of the streets, which I had the privilege of visiting with Kosher River Tourists a few years ago, and I hope to go again this year. There was actually on the left-hand side, the middle building, there was a secret synagogue discovered. Here's a photograph of me in that house with the Aron Kodesh, which was originally built into the thickness of the wall itself and then covered with a thin veneer, which would then be removed before Shabbat so that the Jews could actually open up. That's where they hid the Sefer Torah. It was just chilling to put your hand inside this stone ark, really, but very, very inspirational. At any rate, he got to work organizing the community. He created a newspaper that lasted for decades called Halapid, the Torch, that you can see here on the masthead. He is listed as the editor, and he organized the coming together of the congregation to create a synagogue, which was ultimately in the 1930s created with the generous support of the Kaduri family, and it's called the Kaduri Synagogue today, Makor Chaim, the source of life. Here you can see a gathering in 2020, so you see it's really quite active today. It's a beautiful synagogue inside. I especially appreciated visiting it because the psukim, the verses of the Torah that are written around the synagogue, all speak to this idea of return after long absence. Absolutely fascinating. He created a yeshiva as well called Rosh Pinah, which means the cornerstone, which of course evokes a passage in Tehillim that says that the stone that the builders rejected has now become the cornerstone, which has tremendous reverberations for anyone who's affiliated Horo's understanding of the Marrano experience. One of the really interesting debates that occurred while he was active in this regard is how does one treat the actual religious content of the behavior that the crypto Jews had been practicing as they were in the process of returning to Judaism. For Baruch Bastro, who himself was very much involved in traditional Jewish study, he published in his newspaper many articles on the Talmud and on Jewish history and Jewish thought and so on, and really wanted to see the community of Portugal rejoin the mainstream of Rabbinic Judaism. Every time they brought in rabbis from the outside, they were extremely intolerant of many of the practices that these crypto Jews had developed over 500 years, which were not in harmony with rabbinic law. And the captain's position was that they had to be treated with tremendous respect and slowly be brought back from their counter halachic practices into the mainstream of Judaism as it had been practiced for 500 years since the Portuguese community was artificially cut off from the rest of Talmudic Judaism. His life was soon taken up with controversy. He was extremely active, going along the Douro River, going into communities like Belmonte and Trancoso and many other places where he found crypto-Jewish communities and talked to them about Judaism and brought them back. And he was actually very active on an international level with some great scholars like Cecil Roth and the journalist and historian Lucien Wolff, who wrote to him and said, hey, listen, you are going to get into trouble doing this. He wrote to him saying, quote, whatever you do, it should not take the form of loud and aggressive propaganda. Why? Lucien Wolff continued, in the eyes of the church, the vast majority of the Marranos are still their baptized children. And any action in the form of propaganda to convert them to Judaism could be viewed with a bitter resentment. And those words were in fact prophetic, because one of the things that got Captain Barros Castro in trouble, and remember, we're talking now about the 1930s, and although Portugal would assume a neutral stance during the war and actually played a role in rescuing Jews, nevertheless, there's a huge amount of anti-Semitism in the 1930s throughout Europe, and Portugal was not exempt. In 1931, for reasons which were unexplained, the army placed him under effective house arrest. He was required to report to HQ every day. Remember, he's a career soldier, he's a captain. But at night, he was forced to remain at home. The reason for this became clear in 1934 when the police announced that they had received an anonymous letter denouncing Barros Castro specifically for his activity in circumcising converts to Judaism. The police investigated, but the denunciations were ultimately retracted, except for 2 who had left the country. Let us recall that, circumcision is, of course, central to the Jewish faith. And Barros Castro, of course, himself having been circumcised as an adult through his conversion process, would, of course, advocated for these Marranos who are seeking to rejoin the Jewish community, male Marranos, obviously. In 1937, a politically motivated military trial found that Barros Castro does not have the necessary moral capacity for the prestige of his official function and the decorum of his uniform. Oh my gosh. And this is all because of his activity bringing crypto-Jews to traditional rabbinic Judaism. The Porto Military Court disagreed with the military trial, however, and they absolved Barros Castro, with a judge writing that the evidence based on these denunciations, these were fabrications made out of malicious hatred, and they were very, very difficult to defend against. The conclusion of the judge there was, and I'll quote, "Is this the evidence that will disable an army captain with a long exemplary military record? I do not think so, and I believe that it is time to end his distress. In these terms and on these grounds, it is my opinion that the case should be closed." However, this is in the late 1930s. It is in the lead up to World War II, and the Military Superior Court of Discipline had already taken action against Barros Castro. And although he attempted to redeem himself and he launched a defamation lawsuit against the people who had denounced him, these were dropped when the denunciations were ultimately retracted, but he was never able to be restored to his position. World War II got started and swept away the whole case. Formal rehabilitation of Captain Barros Castro was only recognized in the year 2012 by the Portuguese Assembly of the Republic. And it was also noted that he would have been made colonel had he not been wrongly removed from the army in 1937. In this regard, he has often been called the Portuguese Alfred Dreyfus. Nevertheless, he was certainly the most influential individual in looking at the state of Portuguese Jewry and attempting to bring them back to traditional Judaism in the 20th century. Wow, fascinating story. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. If you have ever wondered how important rabbis or books are to Judaism, we can actually look to the situation in the Iberian Peninsula over the last 500 years, because recall that with the introduction of the Inquisition in the 15th century, and then the expulsion of Jews from Spain in 1492, the forced conversion of Jews in Portugal in 1497, and then the subsequent introduction of the Inquisition there, all books and rabbis and any religious functionary, religious education was officially banned. And actually, people who practiced these things or had copies of these books, with the exception of medical textbooks for doctors, these were like incredibly dangerous things to do. And people could be literally dragged into an ecclesiastical court and then released to the secular authorities for all kinds of humiliations, loss of property, and even death by burning at the stake. So for the last 500 years, that is about 20 or 25 generations, Jews of Spain and Portugal, that is, I should say, crypto-Jews, because at this point they had already been forcibly converted to Christianity, had to live without their religious functionaries and their religious texts. So it's amazing that anything survived. However, what's quite fascinating is that quite a bit did survive, although it's rather different from what you might expect. Before I get into this class in a little more detail, let me just first make a disclaimer that while some of my best friends are rabbis, I myself am not a rabbi. I'm just a regular guy, but I'm a historian. I'm fascinated to try to learn, what is Judaism? How is it expressed? And how was it expressed under such extreme circumstances as we have during the last 500 years of the Inquisition? The Inquisition did not end, by the way, until the 19th century overall, late 18th century in Portugal. The reason we know it survived is largely because of the work of people like Captain Barros Basto, who we spoke about recently, the historian Cecil Roth, the attorney Lucian Wolff, very important people who got very involved in the discovery of the Jews of the Douro region in particular in the early 20th century. Samuel Schwartz printed an amazingly important book in the 1920s that we're going to return to a little bit later. But he recovered through this ethnographic study a tremendous number of prayers, and a lot more research has gone into this, and more things have been discovered since then. Let's take a look, for example, at Jewish prayer. What did that look like when you had no books to guide you in the text and you had no rabbis to give instruction? One of the best studies I found on this is a massive tome written under the title Secrecy and Deceit, the Religion of the Crypto-Jews. And he goes through a whole range of religious behaviors, attitudes, and so on. And there's a great chapter on prayer. So how do we know about what Jews were praying? So our most important source, and it's quite an extensive one, are Inquisition trial transcripts. This is especially true after 1570, when the Inquisition would specifically add questions about practices of prayer. We have recorded denunciations of crypto-Jews, meaning like, servants in the home observing someone in the house praying, or people next door looking through the window and seeing a woman saying some kind of prayer over making bread and things like that. We have the confessions. Quite often these were forced under torture, but they are dutifully recorded, and they describe, the kind of crimes that these crypto-Jews were practicing, in the sense of they were continuing to pray as Jews in whatever way they could. We also have the testimony of guards in prison who observed those individuals who were accused of Judaism, what they would do in prison in terms of their prayers and so on. We have some very, very limited archaeological discoveries, scraps of paper discovered here and there, hidden in walls, a few publications that were issued outside of Portugal and Spain. Obviously, it was forbidden to publish these things there, but some of these crypto-Jews would emigrate and then publish things in Portuguese in particular. And then finally, we have the great work of the 20th century ethnographers. So let's try to understand a few elements of what happened to prayer after it was essentially banned. Let us recall that prior to 1492, most Iberian Jews would practice a form of Judaism that would most closely resemble what we call Orthodoxy today, which included, for example, mandatory prayers 3 times a day for men, usually communal prayers. Obviously, communal prayer was one of the first things to go. With a set liturgy in Hebrew and so on. So what of that was retained? let's just think about this for a minute, okay? My parents are native English French speakers, and they learned Yiddish at home, but they typically would respond to my grandparents in English. And then I grew up and I would have entire conversations solely in English with my parents, and I would only pick up a few scraps of Yiddish phraseology from my grandparents. I certainly don't have fluency in it as a spoken language, and that's after only 3 generations of dislocation and without any, bars to the use of Yiddish language on penalty of arrest and imprisonment. So you can imagine amplifying that loss of language over 20 or 25 generations when it is illegal and highly dangerous to do anything associated with Hebrew prayer. It's amazing that anything survived. So let's look at what did survive. So first of all, physical actions tend to survive. That's interesting because those are things that you can easily demonstrate and you can literally embody. So for example, washing hands before prayer, very, very commonly observed. Sometimes with the correct ritual that we would see in the Shulchan Aruch today, sometimes with adaptations, stepping back 3 steps and then forward 3 steps before prayer, which is of course characteristic of the Amidah, the standing prayer or silent prayer, which is central to Jewish prayer. So even though these crypto Jews would not be able to pray the actual text for which this is described, nevertheless, they would always step back 3 steps and then forward 3 steps before they began their prayer. Interestingly, shuckling was noted, especially by prison guards. Shuckling, of course, is the motion, the swaying motion, typically back and forth, that occurs during Jewish prayer, something which was noted in the Iberian Peninsula by none other than Yehuda Halevi in the 12th century. And this was preserved as distinctive from Catholic prayer, which of course would be said stock still. And one that I find especially moving, one of the last prayers to go, or perhaps the longest lasting, is the blessing of children, which is typically done on a Friday night. There are particular motions where you put your hand on your child's head, sometimes both hands on your child's head, and recite certain texts which were sometimes preserved. And that idea of a Friday night blessing was preserved through 500 years, 25 generations of persecution. Another thing which is preserved besides physical actions was time and frequency of prayer. The idea of 3 times of prayer per day is fairly commonly noted among the crypto Jews. That would be, the morning prayer, the afternoon, and the evening prayer, and also very common the Chatzot prayer, the midnight prayer, which was something that is not as common even among Orthodox Jews today, but it was something. It's essentially a prayer lamenting the loss of Jerusalem, something that a lot of these Jews would have felt very personally. So what are the characteristics of what they would actually say? What are the characteristics of crypto-Jewish prayer? First of all, Portuguese replaced Hebrew. These crypto-Jews had no way of studying the Hebrew language. It was extremely dangerous to do so and took a lot of time, just exposed the risk so much. So Hebrew basically disappeared. But Portuguese stepped in and prayers were recorded in the vernacular. Secondly, because it was dangerous to write these things down, to preserve them in text, so they were typically shortened and memorized, sometimes for communal prayer, sometimes they were recorded in a poetic form that was easier to memorize. Fascinatingly, sometimes the crypto Jews used adaptations of prayers that existed in the Christian Bibles, the Vulgate in particular, that were available to them. Texts from the Bible that include the prayers of Moses, for example, or Daniel or Esther from the Septuagint. These were readily seized upon as prayers which were, since they were in the Bible and in churches, perhaps Jews could say them with less risk. There was also some fascinating adaptations of Christian prayer, because don't forget, these crypto Jews are typically also going to church. This is part of the overall disguise, right? Remember, Gillitz's title is Secrecy and Deceit. So they are outwardly pretending to be Christians, and they're learning all the Christian prayers. And so they would adapt those back to Jewish purposes. Sometimes with very minor modifications, like the name Jesus is sometimes replaced with God or with Moses. And I will say that this is not so strange to my own experience, because when I was a young child growing up in northern Canada, where I was the only Jewish child in the community, and I went to public school, every morning we recited the Lord's Prayer. And I remember as a young child, 7, 8 years old, just reflecting to myself, okay, well, let's see, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. You know, I didn't know much about Judaism, but I figured this sounds pretty parv. I mean, it sounds, you know, I could probably say this. And amazingly, here I am quite a few years later, and I still have it memorized from my childhood. Another aspect of crypto-Jewish prayer is the introduction of quantitative prayer. Something a little bit more like reciting the rosary, where you would do the same prayer multiple times as an act of piety. Really, really fascinating stuff. Now, I'm going to show you 2 examples just to give you a sense of it. This comes from Samuel Schwartz's book, which I was very fortunate to get a copy last time I was in Portugal. It was originally written in Portuguese. There is a French translation, which I haven't been able to get my hands on, but it's not available in English, unfortunately. Maybe someone out there will translate it. At any rate, his was one of the first major ethnographic studies of crypto-Jews in their location, in Belmont in particular, living as crypto-Jews in the early 20th century. And he records about 50 pages of prayers, which are just so beautiful. So I'm going to show you 2. One of these is recited before a fast. And it is important to note that fasting was hugely significant for the crypto-Jews. This was one way that they could quietly, without drawing attention to themselves, observe some kind of penitential act, which they regard as something of huge value, especially on Yom Kippur. And they would typically say prayers beforehand. So here's one that actually is one of the rare ones that preserves a little bit of a phrase of Hebrew in it. It goes in English, great God of Israel. And then there is a phrase that would be recognized by anyone who reads the Hebrew liturgy today. Hashem tzedakot malei kol haaretz kavodo. God of hosts, Lord of hosts, whose glory fills the entire world. The strongest of all weapons, Lord of heaven and earth. I ask you, merciful Father, by your name, and then that would include the word ado, and then followed by nai, which is one of the words that is typically not pronounced by Orthodox Jews today, except in prayer, to accept my fast, this reduction of my flesh, which is precisely from the liturgy, and accept it in place of a sacrifice, which we are obligated to bring. But you, Lord, well see that we cannot do it according to our obligations, because we are in this great captivity, abandoned and alone in strange lands, outside of Jerusalem, the city of your sanctuary, without having priests or Levites in their place, so they can, Lord, hear and extol your holy and divine name. It's a very beautiful prayer, lots of echoes of the original that's still read today, but still some significant adaptations for the Portuguese crypto-Jewish environment. Now, that's like one of the rarer ones that actually seems to have been written by someone with more familiarity with the liturgy. Here's another one, which is kind of like a Mode'ani prayer, a gratitude prayer that's typically recited upon waking. And I can't see any references here to the liturgy that I'm familiar with, but I still think it's quite fascinating and actually quite beautiful. It reads, comes the beautiful dawn, comes the heat of the day. Comes the Most High Lord, coming with his holy joy. It's a beautiful piece of poetry read as a prayer. It's also interesting to note that Most High Lord in the original is Altissimo Señor, which is essentially translated into Yiddish as Eberster, the highest Lord. So, beautiful piece of prayer. Okay, I am really looking forward to visiting the Douro once again this year. And for those of you who are available, it would be great to have you on this cruise with us as we explore this region and remarkable piece of Jewish history. And for the rest of us, I'm looking forward to sharing videos with you in the future. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history.
I just returned from Portugal on an advanced site visit with Kosher River Cruises, and I have to say it was so amazing. We went there to a small village called Trancoso as part of our efforts to look at some of the most exciting new areas where research is being done in Jewish history. The discoveries began even in the guest house where we were staying. So according to the owner, this was originally a passageway between two large apartments here that may have been actually opened up for communal use. And she believes that it may even belong to originally a Jewish family before the 14th century, which is pretty amazing. And there's one slight possibility of that. You can see over here on the inside, this appears to be a possible mezuzah scar here. You see these all over Portugal. And they're just fascinating just to think of the density and richness of Jewish civilization here before the Great Expulsion and the forced conversions of the late 15th century. Judaism was not practiced openly in Trancoso for the last 500 years as a result of the brutal Portuguese Inquisition. And when we look at the archaeological remains of the town, there's a lot of sites that appear to have Jewish influences, but again, very hard to really say for sure.
Person of Jewish culture entering the synagogue and putting the kippah.
That's interesting.
Yes.
That's interesting. I'm right now in the Interpretation Center in the name of Isaac Cardoso. Is a fascinating figure. We'll talk about more later. But one of the most interesting things about Trancoso, we're going to see these outside, is that they've recorded over 200 of these strange stonemasons marks that appear to be endemic to this region specifically. And there's a lot of really interesting discussion about, well, what do these things mean? Normally, stonemasons wouldn't mark their work, but you wouldn't normally see this right by the entrance to the door. Sometimes a cross would be placed there to indicate ownership, or one of the most, I think, appealing theories is that a lot of new Christians, in order to demonstrate their fidelity to the new faith and to fend off the possibility of attacks on their religious values, they might say, don't worry, kind of like putting an American flag in front of your house to say that you really are patriotic. Now, some of them, they're hard to interpret. Like here, this one seems to be a fairly straightforward one. It's a stonemason's mark, and stonemasons would constantly do this to indicate their work. This one has a cross, but it has like these 12 things on the outside, which some have interpreted to refer to the 12 tribes. Some have interpreted to refer to the letter Shin from the name Shakai. It's a possibility, not quite as convincing, I think, as others. Also really important to note, some of these stones are placed in very inaccessible locations, which tends to argue against the possibility that they're trying to broadcast Jewish influences. Some of them see, if you look carefully at this one here, this is really bizarre. If you look carefully, you can even see the Portuguese word Israel baked into these symbols. Kind of like that dress. Some people said it was blue and gold, and some people said it was white and blue. I don't know. But we're going to see them. Oh, here's one. David, come on over here. This is like half a menorah. Could be originally it was a full menorah, but that, of course, goes against the theory I discussed elsewhere that these might be marking fidelity to the new faith. This would clearly indicate the opposite, fidelity to the old faith. We also have a lot of problem dating these because you can't carbon-14 non-organic material like this. So, wow, we have so much to talk about. The fact remains that these are disproportionately placed in the Jewish quarters of Trancoso and in several other villages in the region of the Douro River. And so one wonders, why are these placed on Jewish houses in the first place? Most common representation is a simple cross, usually on the left-hand side of the door as you're facing in, and perhaps second most common is some kind of a modified cross with a kind of a strange base.
Yeah, totally.
Many of these inscriptions, however, present distinctly Jewish interpretations. Looks like menorah here. I lost it. Oh, here it is. And it has a central. It's very faint with a base. I don't know. It's really interesting here. I don't know what this is. Okay, so here we go. Got a samach here, and this is a fe, and here's the resh, and here
especially faint, is a Dalet for the word Sepharad or Spain. It's amazing. It's really amazing. I was especially fascinated to see one inscription that appears to be a nonsensical Hebrew word. Note that while filming it, we didn't notice that a bit of lichen looks like the vowel patach under one of the letters, but it clearly isn't an inscription. We were only able to see that after we looked at the video. This one is perhaps the most fascinating but mysterious of them all. You can see clearly it looks very simply like a resh, a vav, with the nakuda here. Another resh, deeply dug in here, by the way. I don't know, David, can you come around and see how deeply this is? Some of them are very faint, but this one you can see is almost a full fingernail length in. Another vav here. And, you know, in Hebrew, this is clearly the word roro, which, as David likes to say, is the sound that Scooby-Doo used to make. But it is not a word in Hebrew at all. So some have thought that maybe it's some kind of strange Kabbalistic atbash, which means like you take the letters of the Hebrew alphabet and you take them backwards and you read it as or, which makes sense orally. It's the word light twice, but that's not how you spell the word or in Hebrew. So I don't know what to make of this. My thought is that perhaps this was carved by someone who was trying to write the Tetragrammaton, the four-letter name of God, and not really know what they're doing, which ironically I think adds a little bit more authenticity to it, because if there was a yud here, and there is a small indentation, but nowhere near as deep as these, then this could be like part of a hey, which is missing, but incorrectly written. The vav is put there instead, and then there's no second vav, or maybe this is what's supposed to be the yud. Another hey here, again, incorrectly written. It clearly is all on its own. There's nothing on either side. It's on the corner of a building, but it is right in the middle of the Jewish border. So it's mysterious. I will mention, however, that I looked this word up on Google, and it happens to be the name of a famous soccer player. So I don't know. Okay. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. You know, for me, one of the most exciting cities in modern Europe in terms of Jewish history and in terms of the Jewish present and future is Porto, which empties the Douro River into the Atlantic Ocean. And it has a very, very long history of Jews settling there well over 1,000 years. Many of you may be familiar with the Kaduri Synagogue, a beautiful, large structure that was erected in the 1930s, primarily as a response to the growing discovery of crypto-Jewish communities in the Douro region. But there's also, active synagogues in Porto now, primarily designed to serve the many students who come to study in the universities there. I happen to find especially interesting the old Jewish community along the Riviera. It's no longer filled with Jews and with an active synagogue, but this is one of the oldest places right on the river where, of course, commerce would have taken place. This is the Riviera, which you can see in the background, that gorgeous bridge designed by a student of Gustav Eiffel. You can see the influence there. And now it is a very trendy shopping area and dining area right on the beautiful Douro River. Douro doesn't look so beautiful today, mainly because it's such a rainy Porto day in the fall, but in the summer, when we get here with Kosher Riverboat cruises in May and June, it's going to be gorgeous. But archaeological studies have unearthed evidence of Jewish communities in several places throughout Porto. One of the most interesting is an establishment in the 14th century of a community outside of the walls of Old Porto on the other side of the Douro River, as you can see in this video here, where the actual synagogue would have been located, and it was really quite, distant from the other Jewish communities that were on the other side of the Douro River. And what was discovered there in particular is a fascinating foundation stone, which I'd like to show to you. But first, I got to give a shout out to Dr. Michael Rothwell and Professor Hugo Vaz, who's a museologist in charge of their gorgeous new Jewish museum there. They shared some key documents with me and invited me to
to look at a life-size replica of this stone. The original is housed in the Historical Museum in Lisbon, but it really opened my mind to what this foundation stone says. First of all, let's have a look at the foundation stone the way I first saw it. It looked like this, and I thought to myself, oh my gosh. And I saw it, by the way, in more than one publication, and I said, I can't make heads or tails out of this Hebrew. I mean, I thought I was relatively Hebrew literate, but this is like bizarre. It looks like some kind of cuneiform, until finally it was pointed out to me by Dr. Rothschild that actually it was misprinted, and the photograph was like kind of reversed. Like if you looked at it in a mirror and upside down, it would make sense. This is the way the actual stone looks, and I say this is much more legible Hebrew, written in a very beautiful block script. And this is actually the transliteration of that text, which has some very fascinating things to say. I'll just summarize it here. It is written in a very literate Hebrew with tremendous number of biblical allusions, very poetic, characteristic of the time. The text in highly poetic language with tremendous numbers of biblical reference basically says the following: why would you build a synagogue outside the city walls? Isn't that like incredibly dangerous? And it answers its own question by saying the reason is because we have a friend in a very high place. And this, of course, is alluding to God, invoking the protection of God. But also at the same time, there is a double entendre referring to Rabbi Don Yehuda ibn Maner, who was a particularly well-placed individual close to the king and so on. And that's essentially the whole point of this stone. Is it is recognizing the unusual status of a Jewish community outside the walls, and at the same time gratitude to the major supporter, not only Don Yehuda ibn Maner, but also Don Yosef ibn Aryeh, who was obviously some kind of major donor. I mean, this is essentially a 14th century version of a shul plaque, right, of a synagogue plaque honoring a great donor. But it gives us a sense of how strong the Jewish community was in Porto in the 14th century, that they would feel confident building an edifice like this and building a community like this outside of the city walls. Now, what ended up happening, unfortunately, that confidence was not completely well placed. In 1391, there would be horrible persecutions just across the border in Spain, and this would lead to a massive flight of refugees into Portugal. And fearing for their safety, ultimately the king suggested they should, in fact, move within the city walls. So that 14th century community migrated across the Douro and was placed within the city walls. That Jewish community is also fascinating, and there's archaeological evidence from the 15th and 16th century there. There will be yet another round of refugees coming to Portugal after the 1492 expulsion of Spanish Jewry, and that would ultimately end in the tragedy of the Great Forced Conversion, what the Portuguese call the Standing Baptism of 1497. But nevertheless, this stone is a great marker of the tremendous strength of the Porto Jewish community in the 14th century, and it looks like it is coming back now in the 21st century. I can't wait to see this again when I go to Porto in May. I would love for you to join us on Kosher River Cruises. We have an amazing time with the tremendous culinary creations of Chef Malcolm and his protege, Chef Tobias. And of course, we have the culinary adventures of Naomi Nachman. We have the daily minyanim and the Torah study organized by Rabbi Weiss. I mean, it's a little floating shtetl, a beautiful experience. I've made so many friends on these trips in the past, and would love to include you in them. And if you're not able to join us this time, well, I'm looking forward to sharing more videos and more research with you. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you are doing well. I just got back from another amazing cruise with Kosher River Cruises on the Douro River in northern Portugal. At the time, the Douro River itself is UNESCO's protected area. It's really a beautiful region with lots of winding oxbows of rivers back and forth through these terraced vineyards that have been there like that for centuries upon centuries. But the history there is absolutely fascinating. And by the way, all of these photographs that I'm showing behind me right now, they're actually taken by cruisers and posted to our communal WhatsApp chat. So I'm just thanking all of you right now, if you're viewing this video later, for these great photos that are just amazing. And then we began to cruise our way back to Porto, where we saw the Kaduri synagogue and, you know, the amazing resurgence of Jewish life in a place where Judaism was so brutally extirpated by the Inquisition. We even saw the most amazing secret synagogue that was discovered in the beginning of the 21st century when they were doing renovations to a particular location, which I'm not going to reveal in this video because it's actually a private venture, it's a private business, but we were able to gain access and find this secret Aron Kodesh, this secret ark that had been hidden behind a wall, and it corresponds to the testimony of the Rabbi Emmanuel Aboab, who was living in Venice at the time. Absolutely amazing. But the topic that I want to address today is specifically the story of Isaac Cardoso, who is someone that, of course, I've heard about before, but with this particular trip, I really invested in his life story a lot more, and I think there's something especially relevant for our times today. So Isaac Cardoso was born in 1604 in Trancoso, which is fairly remote. It's a tiny little community of about 2,500 people. What about Isaac Cardoso, who was born in this region? And you can see that he's sufficiently famous that the municipality put up this beautiful interpretation center, which is kind of like a sort of a museum, very modern, interesting architecture, and named the street where he was born, Rua Fernando Isaac Cardoso. Fernando was his given name at birth. Of course, many Jews had a secular name that was associated with their Christian identity, but as we shall see, Isaac Cardoso turned away from that later in life. Okay, let's go to his biography, which was really popularized by a brilliant dissertation by the great historian Yosef Chaim Yerushalmi, a student of the incredible Salo Whitmire Baron of Columbia University. So Cardoso was born in 1604. Recall that this is over a century after all Portuguese Jews have been forcibly converted to Christianity in the year 1497. And he was living under the shadow of the Inquisition virtually his entire life. He was a child prodigy. He eventually went to Salamanca, where he studied like many other people of crypto-Jewish origins, and he became a brilliant doctor. He was ultimately appointed the royal physician in Madrid. He'd written quite a few books, not only on science, but also in, kind of literary affairs and poetry and things like that. In many ways, he lived a life that would have been regarded as successful by any measure. He had tremendous wealth from his high-ranking position as a member of the royal court, attending to the king. He had, great honor for his many publications and his scholarship, and he was friends with some of the most celebrated literati of the day, in particular, the famed poet Lope de Vega, who will become very important for our story. Just to give you a sense of Cardoso's incredible intellect, later on in life, he wrote one of the very last single-author encyclopedias ever published in human history. If you can imagine, this is at the end of the period of human civilization where any one person could possibly have the mental bandwidth to write a one-volume work of everything we know about everything, right? He wrote this 800-page double-column book that has, information on geography and on science and on literature and on history and you name it. Obviously, it became impossible to keep doing that not much longer after Cardoso passed away. At any rate, let's focus on his Jewish story, though, which I find especially fascinating. Cardoso, although he was very well published, very prolific, he rarely touched on his own personal experiences. And so it was up to Professor Yerushalmi to try and tease those out, those passing references here and there in his later books as to the dramatic life that he experienced. We know that in the year 1648, when he would have been in his mid-30s, he fled all of this, all of his wealth, his prestige, and so on, and moved to the Jewish ghetto in Venice. Recall that up until this point, he's living openly as a Christian because there are no more Jews in Portugal. They are all converted to Christianity or Catholicism. And this is now, he's in the fourth descendant, the fourth generation after this forced conversion. So he perfectly can go anywhere he wants as a Christian, but he decides to revert to Judaism, living in the ghetto in Venice, and later with his wife moving to Verona. So what was it that made him change? What was it that made him leave all of his wealth and fame and success behind and go live with this beleaguered minority in the city of Venice? So Yerushalmi makes a very strong argument that something happened, particularly in 1632 in Madrid, and it did not immediately cause him to leave it all, but it was kind of like a slow burn, and eventually he simply had to push everything away and change his life dramatically. Specifically, we're talking about an auto da fe that happened in that city at that time. Some of the victims who were burned alive at this inquisitorial event were actually neighbors of Cardoso's. He lived on the Calle de las Infantas, the street where many of them actually lived. And it was an absolutely absurd series of charges against these Christians accused of being Judaizers. They may have been secretly practicing some form of Judaism, but the kind of ridiculous lies that they spread about them were absurd and very, very hard to believe. Nevertheless, and this is the characteristic of many of these auto da fe, it was like a rock concert where the entire city was deeply involved. It took them a fair amount of time to build these special bleachers and to build shades for the dignitaries that would all converge on Madrid for this summertime public execution. And there were public parades of people in regalia, including people from the university that Cardoso would have been associated with. He himself may have been participating in some of these parades as part of his professorial responsibilities. And it seemed like the entire Madrid society, and in fact, the entire society of the Iberian Peninsula, would have been expressing their disgust and anger at these crypto-Jews for having returned to some elements of their ancestral faith, willing to believe the most ridiculous things about them, and willing ultimately to put them to death by public burning. Even Lope de Vega, the most famous poet of the era and Cardoso's close friend, penned several anti-Semitic verses commemorating the execution of these individuals. And that, following Professor Yerushalmi's argument, is something that contributed mightily to Cardoso's decision to simply leave it all behind and move to Venice. To say, I don't need to be this massive professor or this famous doctor anymore. I just want to live besoch ami ani yoshevet. I want to live among my people and focus on the values of Judaism. He eventually articulated his position in an important book entitled Las Excelencias de los Hebreos, the excellences or the positive attributes of the Jews. The second part was also bent on attacking the calumnies that are cast at the Jews, the lies that are told about the Jews. You can see here in the beautiful title page of the book, published in Amsterdam, 1679, it says, "The one who disperses me, he will gather me in," which obviously had resonance for Cardoso's own life. And he basically describes how the Jews have been preserving faithfully a tradition that represents a positive contribution to human civilization, and that the lies told about Jews are completely without foundation. And it's a full-throated defense of Judaism and the Jewish people, and it's really quite remarkable for the date in which it appears. Now, if you'll permit me, I'd like to say something about how I think the experience of Isaac Cardoso is especially significant for us today. Regular viewers of this channel will know that since October 7th, I spent a tremendous amount of time really focusing on the history of Israel, the conflict with the Palestinians, and trying to provide some sort of larger context so that people can debate the issues legitimately and reasonably and in good faith with actual facts rather than slogans and the like. And I think that one of the areas that I find especially tragic is that many very well-meaning, idealistic young Jewish people find common cause with those who would support the terrorists who attacked Israel on October 7th and killed so many people and actually took hostages back into Gaza, sparking this entire conflagration. One can't be a human being and not feel the distress of the population in Gaza and the tremendous suffering that this conflict has incurred. And I hope that all parties involved will find a way to create a lasting, enduring peace that will result in the prosperity of all the populations in the region. I believe one of the fastest ways to do that would be for Hamas to release the hostages that it is currently holding under incredibly inhumane, cruel circumstances and send them back to their families. But I'm not a politician. I'm not a general. I don't know how to affect these things. I don't know what is the best way to do that. But let's focus in on those young Jews who, in a very idealistic manner, feel the suffering of the people of Gaza and want to stand in solidarity with their suffering and make the mistake of joining those protests in which the terrorists are praised and that their violence is recast in a euphemistic way as resistance, which it is clearly not. It is simply pogrom violence. And I think to myself, I had difficulty trying to understand how could young Jewish people, in what seems to be significant numbers, although that could be inflated because they serve as tokens to support the Hamas movement, how could they be thinking this way? How could they be, thinking it is appropriate for them? How could they possibly think it's appropriate for them to join with people who would perpetrate violence against anyone, but certainly against their own people? Where is the logic in this? And it occurred to me that this might be exactly the kind of moment that Isaac Cardoso was experiencing when he was in Madrid and that Inquisition was perpetrating the auto da fe. We should recall that, the Inquisition had tremendous social support, that there were, huge amounts of public, excitement over these massive events that resulted in public executions. And entire cities, countries even, would be swallowed up in this, insane witch hunt for secret Judaizers, and that people would come together for days on end in order to watch the sham trials and execution of a handful of Jews, quite often burned in effigy and other kinds of theatrical events happening around this time. You can imagine Isaac Cardoso is there. He's a highly intelligent individual, and yet he sees everyone is swept away with this enthusiasm, with this bloodthirst that even affected his own mentor, Lope de Vega, who wrote, these awful anti-Semitic verses commemorating the acts of the Inquisition in their desire to make the society, Judenrein, free of Jews, and also ideologically pure. And what kind of strength of character must it take for a person like Isaac Cardoso to stand up and say, wait a second, it seems like the whole world is on one side of this issue, and here the Jews are on another side? Is it possible that the whole world is wrong and the Jews are right? I think it is possible. And I think we see that in Isaac Cardoso's situation. I think we see that in this case, and I don't mean to say the Jews alone are right. I mean the Jews and those who look at the Middle East with some level of intelligence and say that, saying that globalizing Intifada is somehow a solution to this long-standing and very complex conflict, the example of Isaac Cardoso, I think, is especially relevant for young Jewish people today on college campuses, not the least of which would include the campus where Professor Yerushalmi was very active. It's an example that we should be thinking about when we look at the issues of the day and wonder, where should our support go? Oh, these are such hard videos. At any rate, I'm really grateful that you've stayed with me this long, and I hope you have an excellent week. Thank you for watching.
Some of the indigenous plants. And as he says, if you know anything about traveling to Australia or really any island in Hawaii, it's the same way. They're not too keen on just coming up with your pets and your plants. Yeah. They have to be very careful about that. Australia is no different. So he said, well, again, I don't disagree that they come on through. Just take your dogs, take your plants. It's all set up. He said, yeah, it was all set up. The payments were coming through. Those were showing up in his bank
It is a great pleasure for me to welcome you, the audience here in the University Aula in Bergen, Norway, as well as viewers around the world, to this year's Holberg debate. My name is Jørgen Sejersted, and I am chair of the Holberg Prize Board. The Holberg Prize is one of the largest international prizes awarded to outstanding scholars within the humanities, social sciences, theology, and law. The prize was established by the Norwegian government in 2003 in homage to the 18th century scholar and author Ludvig Holberg. In addition to the academic events that are held each year in celebration of the Holberg Prize laureate, the Holberg debate is held annually in December in tribute to the intellectual curiosity and energy of Ludvig Holberg. The debate aims to engage prominent academics as well as non-academics in public debate on pressing issues of our time. The topic of this year's debate is the scientific and philosophical question of consciousness. What is it? Where is it? Discussions of consciousness go back thousands of years and have acquired new urgency with modern scientific and technological advances. The title of this year's debate is the question, does consciousness extend beyond brains? On the panel, we are proud to have Professor Anil Seth of the University of Sussex, Professor Tanja Luhrmann of Stanford University, and author and biologist Rupert Sheldrake. We are also very pleased to have David Malone as moderator of this event. David Malone is an award-winning science documentary filmmaker who has made films for BBC and Channel 4 on topics relevant to this debate. His most recent films have been on the promise and threat of artificial intelligence and on the origin of COVID. In 2012, he wrote a book on the global debt crisis, and he is currently writing a book on the evolution of life and consciousness with the working title of From Matter to Meaning. He also finds time for discussing current issues on the podcast Hyperland. So we are very happy to welcome you here to Bergen. And please, David, the floor is now yours.
Thank you, Professor Sejersted. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this year's Holberg debate
of 2023. As the professor said, I have spent a lifetime making science, philosophy, and history films for BBC, Channel 4 in the UK, and Universal Pictures. And over the years, I've made about 10 films relevant to this topic of consciousness. I've also, over the years, chaired dozens of debates, so I thought I'd take a moment to explain the structure of this debate. There is a formula for how these debates are generally organized. Usually, the organizers will invite one speaker to be what we might call the defender of the faith. And their job is to explain to you all the received wisdoms and all of the unquestionable certainties which everyone agrees are true. Then there's the heretic. And that person's job is to tell you that nobody agrees on anything and that all of the unquestionable certainties are entirely questionable. And then there's often a third who is a bit like the Social Democrat Centre Party, and their job is to try and agree with this side and then try to agree with that side, and in the end no one knows what they think, but they're there mainly to stop the other two falling out. I'm very happy to tell you that the organizers of this debate, Ule Sandmo and Bjorn Bertelsen, it is entirely their fault, in a stroke of what I have to describe as both bravery and brilliance, have decided to utterly ignore everything I just told you. There will be no defender of the faith on the stage. Neither will there be the Social Democrat. There will, in fact, only be heretics. 3 of them. Now, it is true that some of them are more heretical than others, but they have each, in their own way, questioned some of the long-held assumptions of modern science, sort of chipped away at the articles of faith, one might even say the dogmas of conventional science, which form the battlements of established wisdom. But our speakers this evening are not here simply to tell you that they disagree with conventional wisdom or even with each other. They're here to try and shed some light on why they disagree. Because all ideas have a consequence. I think people accept or reject an idea based on what they think the collateral damage to the rest of their worldview will be. Because if you accept an idea, sometimes you find that that idea then forces you to give up another idea you're really not happy about giving up. And if that's the case, then people say, oh no, that's rubbish. If it's not going to do much damage, they say, oh, that's terribly interesting, Professor. And that's what we're here to do, really, is to talk about and explore what are the consequences, what's at stake if any of the ideas our speakers put forward are true. Is this a good thing to do, a scientific thing to do? Well, here's a quote written by one of our panelists, and see if you can decide which of the 3 of them wrote this. Here's the quote. It is not anti-scientific to question established beliefs, but central to science itself. At the creative heart of science, the creative heart of science is a spirit of open-minded inquiry. Ideally, science is a process, not a position, not a belief system. Innovative science happens when scientists feel free to ask new questions and build new theories. And that is what we're going to do this evening. Asking questions, looking at new, perhaps even heretical ideas, but ideas that matter, which have a consequence beyond themselves, where there are things at stake if any of them turn out to be true. Consequences for how we understand ourselves, how we understand the people we might be able to become for our place in nature. And the central question, as the professor said, it revolves around this idea of consciousness, which on the one hand, I'm sure you're all familiar with. I think most of you, perhaps all of you, are conscious. But are you sure the person next to you is? How do you know? Is your dog conscious? Could your computer one day be conscious? How about trees? Heretical, silly? Well, maybe. So let me finish by just introducing our speakers. I will introduce each speaker in turn. They will have approximately 15 minutes to convince you of their heresy. And our first speaker this evening is Anil Seth. He is one of Britain's leading neuroscientists, head of cognitive computational neuroscience at the University of Sussex, which is, I can tell you, a hotbed of heresy. He is the recent winner of the prestigious Faraday Award. And in his book, The Being You, A New Science of Consciousness, he made it very clear that the human brain is not a computer made of meat. Anil, the floor is yours.
Thank you, David. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you also to the Holberg Prize Foundation, to Björn Ule, for inviting me here and for putting on this wonderful event. When I first heard how it was going to be organized, I hadn't heard about it before. It just struck me. What a wonderful thing to be part of. So I'm very, very happy indeed to be here, and also to see the first snow of the year in Bergen. Beautiful. Love it. Right, 15 minutes to convince you of my heresy. Let's start at the beginning. I want to start 7 years ago. 7 years ago, I ceased to exist. I was having this small operation and my brain was filling with anesthetic. And I remember these sensations of blackness and detachment and this falling apart. And then I was back. I was drowsy and disoriented, but I was definitely there. Now, when you wake up from a deep sleep, you might be confused about the time, but there's always this basic sense of continuity, of some time having passed between then and now. But just out of interest, how many people in the audience have had general anesthesia and are willing to admit to it? Quite a lot. Okay, for those that haven't, I highly recommend it. Really interesting non-experience. And that's because when you come around from anesthesia, from general anesthesia, it's very different. I could have been under for 5 minutes, 5 hours, or even 50 years. I just wasn't there. Under is an understatement. It was total oblivion. Now, anesthesia is a modern kind of magic. It takes people, turns them into objects, and then back again into people. And when we come around and open our eyes, our brains do much more than merely process information. We are not computers made of meat. Our minds are filled with light and color, with shade and shape. We experience the world around us and being a self within that world. How does this happen? What makes us more than merely complex biological objects? This is the challenge of understanding consciousness, which, in my view, is one of the most exciting and vibrant frontiers of modern science. Now, I'm very honored to participate in this year's debate, along with Dr. Sheldrake, Professor Lehrman, and David. And we'll be discussing two questions, I think. One is, do conscious experiences happen both within and beyond the brain? And also, can science solve this hard problem, this so-called hard problem of consciousness? And in the remainder of my opening remarks, I'm going to talk more about the solving the hard problem of consciousness, but I'll say a little bit about whether consciousness extends as well. Let's start with a couple of definitions. What is consciousness? Well, the philosopher Thomas Nagel defines it this way, and it's a good starting point for me. He says, for a conscious organism, there is something it is like to be that organism. It feels like something to be me. It feels like something to be each one of you. Probably feels like something to be a bat, or an ape, or a kangaroo. But it doesn't feel like anything to be a table, or this lectern, or a blade of grass, or a laptop computer, probably. For these things, there's probably no experience going on at all. At least this is a reasonable starting assumption. Now, from the standard perspective of Western science and philosophy, and there are other options, as I'm sure we'll come to, the challenge is to explain how and why this is so. Now, the origins of this challenge go back as far as you like into history, but a useful modern landmark is with the philosopher David Chalmers and his hard problem of consciousness. He puts it like this: it is widely agreed that consciousness arises from a physical basis, but we have no good explanation of why and how it so arises. Why should physical processing give rise to a rich inner life at all? It seems objectively unreasonable that it should, and yet it does. Now, there's an assumption here, not made explicitly in this quote, but taken on by many researchers in the field, including me, that the relevant physical basis and physical processing being referred to are about things happening in brains and perhaps in bodies too. The question then becomes, what is it about the combined activity of the billions of brain cells and associated other gubbins inside my skull that gives rise to, entails, or is somehow identical to a conscious experience? And this question has been the rallying cry in consciousness science for at least the last 30 years or so. And I say the last 30 years or so because it wasn't always this way. Despite consciousness being a central question when neuroscience and psychology first emerged as coherent academic disciplines, for a good part of the last century, the topic was pushed to or beyond the fringes. It was heretical to want to study it at all. The suspicion dominated that consciousness, being intrinsically subjective and private, as well as mysterious in some way, could not be usefully studied with the tools of science at all. The psychologist Stuart Sutherland wrote in the International Dictionary of Psychology in 1989, just before I started my undergraduate degree, that consciousness is a fascinating but elusive phenomenon. It is impossible to specify what it is, what it does, or how it evolved. Nothing worth reading has been written on it. It's a pretty pessimistic outlook. Fortunately, things have changed, and I feel lucky these days to have been part of a renaissance in the scientific study of consciousness. And it's not just science. It brings together scientists of all stripes, mathematicians, psychologists, neuroscientists, psychiatrists, computer scientists, physicists, with philosophers, also with anthropologists and other social scientists, all trying to tackle this fundamental problem. And while no one has yet cracked it, exciting progress has been made and continues to be made. Now, the initial strategy in studying consciousness, and still a very popular approach, is to look for the so-called neural correlates of consciousness, the fingerprints of consciousness in the brain, or footprints. These are the parts of the brain or aspects of brain activity that change when consciousness changes. And thanks to the fancy new tools of brain imaging and other things we have available these days, we can look into the brain to find these neural correlates. These can be global changes in consciousness, what happens when we lose it, like in general anesthesia. Or we can ask what changes in the brain when our conscious experience itself changes. There are things like binocular rivalry, where we show two images, one to each eye, and our conscious perception will flip from one to the other. Now, this is all great stuff, and a lot has been learned, but there are fundamental limitations to this established strategy. Significantly, correlations are not explanations, and they don't really tell us much about cause either. And this is why we need theories, among other things. Theories can help us move from correlations to explanations. And by doing so, we can begin to chip away at David Chalmers' hard problem about how and why consciousness happens. And there are plenty of theories, which is one reason why now is a particularly exciting time in the field. A couple of years ago, the philosopher Tim Bain and I wrote a review for Nature Reviews Neuroscience on neuroscientific brain-based theories of consciousness, and we came up with 22, some of them, all of them very different from each other, some of them more mature and more backed by evidence than others. And what's happening now in general in the field is we're getting to the stage of pitting these theories against each other to see which stand up and which fall down. Now, my own preferred theory, which I've been developing in various ways for well over a decade, is that the brain is a kind of prediction machine, and that what we experience, both the world around us and being a self within it, are forms of controlled hallucination, brain-based best guesses that are tied to their causes in the world or in the body, not so much by accuracy, but by criteria of how useful they are in the business of staying alive. Now, the idea of the brain as a prediction machine, constantly estimating what's going on and calibrating its best guesses against sensory signals, this is not a new idea at all, and it's been developed in different ways by different people. And my own take is to treat it as a way of going beyond correlations between brain activity and consciousness, and instead explaining why conscious experiences are the way they are and not some other way. Why an experience of color is different from an experience of emotion or of free will. And one implication of this is that what we perceive is not simply a readout of the sensory information that comes in through our eyes and our ears. It is always and everywhere an active, creative act in which the brain is continuously making predictions about the way the world is and the way the body is, and updating these predictions using sensory information. And in my take on this, that is what we experience. We experience the predictions, not a readout of the sensory information. Our experiences of the world and the self come from the inside out, just as much, if not more than, from the outside in. And this means that we inhabit surprisingly different inner worlds, as I'm sure Tanya Lerman will explain next, even for the same shared objective reality. But what this does not mean, at least in my view, is that consciousness itself extends beyond brains, or that our vision, for example, is a force emitted from the eyes. Another implication is perhaps even more controversial, which is that unlike the majority of my colleagues, and this is where my heresy takes flight, I think that consciousness is intimately connected to our nature as living creatures, so that life may be a necessary condition for consciousness. And this pushes back on the tired old metaphor of the brain as a computer, really highlights how different we are from the large language models and other artifacts of AI that increasingly dominate our societies and our lives. And I mention this in part to underline that even within the constraints of what's often called mainstream neuroscience, there is a lot of variety and controversy. Some other prominent theories, such as there's a neuroscientist called Giulio Tononi, who has a theory called the integrated information theory of consciousness. This makes other incredibly counterintuitive predictions, such as that vivid conscious experiences might happen with almost no neural activity at all. So lots of controversy. Will any of these theories solve the hard problem? Well, from where we are now, I think it's too early to say, but I'm optimistic. And there's a lesson here from how our understanding of life developed. It wasn't so long ago, maybe 150 years, that the challenge of understanding life seemed to be beyond the reach of science, perhaps as mysterious as the challenge of consciousness seems to us today. And according to the dominant, at the time, philosophy of vitalism, there had to be something almost supernatural, a spark of life, an élan vital, to explain the difference between the living and the non-living. But things didn't turn out that way. Instead of treating life as one big scary mystery, biologists of the day instead started explaining the properties of living systems, metabolism, homeostasis, reproduction, in terms of the underlying physics and chemistry. And bit by bit, our conception of what life is changed, and the need to appeal to some special source began to fade away. The hard problem of life wasn't solved, it was dissolved. And I think the same may well happen with consciousness. By chipping away at its various properties, how conscious we are, what we're conscious of, the nature of the self, the nature of volition, the hard problem of consciousness too is already seeming less mysterious and less monolithic than once it did. And perhaps one day, perhaps not so far away, it too might vanish in a puff of metaphysical smoke. And of course I might be wrong, both in my own theory and in this optimistic view of the future of consciousness science, but that's okay. The beauty of science is the ability to be productively wrong, so that our collective understanding always ratchets upwards. And even if we don't fully understand the problem of consciousness, what we're learning along the way is already radically changing how we think about the nature of how we experience the world, perception, the self, and other things. And this is having major implications in society, something I hope we'll talk about later, in ethics, in medicine, in animal welfare, in law, in how we deal with AI, and in much more besides. Now, the neuroscience of consciousness is at a very exciting place. Now, just as astronomy faced the challenge of the very far away and quantum physics the challenge of the very small, neuroscience faces the unique challenge of the very complex. And we are just now developing the theoretical and experimental tools to get to grips with this challenge. And if it still seems difficult to understand or imagine how any kind of physical stuff could give rise to any kind of experience, well, this could well be because our imaginations are just not yet up to the job of envisaging what such a complex system as an embodied brain might be capable of. But when they're empowered with the tools of science and philosophy, bootstrapped from the insights of those colleagues now and before us, our imaginations can stretch further. And just like the apparent mystery of life, what once seemed inexplicable may not always remain so. Now, I'll finish by very briefly addressing the specific question of whether consciousness extends beyond the brain. The first thing to say is that I'm entirely comfortable with the idea that our minds extend beyond our brains. A good chunk of my memory is in this phone, probably a lot else too. And indeed, what part of what it is to be myself is in my perception of how others perceive me, and so depends, although indirectly, on things outside my own brain. David Chalmers himself, who coined the hard problem term, together with the philosopher Andy Clark, have written convincingly, in my mind, about the idea of the extended mind. But the mind, although the mind can broaden to encompass many things, the mind is not the same thing as conscious experience itself. Now, when I look around me, the contents of my consciousness, let's say colors, they seem to be out there in the world. Does this mean that my consciousness itself is out there in the world too? Well, I don't think so. The fact that the contents of my consciousness sometimes seem to be out there does not mean they actually are. Now, this is a useful example is something like an out-of-body experience, where people experience being in a position different from their own bodies. This is clearly a real experience for many people over history and even now, but it does not mean that consciousness itself has left the body and gone flying around. There are often many different, more compelling, more empirically useful explanations for these kinds of experiences. How things seem is important to pay attention to, but it's not always a good guide to how things are. Now, in my view, in a line of thinking that goes all the way back to the Scottish philosopher David Hume, experiencing something out there in the world is part and parcel of the brain's predictions about the causes of the sensory signals that it gets. And the interesting question, at least for me, is what is going on in the brain that underlies this experiential projection of properties like color, shape, and so on out there into the world, and things like emotion in here into the bodies. Now, the claim that consciousness itself can extend beyond the brain and the body, perhaps even to act at a distance, as in the case of this phenomenon of the sense of being stared at, which I'm sure Rupert Sheldrake will tell us about shortly too. This, in a sense, is a very ordinary claim. It's very likely that we've all felt that way at some time or another. But scientifically, it's an extraordinary claim. And it's an extraordinary claim because there are currently no plausible mechanisms by which it might actually happen. And extraordinary claims are in need of extraordinary evidence. And if we had that evidence, that would be very interesting because it would force us not only to have a different picture of consciousness, but to radically rethink explanations that would be very discontinuous with pretty much the whole of science as we know it. So in a situation like this, the evidence that we need, to me, it's sort of this sort of evidence, much like when physicists propose the existence of a new fundamental particle in a particle accelerator. This is a very high bar, which is admittedly rarely, if ever, met in psychology. Now, I don't deny at all that people may well have the experiences that lead them to think that consciousness is extended, whether it's an out-of-body experience or a sense of being stared at, or more generally, what Tanya Luhrmann will probably talk about in terms of the porosity of the mind. But how things seem is not a good guide to how things are. And in my view, the most interesting and empirically justifiable explanations for these experiences likely always lie within the brain itself, the embodied brain. It's a brain that interacts richly with the body and with the world, but not through any spatially extended extracranial consciousness. I'll leave my last words to the poet Emily Dickinson, who, in a beautiful 1862 poem, wrote, "The brain is wider than the sky, for, put them side by side, the one the other will contain with ease, and you besides." Thank you.
Thank you, Anil. Our second speaker this evening is Tanya Luhrmann. She is the Albert Ray Lang Professor of Anthropology at Stanford University. She teaches both anthropology and psychology and is, in my opinion, and the opinion of many others, one of the most original and challenging anthropologists currently working. In her books, When God Talks Back and How God Becomes Real, Tanya has laid down a formidable and nuanced challenge to those who would dismiss so many of the ancient and mysterious aspects of the human mind. Tanya, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I think that Bergen is one of the most beautiful cities I've ever seen. You are all very, very lucky. So, I'm here because as an anthropologist, I've seen in my work that humans can come to experience their own thoughts as not their own and as not inside them. So a person can have a picture in their mind and just feel that it's not their own image. A person can hear a voice when they're alone. And that voice, there's a thought-like quality, but it feels like it's out there, and a person feels as if they can hear it with their ears. A person can feel a sense of presence that no one else can see. These experiences matter. A voice lies at the heart of many religions. Abraham knew that Yahweh existed because Yahweh called out to him. Muhammad knew the Quran was divine because the words came to him from outside. The disciples knew that Jesus was somehow alive after his death because they saw him and then they heard him speak. These experiences matter to people because they're taken as first-person evidence that spirit is there and responds. Augustine, torn against himself, struggled to become a Christian. He was unable to convert until he heard God speak. Joan of Arc heard God command her, and that gave her such confidence that she went to the King of France and demanded that he give her an army, and she got the army and she won a battle, and that battle may have saved her kingdom. Martin Luther King Jr., it was in despair at the beginning of the Montgomery bus boycotts. People had threatened his family. He thought of stopping. But when he sat at his kitchen table and prayed, he heard God say that he would be with him, and Martin Luther King Jr. went forward. These experiences happen to ordinary people. Over the course of my career, I've worked with middle-class people in London who understood themselves to follow the ancient gods of pre-Christian Europe. I worked with Zoroastrians in Mumbai and with newly Orthodox Jews and Black Catholics in Southern California. I've spent months in an Anglo-Cuban spirit possession group called Santeria and years in churches with charismatic evangelical Christians, both in the United States and abroad. I've seen that many people have some kind of moment which they take to be communication from spirit, and that many people have moments in which that spirit felt real to them with their senses. I've also seen that in all those different faiths, people will say that some people are more likely to have these experiences than others, that if you pray or do rituals, you're more likely to have these experiences. And I observed that in some social worlds, people had more of these experiences than others. To understand this, I think we need to go back to Anil's starting point, which is phenomenology and what it is like to feel aware. And I want to make two simple observations about what it feels like to have thoughts. The first is that humans are aware of their awareness. In some way, to some extent, they mark that awareness as distinctive. You could call it the difference between interiority and physicality, or inner or outer, or we would say mind and body. In my own work, and a project led by a young psychologist called Kara Weissman, we were able to show that in 5 different countries, not only adults but children distinguish between things of the mind and things of the body. At the same time, people map that distinction in different ways. In Vanuatu, People imagined anger as more part of the body, and love as more like thinking, as more part of the mind. They distinguish mind and body differently than people in the United States. The second observation I want to make is that we have conflicting intuitions about the relationship between the mental and the physical. I think all of us have some kind of default model about how thoughts work. That thoughts, they're located in the body, they're private, nobody else can read them. They're our thoughts, we created them, and they stay within us. They affect us, the thinker. They don't slip out on their own to do stuff in the world. But it's also true that thoughts feel like power, at least some thoughts, even to modern Western secular folks. When we curse at somebody who's not present, it feels like an action, even if we think of ourselves as letting off steam. Dreams, ordinary dreams, sometimes they feel really powerful, and they feel as if they contain information that somehow comes from outside. We talk about a poem coming to a poet, as if the poet has to kind of capture the poem and write it down before the poem goes away. When somebody is in pain, even modern Western secular folks will say that they hold them in their thoughts, as if that does something. So even secular folks have intuitions that thoughts cross the mind-world boundary, even if they don't really believe it. Different cultural worlds elaborate these conflicting intuitions in different ways. Sorcery, prophecy, clairvoyance, prayer, the soul. These are all culturally specific ideas that are really elaborations of an intuition that can allow people to believe that thoughts can leave the mind and act on their own accord in the world. I want to suggest that all humans imagine a boundary between thoughts and the world, but that some humans imagine the boundary more like a fishnet, sometimes with big holes, sometimes with little holes, but with holes so that thoughts like fishes can kind of cross through. And then some social worlds, like our own, tend to imagine that as a concrete wall. My work shows that the more a person imagines the mind-world boundary to be porous, permeable, the more they are likely to hear, see, or feel the presence of a God or a spirit. In a recent publication of the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, we reported on a large study across 5 different cultures: the United States, Ghana, Thailand, China, and Vanuatu. Our team did these long, open-ended interviews with people of faith, some of them Christian, some of them not, asking about how they imagined their mind and asking how they experienced God. We sent research assistants to stand on lines, like in front of a government agency, and had the research assistants ask short versions of those questions. We gave a bunch of surveys to undergraduates and had them fill them out. No matter how we asked the question or where we did the work, the more somebody affirmed that the boundary between the mind and world was porous, the more they said that thought was kind of like Wi-Fi that could pass into the world and act on its own, the more that person would say that he or she had heard a voice or seen a vision of a God or a spirit, felt a spiritual presence, or had a range of other intense, unusual experiences. I found 2 other factors. The second factor is absorption. The more somebody enjoys being caught up in their inner world, the more they delight in their daydreams, the more they can watch a play and for a moment forget that it's only a play and feel as if it's really taking place, the more that person is likely to say they've heard spirit speak, they've seen something, they've felt a spiritual presence. There's something about a person's attitude to their own thoughts that allows them to have the sense that God or spirit is really there. The third factor is practice, or what, as a shorthand, you might think of as prayer. I saw this particularly clearly among evangelical Christians who sought an intimate back and forth relationship with their God. Many people would arrive at these churches and they would feel that God didn't talk to them. God wouldn't talk to them. He might talk to somebody else, but not them. They had to learn from the church that their mind wasn't completely private, that some of the thoughts and images they took to be their own were really God talking to them. And they learned that they should be on the lookout for thoughts that seemed more spontaneous, or thoughts that seemed louder than other thoughts, that seemed to be the kinds of things that God would say. They looked for thoughts that would give them an answer to something that puzzled them, and maybe give them a sense of peace. One man told me he had to move, and he was standing in church, and the name of a new branch of the church, a new church planting, kind of came to him. It gave him a sense of peace. And he decided that this wasn't his own thought. These were God's words to him. And so he picked up and moved across town to be closer to that new church. People would look for those kinds of thoughts and images, and as they looked, certain thoughts would feel as if they stood out a little bit more, that they captured your attention a little bit more. They would look, though, for those thoughts, particularly when they prayed. In a church like this, as in many churches, people shut their eyes and they talk to God in a way that uses their imaginations and focuses on their inner imagery. So people have told me that they've prayed to God while they've been sitting in Jesus's lap, that as they pray, they want to be standing in the throne room so they can feel the heat of God's power on their cheeks. They talk about sitting on a park bench and feeling God's arm across their shoulders, or going for a walk with God. They also talk about talking to God as if He were there, even if they don't yet feel His presence. After several months of doing this kind of prayer, the newcomers to a church like this would say to me things like, I recognize God's voice the way I recognize my mom's voice on the phone. Inside their heads, in the flow of their awareness, they would hear God speaking. And every so often, they would say that they could hear God speak in a way they could hear with their ears. You can find these techniques in many spiritual traditions, in the spiritual exercises of Ignatius Loyola, in Kabbalah, in shamanism, in Tibetan deity yoga. But you don't need to believe in gods and spirits to make the techniques work. And in a corner of the internet, a new form of practice has emerged called tulpamancy. The tulpa, T-U-L-P-A, is the name for the invisible friend that the human wants to create, and the tulpamancer is the name for the human who wants to create the friend. A lot of humans do this. One of the internet sites has 30,000 usernames. When people come to these sites, they have no metaphysical presuppositions. And they don't think that tulpamancy has anything to do with God or anything to do with the supernatural. They think that tulpamancy is a cool psychological technique. I and my postdoctoral fellow, Michael Lifshitz, have interviewed about 25 tulpamancers at this point. We fly them out to California, and they arrive at my front door. We have a 4-hour lunch with a digital recorder running. These guys explicitly use 2 techniques to create their tulpas. First, they do mental imagery cultivation. So they focus in on their tulpas, the ear, the nose, as vividly as they can using their inner senses. If their tulpa is an animal, they stroke the fur and try to feel what that feels like. They might listen in their mind for the sound of their tulpa's voice. The second thing they do is they just talk to the tulpa as if the tulpa was there, even if they don't believe the tulpa is present. And just like the evangelicals, over time they develop a distinct sense that an invisible being is present and that the being responds. They focus on the tulpa with their mind's inner senses. They behave as if the tulpa is there, and it feels to them as if their tulpa emerges out of their own awareness and feels more and more outside of them, until they also have the sense that the tulpa has a mind of its own and talks back to them in ways that they cannot predict. Each person we interviewed said that their tulpa was sentient. And sometimes they said the tulpa spoke in a way that they could hear with their ears, and sometimes the tulpa would push them in a way that they could feel on their body. So what's happening here? There are many specific stories, many specific mechanisms, many unanswered questions, but some things are clear. First of all, this story is not about madness. That assertion requires more time than I have to defend it, but in brief, the voices of spirit are not like the voices of madness. The voices of madness are frequent, there are many, many words, and many of those words are mean and harsh. The voices of spirit tend to be short, brief, and positive. They feel different. They feel richer and less alien than the voices of madness. And the fact that training and practice seem to bring them on suggests that there's something much more basic here about the relationship that humans have with their own thoughts. It suggests that it's possible to learn to experience some thoughts as not me and not inside. And if humans do so with the intent of experiencing an invisible other, humans can come to experience that invisible other as real and responsive. I'm not against the view that there may be something non-human involved in this process, or that perhaps the practice creates something that is beyond the human. But what I can see clearly is that we can have a relationship with our own minds, and we can use that relationship to make it feel as if an invisible other is there. And I just want to pause to say what a remarkable thing this is. The most moving thing I saw in evangelical churches was that the God who spoke back felt like a social relationship for these people. Religion is complicated. It is full of politics. It's not always a good thing for a society. But for the people that I spent time with, their God made them feel loved and protected. And I'm sure that that social relationship is one of the important reasons behind the remarkable finding that religious observance is good for the physical body. The tulpamancers said to a person that having a tulpa made them feel less alone. The capacity to experience thought as not me and not inside is part of the amazing human capacity to heal ourselves from within. Thank you very much.
Well, you're in deep waters now, and they're about to get deeper. Our final speaker today is Rupert Sheldrake. He studied biochemistry at Cambridge University, where he was later director of studies in cell biology and biochemistry at Clare College. He also studied the history and philosophy of science at Harvard. So he's more versed in philosophy than most of the scientists I've ever spoken to. In his book, A New Science of Life, he proposed a theory of what he called morphic resonance, which I think it's fair to say set him almost completely at odds with all of conventional biology. So much so that he's the only person, I think, to have ever had his TED Talk censored, banned, and I think reinstated after a vast outcry. And in 2012, he published what is my favorite of his books, The Science Delusion, which pricked many of the long-held conceits of what he called the scientific priesthood. Rupert, the stage is yours.
Thank you.
I'm very grateful and happy to be here in Bergen. I've had a wonderful time. I've been very well looked after, and the organizers have done a fantastic job. And this debate is something that's not happened before, as far as I know, and I'm very glad it is happening. Well, Tanya's talk has taken us into an enormously wide territory, and I'm not going to explore it in my talk. I hope we'll explore it further in our subsequent discussion. And Anil's talk has opened up ways of thinking about the mind, which I think are very helpful. I much enjoyed reading his book, Being You, and I think his idea, two of his key ideas that I really find helpful are first, the idea of controlled hallucination as the basis of perception. This is, as he said, not a totally original idea. It's a very good way of describing it. But in traditional Indian philosophy, there's always been the idea that we don't see what's really there. We experience Maya, a kind of magical veil of illusion, which is a kind of controlled hallucination. And Indians are very keen on the metaphor. You're walking along a path at night, and in the dusk, you see a snake, you're frightened, your whole body reacts, and then you realize it's just a piece of old rope. And so it's really that it's not exactly what's coming into the eye, it's the way you interpret it.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Today, we're going to look at a fascinating individual, Captain Arturo Carlos de Barros Pastro. He lived between 1887 and 1961, and he was perhaps the single most influential figure in creating the revival of Portuguese Jewry that is still very active and very vibrant today.
Fellow
First of
students
all,
of Jewish
he was descended of
Allow me to say
crypto-Jews.
thank you
to all of you for bringing us to this remarkable moment, reaching 100,000 subscribers. This is a tremendous honor for me. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Later this month, I'm delighted to be addressing a group of students in Budapest associated with the Ashkenazium, a remarkable new institution that is founded by my colleague and friend, Dean Michael Kegel. And thanks to the generosity of Dr. Kegel and the Ashkenazium, we've decided to put the public part of these classes online so that people can participate globally. These 12 lectures will be open to the global community. Please RSVP, totally free. And I look forward to interacting with you as we explore the millennium of Jewish history in the lands of Ashkenaz and beyond. So let us start today with just a little Vorspeise, a little bit of an appetizer, to ask a basic question. What is Ashkenaz? What do we mean when we use this strange word, Ashkenaz? So it turns out that this particular word occurs in the Bible. It occurs in Genesis 10, also in Chronicles, and one other passage we're going to look at in Jeremiah. Here's a screenshot from the web page Sepharia, which is a tremendous resource for all kinds of Torah texts. And here in Genesis 10:3, we have the first reference to Ashkenaz. Basically, here we have a lineage of Noah, that is Noah of the flood. He has a son named Japheth. In the Ashkenaz pronunciation, that would be Yafes. Yafes has a son named Gomer, and then Gomer has a son named Ashkenaz. This is the first citation of the name Ashkenaz, right? So he's basically the great-grandson of Noah through the Greek line. That's the way that we have it described in Genesis. So how does this connect to Ashkenazi Jews? Well, basically, Ashkenaz is the name of a people, right? A lineage of people from this one forefather, Ashkenaz. Later, it will be associated with a particular place. We're going to look at that in just a second. And later,
that place will be associated in the Jewish mind with the Jews who live there. In other words, there's no intrinsic kind of ethnic connection between Ashkenaz and the lineage that followed from that biblical figure and the Jews today, other than the coincidence of the geographic location that is ascribed to Ashkenaz. In other words, although Ashkenaz is their great something uncle, the Jews who are descended from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, 10 generations after Noah, have no other connection with Ashkenaz. To express this another way, I am a Canadian Jew. You can tell because of the way I say about, and that I apologize for a lot of things, stuff like that. But basically, there's nothing intrinsically Canadian about my Jewishness or Jewish about my Canadianness, other than the fact that my grandparents all emigrated to Canada over a century ago, and that's what makes me a Canadian Jew. Similarly, we have Ashkenazi Jews who at some point ended up in a land that was associated with Ashkenaz. Now, who are these Ashkenazi Jews? According to one of the great scholars of the 20th century, we're talking about basically something like 5,000 to 10,000 people who lived in this region of Ashkenaz around the year 900, who by the time you got to the 20th century, there are about 12 million of them on the cusp of the disastrous World War II. And that represented about 80% of world Jewry at the time. In other words, if you ran into a Jew in the first half of the 20th century before the Holocaust, it was more than likely you ran into an Ashkenazi Jew. There are many other Jews scattered throughout the world, Sephardic Jews, Edut HaMizrach Jews, even Asian Jews, but the demographic weight was clearly behind the Ashkenazim. So let's go to the next question. We've got this idea of the word Ashkenaz is somehow associated with this biblical figure. Where is Ashkenaz? So one of the hints we can use to figure this out is a passage in the book of Jeremiah. Here's another screenshot from the Sefaria website. And you can see here that Jeremiah is in one of his classic Jeremiads, right? One of his, sort of dirge-like imprecations. In this case, he's cursing Babylonia, who would, of course, take the Jews into exile in the 6th century before the Common Era. And he talks about the vengeance that would one day be meted out against the Babylonian captors of the Jews. And verse 27, you see here, he says, I'll read in English, raise a standard on earth, sound a horn among the nations, appoint nations against her, that is against Babylonia, assemble kingdoms against her, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz. Designate a marshal against her, bring up horses like swarming locusts. In other words, these three regions, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz, will somehow converge to destroy Babylonia. So Jeremiah seems to be speaking about the location which had the descendants of Ashkenaz living, and that somehow they would represent a later threat to Babylonia. So if we have a look at where that might be, and in the 18th century in particular, there was a lot of enthusiasm to try and locate these biblical names and their later where they ended up in the Middle East. Here is an interesting map from roughly that period. You can see right in the center is the land of Israel. And then looking to the northeast in this circled area, that's where Babylonia would be, right? Mesopotamia, the Neo-Babylonians to be technically correct. And the regions that would come down and attack her, according to the passage in Jeremiah, would be in Asia Minor here. You can see on the lower right of the circle, there's the mountain range that is associated with Ararat. We speak about Mount Ararat, but in the ancient biblical mind, Ararat was really a mountainous region, not a particular mountain. And here the author of this map has labeled Ashkenaz in the region of the Phrygians. So we have some interesting associations to suggest that this might be the correct location for Ashkenaz, but they're not really that strong. Some of the earliest and most enthusiastic defenders of this Asia Minor connection would include the great Shadal, Rabbi Shmuel David Luzzatto, who wrote in the 19th century. But when you look at the research of another very important scholar, Shmuel Kraus, he suggests that they actually came a little bit to the north, somewhere above the Caspian Sea, somewhere between the Volga and the Elbe rivers. Now, this is especially interesting, and Dr. Kraus really followed up on this quite a bit, on the suggestion that perhaps the Ashkenazim should be associated with the remarkable Khazar people. That is a thesis which, for other reasons, totally blew up in the 20th century, and we'll discuss that, God willing, in the first full lecture. But for now, let's just talk a little bit about where is the actual land of Ashkenaz, because none of these associations are specifically connected with the Jews. They are connected rather with the Ashkenazim, the original biblical Ashkenazim, descendants of Ashkenaz, and they exist basically in a realm of supposition and theory. So when we say Ashkenaz and we're referring to Jews, what we're really talking about is Germany, and in particular, the Rhineland. In fact, when we look at the first times that Jews start referring to themselves as being Ashkenazi, which is around the 12th century, they're basically talking about the Rhineland. And in the centuries prior to that, because there are Jews in this region considerably earlier, they speak about themselves as being Rhineland Jews. And later that somehow morphs into Ashkenaz Jews, perhaps borrowing from this idea that the children of Ashkenaz moved somewhere north, and this is somewhere north, but there's no other real connection between the name Ashkenaz in the Bible and this region which Jews later came to call Ashkenaz. What happened to those Ashkenazi Jews? They basically spread out to the eastern regions, especially from about the 13th and 14th century onwards, and you get a much larger population of these Rhineland Jews living in Ashkenaz. And then in the late 19th century, there is a large flow of Jews to Western locations and a smaller number to the land of Israel. So that's why, for example, in America, about 3/4 of the Jews who moved to America at the beginning of the 20th century are Ashkenazic, and their descendants today, of course, are the dominant sub-ethnic group among Jews. So we're going to explore this in the course in much greater detail. We're going to pick up with that whole Khazar question, which is really quite fascinating. I hope that you will be able to join us, because it's really exciting to think of having a global population of students in a live lecture like this. But let us recall that when we're speaking about Ashkenaz, we're really talking about two different things. Most people use this term Ashkenaz to refer to those Jews who have some, albeit distant, roots in the Rhineland region of Germany, whereas the biblical term Ashkenaz really refers to this great-grandson of Noah and has no specifically Jewish connection. Okay, I hope you found this Vorspeise appealing, and I hope you will join us in the Ashkenazium lectures. Please reserve your spot today. Thanks very much for watching.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Michael Kegel. I'm the Dean of the Ashkenazim, which is a new graduate school here in Budapest. And with God's great graciousness, I've managed to put together a wonderful faculty, of which Professor Henry Abramson is one of the shining stars, I would say. And I say that without exaggeration. Maybe I just want to introduce maybe Henry to those who don't know him, with just a very small personal anecdote. Nothing embarrassing, of course. Henry and I go back quite a long way, back to high school. I think I met Henry when I was in grade 11, and he was in grade 13 back in Toronto, in our home and native land. Well, not native, but and over the years, our relationship went in all kinds of interesting directions. And one of the most interesting is our parallel interest in Yiddishkeit and Judaism. And one thing that I will always be very grateful to Henry for is during years when I was troubled in my relationship to Judaism, this was actually in university, Henry insisted, he came up to me and he insisted that we have a regular chavrusa in Talmud, that we meet regularly. And we did meet regularly once a week at Sid Smith. What was that building in the U of T campus?
Yes, Sid Smith, I think.
Sid Smith, we used to meet once a week, and we studied Masechet Megillah, which deals with Purim, the holiday that we just came out of. And to me, that was a great lifeline in my Jewish identity. And I mention it here. I want to mention it here, not just because of my gratitude towards Henry, among the other things I'm grateful to him for, but to point out that Henry embodies, in my mind, something that is exemplary for what the Ashkenazim should be, to my mind, which is, on the one hand, a Jew who is profoundly committed to Torah and is passionate about it. It's not just an academic exercise, his interest in Torah and in Jewish matters. And on the other hand, an academic who is absolutely uncompromising in his academic standards. And will, unlike many great Jewish thinkers that I met, who let their passion get away with them to the point where they will compromise standards of academia. Henry is somebody who bestrides both worlds, both the world of Jewish learning. You may or may not know that Henry wrote, among several books that he wrote, he also wrote a book on the Talmud. And on the other hand, an academic who's responsible in the highest levels of responsibility in academia. And I really hope this is a model for the Ashkenazim that I would like to build with Henry into the future. And by the way, I should mention to anyone who's listening out there, we have our Ashkenazim students who are participating here. And of course, we're going to have a private session with Henry afterwards, because this is part of our standard curriculum. If anybody at any point is interested in finding out more about the Ashkenazim, please do feel free. You're more than free. You're very welcome to write to me personally. I guess in the Q&A, I'll just write again my email. If you want to find out anything about the Ashkenazim other than what there is already on the website, ashkenazim.eu, that is, I'll be very happy to have a private Zoom with you and tell you all about it. So, Henry, without further ado.
Michael, that was thoroughly embarrassing. I thought you were going to do a more kind of like generic, but I'm glad you really skipped over the really embarrassing part. So I appreciate the kind words very much. Although somewhat hyperbolic, the uncompromising standards and things like that, it's way too much. But I do appreciate the kind words, and I will be sure to replay the video for my mother so that she will really get, Hana happiness from it. I'm also extremely grateful for what you're doing in Budapest with this amazing Ashkenazium. I mean, the faculty that you have brought together for this intellectual exercise is absolutely amazing. I mean, really top-notch scholars that I'm very proud to be on the same list as they. And, I wish you tremendous success with this venture. And I think it's really fortuitous that we're able to offer these lectures online to a much larger audience and let people know the amazing things that are happening in Budapest under your auspices. So let us begin our discussion. We're going to have 12 lectures on the history of Ashkenazi Jews, part of the Ashkenazium, which is a name that actually I'm proud to have had some role in designing, because Dr. Kegel and I, when we were tossing back and forth his project, I think he came up with the term Ashkenazium, but I enthusiastically endorsed it. Maybe it was the other way around, but it sort of happened together at the same time.
The only worry I have is it's a little bit like the word terrarium, like where you imagine where you put ants inside a box and you watch them from the outside through glass. But the idea is, I think, to look at the amazing civilization that developed in Germany primarily, and then later in Eastern Europe, and then actually onward onto the New World and in the land of Israel, of Ashkenazic culture. And there's so many different ways to look at this multifaceted institution, civilization as a whole. My small part is to give a broad survey of the historical events that relate to the development of this civilization, in order that many of the literary, philosophical, religious, and other aspects of the Ashkenazic civilization can be contextualized. This is a graduate level seminar, but only in the sense that it is multidisciplinary. So I'm going to be presenting these lectures at what I hope is a little bit higher level undergraduate level, so that people with intelligent lay people who do not necessarily have a strong background in Eastern European or in Central European Jewish history will still be able to benefit from these lectures. And I regard my lectures more as kind of like the foundation for much more advanced research. We may occasionally get into a little bit more complex, difficult issues, but I imagine that we're going to address those in the follow-up seminars. Here is an old picture of me from when I was much younger, a great photograph by Marco Deshev, and just wanted to give a little bit of a context to my own access and interest in Ashkenazic history. I did my dissertation at the University of Toronto on the history of the Jews of Ukraine at the beginning of the 20th century. It was in that context that Dr. Kegel and I both shared hallways in the university. I have a lot of fond memories of meeting him in Robart's library and discussing our mutual interests. He was, of course, studying philosophy and I was studying history, but we had a lot of overlaps there. I went on to become more of a generalist. I wrote a couple of books on the Talmud, on art history, and now I'm working on a survey of Jewish history in 3 volumes for Koren Publishers in Jerusalem. Very much looking forward to seeing that come to light. I also maintain my strong interest in traditional religious studies, and I'm the author of a podcast called Jewish History in Daf Yomi, which has a rather ambitious goal of creating 2,711 small videos on aspects of Jewish history that correspond to the daily Talmud page that's studied in the Daf Yomi program. That's available on the AllDaf app. You can find it at alldaf.org. I work, of course, at Touro University. We're a fairly large multinational university with campuses in New York, of course, where we are based, and also in California, Nevada, Berlin, Jerusalem, Moscow, and about 19,000 students worldwide. I'm very proud to work in the heart of Brooklyn, as you can see in this map here, on a couple of campuses there. So the structure of this class is as follows. We're going to have these public lectures, which are going to be broadcast as they are now in a webinar format. And this is going to be more like basically me talking, but we have the Q&A function where you can type in your questions and I will from time to time pause and have a look at what's going on in the Q&A, and I hope to answer at least some of those questions. Then, because the Ashkenazium has registered students in Budapest itself, we will take a break after 1 hour from these lectures, and then we will have a private Zoom for the much smaller group of Budapest students who will have a private discussion in a regular Zoom meeting. If you have any curiosity about participating in those as an auditor, perhaps please write to Dr. Kegel. The subject that we're going to be looking at over the course of these 12 lectures are 1,000 years of Ashkenaz, because more or less that is the period of time we're talking about. It's a very old civilization that stretches back over 10 centuries. I also created as a preparatory course for my Budapest students an online version of this with preparatory materials, primarily videos, some readings, also some quizzes, things like that. And this is also open to the public. You can find it at my website. Okay, so today's discussion is on the origins of Ashkenazi Jews, which are the subject of a certain amount of debate, like just about everything in this course. But let us start with a more basic question. What is Ashkenaz? What exactly do we mean when we say this word, Ashkenaz? So the word is actually biblical in origin. As you can see here, it occurs actually 3 times in the Bible. Here's a passage from the book of Genesis. The screenshot is from the wonderful Sefaria website. And it basically lists the lineages of humanity. And in this particular passage, we're talking about the children of Noah. That is Noah of the flood. He has 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And I should pronounce that, by the way, in the Ashkenazic pronunciation, Japheth. And then Japheth, who is typically associated with Western culture, especially Greece, has 3 more sons. No, actually more than that. Gomer, Magog, Madai, Yavan, Tubal, Meshech, and Tiras. And then Gomer has 3 sons, one of whom is named Ashkenaz. Okay? So let us just understand what we're talking about here. There's a biblical lineage, which is 10 generations prior to the advent of Abraham, who is considered the father of the Semites, including, of course, the Jews. And from that 10th generation, before we can even start speaking about Hebrews, we have an individual named Ashkenaz, who is the great-grandson of Noah. And you may be wondering, correctly, because you're all very intelligent people, what does this have to do with modern Jews? Well, not a lot, because really it goes like this. The name Ashkenaz is associated with a biblical name of a people, right? A lineage, the children of Ashkenaz, descended from Noah. Later, much later, this will be associated with a place, piece of geography. And then later, that term will be associated with the Jews who lived in that piece of geography, that piece of real estate. Another way to look at it would be to say that both Dr. Kegel and I are Canadian Jews. He mentioned, by the way, it was not his native land. He was speaking literally because he's actually born in Eastern Europe, if I'm not mistaken. But it is, in fact, my home and native land. All of the things that go along with the Canadian national anthem. And so you could call me a Canadian Jew. And I am a full-fledged Canadian. But you know, that doesn't mean to say that there's anything specifically connecting me with non-Jewish Canadians other than that common area of our home. And so that's the same thing as Ashkenaz. Ashkenazi Jews are simply Jews who lived in the area called Ashkenaz. We're talking about a fairly large chunk of the demographic weight of the Jewish people overall are associated with this land of Ashkenaz. They are distinct from other sub-ethnic groups within the Jewish people, such as Sephardim and Edut HaMizrach, and various, there are Jews, of course, in Africa and in Asia and so on. They all have different terms to describe their cultural orientation, their place of origin, but Ashkenazi Jews constitute a very large proportion of the overall Jewish people. Now let's go a little further in our history. When we say that Ashkenaz is a place, it is, maybe we should say it's a state of mind, but in this place it is a piece of geography. Where exactly is Ashkenaz? So again, looking at the third occurrence of the text, actually this will be the second occurrence of the text in the Bible, in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 51. In one of his characteristic imprecations, which have been called after his name, Jeremiah, describing the downfall of Jerusalem if the Jews do not repent and so on. He also describes the downfall of Babylonia, which would be the region that would ultimately destroy Jerusalem in Jeremiah's time in the 6th century before the Common Era. And as he's describing the many terrible things that will happen to Babylonia, you can see in verse 27 at the bottom, he says, raise a standard on earth, sound a horn among the nations, appoint nations against her, that is, against Babylonia, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz. Right? So Ashkenaz is referred to by Jeremiah as one of those nations, one of those peoples that will assemble together with Ararat and Mini to attack Babylonia. So when we look at the map of the region here, and this was actually quite a preoccupation of 18th and 19th century cartographers and biblical scholars, trying to map out precisely where each of these biblical peoples ended up living with a certain amount of creative scholarship. We can see that here in where I've shaded the map is the region of Babylonia, called Shinar or Chaldea later. And the region from the north, which includes, for example, Ararat, a mountain region that's also associated with Noah, would have included this region here, basically in Turkey, which, according to the great 19th century biblical scholar Shmuel David Luzzatto, also known as the Shadal, that would have been the home of the Ashkenaz descendants. Again, the descendants of the biblical Ashkenaz, who was the great-grandson of Noah. No specific Jewish connection here at all, but nevertheless, that will be the place where it was located. Often associated, as you can see in this particular map, with the Phrygians. Now, like everything Jewish, and especially things biblical, this was subject to significant debate and dispute. There are a lot of many opinions throughout Jewish thinkers as to whether or not this place association that Shadal had offered was correct. Another major opinion, also from the late 19th century, is that of Shmuel Kraus, who argues that no, they came from somewhat northern location, somewhat north of the Caspian Sea. Many scholars associate the region of the Ashkenaz descendants in the biblical mind as that of the Scythians, which is an ancient people in the region of what would be today, let's say, Central Asia, bordering on the Donbass region that is so much in the news today with the war in Ukraine. But Shmuel Kraus offers another tantalizing suggestion, which would actually involve quite a bit of controversy, and that is that the Khazar people should be associated with the descendants of Ashkenaz. The Khazars are exceptionally important in Jewish history, and that's where we will turn next. But just to remember what we're speaking about here and keep these things separate, the biblical descendants of Ashkenaz have no real intrinsic connection with Jews other than describing a place where Jews would ultimately end up. That's a huge distinction that's important to remember, as we shall see towards the end of this lecture. Where actually is Ashkenaz in the Jewish mindset, as opposed to scholarly opinions as to where Ashkenaz showed up? In reality, the Jews who call themselves Ashkenaz all come from a region, or at least a culture, in the Rhineland, here in Germany, as you can see in this map. This is the region which Jews began to call Ashkenaz from about the 12th century on. Prior to that, Jews living there tended to refer to themselves in one way or another to the region of the Rhine itself. There is one interesting passage in which Rashi himself, we'll talk about Rashi a little bit more later in this course, uses the term Ashkenaz to refer to the region, but it was not the most popular designation for the Jews until about the 12th century, a good 100-odd years after Rashi passed away. These Jews came from an area, a civilization that flourished from about the 10th to the 13th century. And then, for reasons which we will describe over the course of these lectures, they migrated to the east, to the great Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the regions which would be today Lithuania, parts of Belarus, parts of Poland, and especially the western part of Ukraine. And they had a population expansion, particularly in the 19th century, that resulted in the great homeland of Ashkenazi Jews. So Ashkenazim are often referred to as Eastern Europeans, not because of their origins in Germany, but because of the significant population increase that they enjoyed when you get closer to the contemporary period. Then from this region, so this migration is primarily from the 13th and 14th centuries onward, you have another migration of these large Ashkenazi Jews moving to Israel, a smaller number, a certain amount to Western Europe, and a large number to North America. Something like 1.75 million Jews moved from the area of the Russian Empire that was overwhelmingly Ashkenazi at the time to North America, to actually the United States of America specifically, in the years 1881 to 1928. And that's really where the great bulk of American Jewry traces its roots to this later Ashkenazic migration. So that's the whole meaning of the word Ashkenaz in a nutshell. It originates from a biblical designation of a people descended from Noah, which was with a certain amount of fanciful logic assigned to various locations, perhaps Turkey, perhaps Central Asia, and then later by the Jews to the Rhineland as a location. And the Jews who ended up in the Rhineland started calling themselves Ashkenazi, just like I would call myself Canadian, but there's no like kind of derivation of lineage from the biblical Ashkenaz to modern Jews. We've talked about, what is Ashkenaz? We've talked about where is Ashkenaz. Now we've got to get to how the Jews got to the Rhineland in the first place. And specifically, I want to start with the Khazar hypothesis, which is a rather highfalutin term for what the current United States president would call malarkey. But nevertheless, it is occupying a large amount of space in the mind of some thinkers and takes a lot of oxygen out of the room when we talk about the roots of Ashkenazi Jews. Who are the Khazars? Khazars are a fascinating Turkic people who apparently had a capital on the Caspian Sea. You can see here in this German language map at the city of Itil, right in the top right section of the sort of orange part of this map, the pinkish orange part of the map. And they actually had a civilization which lasted for several centuries and interacted with many of the other surrounding civilizations, including famously the early state called Kievan Rus, which formed kind of like the beginnings of the cultural patrimonies that were claimed by Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia alike. Also a significant historical part of the conflict today. The Khazars were a pagan tribe, like many of the groups of the region, but according to some interesting documents that have made their way down to us today, they apparently converted to Judaism in the year 740. The story of their conversion is rather amazing, and it is perhaps most well told in a book that has very little to do with history and a lot to do with philosophy and polemics. It's a famous work by Rabbi Yehuda Halevi, who was a scholar who lived in Spain several hundred years after the events described, and he wrote this famous classic work of Jewish philosophy called the Kuzari, which really means the Khazarian. In the Kuzari, he describes the legend of the conversion of the Khazar king, King Bulan, who was sort of faced with a difficult choice because at that time, Christianity was expanding throughout Europe, and Islam was expanding all the way across the coast of North Africa, and then moving upward into Europe as well, into Turkey, into the Balkans, and so on. And this King Bulan was troubled by this geopolitical situation, and also apparently motivated, at least as the legend has it, by sincere spiritual longing to find the one true religion. So according to the legend, he brought together a sort of a trilateral debate team, a representative of Christianity, a representative of Islam, and a representative of the Jews. And they had this three-way debate. And ultimately, according to the legend, King Bulan converted to Christianity. Now, before we discuss the actual realities of the legend, we should understand how it is portrayed in the Kuzari. Rabbi Yehuda Halevi lived at that time in Spain towards the end of its so-called Golden Era, which was a period of remarkable coexistence between Christians, Jews, and Muslims. Jews in particular enjoyed tremendous freedoms to express themselves politically. Many of them held high office. There was a rather remarkable Shmuel Ibn Agrela, who was actually the general of a Muslim army for 16 years, an accomplished poet, and a Talmudist to boot. All of these three things brought together in one particular individual. In many ways, a lot like Maimonides, who was also a product of the late Golden Era, although he would ultimately be a victim of the reactionary period when Muslims would come from North Africa and insist that all of this fraternizing with Jews was unacceptable, and the Maimonides family would later flee and make their way over to Cairo, where he would continue on an illustrious career. At any rate, Rabbi Yehuda Halevi, seeing the sort of breakdown of this period, composed this philosophical work, which is set in that Khazarian debate between King Bulan and the three representatives of major world faiths. And he used it essentially as a foil to relitigate that case and to make a strong philosophical defense of Judaism, which of course results in King Bulan's affirmative decision to accept Judaism, and by extension, Rabbi Yehuda Halevi is intending to make this available to the broader reading public. A rather audacious work to write in the Middle Ages. It would be audacious to write it even today, I think, in which it's a clear polemic against Islam and Christianity in favor of Judaism. So there was a lot of philosophical reason why Rabbi Yehuda Halevi would use the story of the Kuzari as a type of conceit to clothe his larger polemic argument. But what about the actual history of the Khazars? So in reality, we know very little about the Khazars as it is. Perhaps the most important piece of the story is some correspondence that was conducted between the Spanish leader named Chasta ibn Shaprut, a very important example of the early period of the Golden Age in Spain, who was a foreign minister, essentially, who conducted correspondence and diplomatic relations with many other nations of Europe on behalf of a Spanish kingdom. And he was especially curious and philanthropically inclined towards Jewish populations all over. So he wanted to find out, is it true? Is what they say happened back in the year 740 still true now? Is there actually a Jewish kingdom in this region of Khazaria? And so he sent out emissaries to go to the Far East, to the Central Asia, and to communicate with them. Unfortunately, they were not able to get past Constantinople for various political reasons of the day. However, those emissaries of Chasta ibn Shaprut did meet people who claimed to have been to Khazaria and who promised to communicate with him and to exchange letters. And so they brought back with them some letters from one King Joseph of Khazaria, which essentially goes through the legend as we have it today. And for some, particularly early modern historians, that was sufficient proof of the existence and reality of Khazaria as we have it today. Other historians, however, have cast a lot of doubt, particularly in the 20th century, saying, wait a second here. This is, not direct contact with King Joseph. This is contact through third parties. And who knows, maybe they made it all up. Maybe they are forgeries and so on. And so there's a lot of questions about the actual validity of the story associated with the conversion of the Khazars. We do know, however, from multiple data points that there were Jews who called themselves Khazarian. They show up in a few places. Medieval Jewish travelers encounter them. They have various things to say about them. They're certainly not in large numbers, and there's a lot of questions about the degree to which they are well associated with the Jewish tradition, as we shall see. One of those examples that I find quite fascinating is this document, which was found in the amazing medieval archive known as the Cairo Geniza. Very quick window here just to explain what that Cairo Geniza was, because it's just so fantastic. In Jewish thought, following on the commandment to not take the name of God in vain, there is this concept that if you write down the name of God on a document, that document, by virtue of its association with the name, acquires a level of sanctity. This is called in Hebrew Shemot, which means literally names, because it has the name of God on the paper. So what that means in Jewish practice until today is that, for example, if you have a prayer book, or certainly a Sefer Torah, or even certainly a Torah scroll, or even something a little bit more ephemeral, like a handout from school that may be given to children for homework, if it has a verse from the Torah, especially if it has a verse from the Torah with God's name in it, that document may not be simply discarded. It has to be treated very specially, and typically these documents are gathered together. Let's say a Torah scroll becomes invalidated from use, the letters are cracking and things like that, or prayer books become unbound, the spines break, things like that. You can't use it anymore. Can't simply throw them away, so they are collected in one place called a geniza, which means like a storehouse or even a treasure house. And then at some point, when that geniza is full, these documents are taken to a Jewish cemetery and they are formally buried. That's considered the appropriate way to deal with these documents called Shemot. It happened that the large Jewish community in Fustat, also known as Old Cairo, somewhat south of modern-day Cairo, had this custom of not only following the laws with regard to Shemot, but anything written in Hebrew characters was considered sacred, and therefore they put it in their geniza. Thankfully, for generations of historians since the 19th century, the geniza was discovered because it was sealed up for a good 700 years. And there's this phenomenal trove of amazing documents of all types. Not only, of course, religious works, including remarkable things like the actual autographed copy of Maimonides' writings and things like that, but also, casual things, because they believed that anything written in Hebrew had a level of sanctity. Hebrew characters even. So even if it was written like in Judeo-Arabic, which is essentially an Arabic language written with Hebrew characters, they would save those in the geniza. Everything from business contracts, marriage contracts, personal correspondence, shopping lists, children's doodles, all kinds of things. If it had Hebrew on it, it was put in the geniza. And included is this document that you see on your screen before you here. This is what we would call in modern Hebrew a petek, a small note that was essentially a letter of introduction for a charity collector. And those of you who live in strong Jewish communities today will certainly be familiar with this document, because typically when emissaries from a faraway community come to a local community to collect charity, they bring some kind of document which describes their credentials, describes the association that they have with some charitable institution. It's often signed by local rabbis or signed by famous rabbis, let's say in Israel, and they come door to door with this petek. Nowadays it's usually laminated, and they say, I'm from this particular cause, I represent an orphanage or a hospital or whatever, would you like to donate? And they present the document. That's exactly what this is, but it purports to be from a Khazarian Jew from Kiev. This is so-called Kievan document, which dates from, if I remember correctly, about the 10th century. And among the many interesting features is that the signatures of the local dignitaries includes this document, which is written in apparently a Turkic style of runes that indicates that there was one official who actually could not even write in Hebrew, had to use Turkic to express himself. So in other words, we have lots of interesting kind of like sideways evidence that something happened in Khazaria that resulted in some Jews living there. And Kiev, by the way, was well populated by Khazarian Jews. Lots of references to a Jewish gate and things like that in the literature. In fact, the great Ukrainian historian Omelia Pritsak opined that Kiev, as it's pronounced today in the Ukrainian pronunciation, Kiev was actually founded by Khazars, which is a kind of an interesting thought. One last piece of evidence that supports the idea of the Khazar conversion, although it doesn't tell us a lot about the depth of that conversion, is a very important document in the history of Eastern Europe called the Povest Vremenia Vliet, or the Chronicle of Bygone Years, in which the great Prince Volodymyr of Vladimir, who was the first Christian prince of this medieval state known as Kievan Rus, based in Kiev, Volodymyr had exactly the same conundrum as King Bulan did in Khazaria, meaning Christianity is expanding, Islam is expanding. I'm so confused. Which religion should I accept? And so Volodymyr essentially repeats the whole Khazarian story with a little bit of a twist, because he has a representative of what would become Orthodox Christianity, especially after the schism of 1054, a representative of what would become Western Catholic Christianity. And so he has two Christian flavors represented, as well as a Jew and a Muslim. After having the debate, the Christian scholars who recorded the Chronicle of Bygone Years have very little to say that's good about Islam. That's sort of like dispensed with rather quickly. Judaism, however, Volodymyr considers very seriously. He says, wow, unlike the Muslims who are not allowed to drink alcohol, that was one of the reasons, by the way, that Islam was disqualified for Volodymyr. The Jews sound pretty good, and he came actually pretty close to converting to Judaism. Can you imagine what Eastern Europe would be like if Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine was predominantly Jewish? Hard to imagine. But when he found out that the Jews no longer had their own state in the land of Israel, he said, I'm going to pass, thank you. And he turned to the two Christian variations. He ultimately adopted what would be, of course, Orthodox Christianity, the Eastern Rite, and there was a mass baptism in the year 988, which begins the Christian period in Kievan Rus, onward in the Slavic regions. So the Chronicle of Bygone Years, which was written a couple hundred years afterwards, also confirms the presence of Khazarian Jews. Now, what's at the heart of this? Is this possible, and are they connected to the Ashkenazi Jews? So the first thing we have to say is that many modern scholars today doubt virtually all of the aspects of the story of the Khazarian conversion. Perhaps the most eloquent advocate of this position is Professor Shaul Stamfer, who refers to it in a seminal article as a splendid story, meaning what a great story. It's so fascinating, the trilateral debate, the whole thing's like that. But he argues that it is either entirely fabricated by later writers, or it is at least highly exaggerated. I myself tend to lean towards the exaggerated to highly exaggerated, but I don't quite agree with my colleague, senior scholar Dr. Stampfer, that it is entirely fabricated. I just think there's the preponderance of evidence of the connection between Jews and Khazarians is sufficiently strong to argue that something happened, but I agree that there are a lot of questions. Like, for example, how widespread was this conversion? Was this possibly just a royal conversion that was designed to sort of mollify would-be attackers from the south and from the west, who would claim that it had to be either a Muslim or a Christian kingdom, respectively? Both Islam and Christianity have theological spaces in which Jews are allowed to maintain their religion. For Jews in Islam, it would be the Pact of Umar. For Christians, Jews are permitted to exist as Jews under the doctrine of witness from St. Augustine. So there are definitely there is space for Jews to kind of have a neutral territory between Islam and Christianity, and so it's not impossible that at least at the very highest levels of Khazarian society, they may have had a pro forma conversion in order to maintain their geopolitical stance. Another argument revolves around, well, let's say they did convert to Judaism, and let's say it was only a thin conversion, but were they adhering to a rabbinic Judaism, or perhaps another variety like a Karaite Judaism? Who exactly were they? The various travelers' accounts that we have of people who encounter Khazarian Jews in one place or another tend to portray them as being fairly ignorant and of having very little awareness of many of the commandments that devolve upon them as good Jews. So, and of course, there's the huge question: where did they go? They seem to have disappeared from the history of Judaism afterwards. So, this essentially leads people like Dr. Stampfer to say that the burden of proof rests on those who want to indicate that Khazaria later expanded or at least maintained its position, because this is a civilization that lasted for 5 centuries, and then if they were Jewish, simply poof, they disappeared. They were ultimately conquered by Kievan Rus, and then we have a Mongol invasion that conquers the region, and then they simply don't appear on the world stage again. Further, well, let's get to the actual Khazar hypothesis. So here's the hypothesis that was advanced primarily by individuals who wish to impugn the status of contemporary Jews, especially Ashkenazi Jews, and there are some political connections, especially with the land of Israel. The Khazar hypothesis argues that, oh no, they didn't disappear. They actually constitute the bulk of the later Ashkenazic population. This is a hypothesis which can be immediately discarded on any number of grounds, primarily because there is no historical trace of Khazarian activity in later Ashkenazic civilization. For example, linguistically, the Ashkenazim overwhelmingly, like even in 1900, 97% of them in the 1897 census listed Yiddish as their first language, and Yiddish is incredibly German in origin. It's overwhelmingly German in its vocabulary, in its syntax. It has maybe 20% of Hebraic and Aramaic words in it, a smattering of Romance words like Old French and things like that, but it has no strong connection to any Turkic language. It seems to be a completely divorced linguistic environment that is primarily associated with Germany. Billy Crystal, a comedian, likes to say that Yiddish is basically German with phlegm. It's kind of funny, but at any rate, so there's no linguistic representation. Secondly, we have a strong record of the migration of Jews from Rhineland to Eastern Europe. I mean, we can trace communities. We have a strong literary record of the customs that they accepted. We have, all kinds of material that supports the Rhineland origin of Ashkenazi Jews in Eastern Europe. We have no evidence that supports the idea that the Khazarians somehow became Jewish in large numbers and constitute the bulk of Ashkenazi Jewry. And finally, what kind of should put the end of the story to this debate with modern DNA research advances, many scholars, including Professor Eran Alhaik, shown here, have shown that there's no Turkic elements in Ashkenazic Jewry, that overwhelmingly Ashkenazic Jews are related to the Western European origins of the Jews. We're going to explore this a little further. Now, let me just mention, why is it then that this hypothesis, and that's actually kind of like a dignified word for, again, to use Joe Biden's phrase, malarkey, why would this have so much currency? Because it essentially undercuts some of the major claims of Ashkenazi Jews to their connection, on a genetic level at any rate, to their biblical origins. In other words, it's a way of saying that, oh, those Ashkenazi Jews, they're not real Jews. They are, as some like to say, Jew-ish, right? They're not actually Jews. They pretend to be Jews, but they're not. So basically a racist theory. It also has a lot of implications for modern Israeli politics, because it says that, hey, if you want to say that one of the main reasons why contemporary Jews have a claim on the land of Israel is because they are, after 2,000 years of exile, they are nevertheless the descendants of the people who lived in the Middle East at that time. If you want to say that, no, they're actually Central Asian peoples who later claim to be Jewish, then they don't have a claim to the land of Israel based on genetics. So there's a political motivation for supporting this kind of ridiculous theory. So where exactly, what can we say about the actual Ashkenazi Jews of Eastern Europe? So as I mentioned, DNA research has helped us out tremendously in this regard. Dr. Doron Behar did some really excellent research in this region that gave us some rather surprising results. For example, that looking especially at Y chromosomes, about 40% of all Ashkenazic Jews actually trace their origins to 4 women. We don't know their names. I like to think of them as Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah, but they are of European origin, most likely northern Italy, and overwhelmingly they are related to other non-Ashkenazi Jews, like Sephardi Jews, Edot HaMizrach, and they are distinct from the peoples among whom they live in Europe, especially in Eastern Europe. What Dr. Behar was able to reconstruct with the kind of scientific tools that DNA research provides is kind of an interesting migration route that helps us understand more precisely on the basis of DNA research, particularly looking at Levites on the Y chromosome, because Levite status is passed through the father, and so therefore you have a much better connection. We can see that the vast majority of Ashkenazi Jews have origins in the Middle East through Italy, which makes a lot of sense with the traditional model of understanding of how Jews, especially in the context of the Roman Jewish wars of the first century, many of them, Josephus says, in the tens of thousands, were deported to the Italian peninsula to serve as slaves. There was already a Jewish population before the revolts that was existing in Rome, for example. And then they made their way up through the peninsula by the time we get to the earliest Ashkenazic settlements, which will be in the next lecture in this series. And from there, as we discussed, move to Eastern Europe. The DNA trail follows the same trail that I described at the beginning of this lecture. Another route which is labeled here with the number 5, the green route, which was always thought as a possible route of migration of Ashkenazi Jews across the coast of North Africa, because we do have Jewish settlements that appear, of course, in Egypt, places like Alexandria, and then in Tunis, and all the way over to Morocco, Berber Jews, and so on, that perhaps they ended up constituting the bulk of Ashkenazi population. That appears not to be the case, but there is a certain amount of admixture, particularly when you get to the high Middle Ages, of Sephardic Jews with Ashkenazim, as we discussed previously. So that's basically the story of how Ashkenazi Jews got to be called Ashkenazi and how they got to the Rhineland and then later to Eastern Europe and ultimately to the New World. I want to thank Dr. Kegel for inviting me to present this lecture, a series of lectures in the Ashkenazium, and I want to thank all of you for viewing. I hope to see you in an hour when we reconvene for the second lecture. Thank you very much for participating. Okay, in the last lecture, we looked at the origins of the Jews of Ashkenaz, and today, in this lecture, what I'd like to do is continue that discussion by looking specifically at the social and economic foundations of that community. It is largely, of course, because of the attractions of the Rhineland with their unique social and economic foundations that we have a presence of Jews in Ashkenaz at all. And so understanding these two topics are very much related. Trying to understand why the Jews actually migrated to that region is extremely important. The civilization that they started there also attracted more Jews and created the nucleus of what would ultimately become Ashkenazi Jewry as a whole. So let's look first at the social structure. Here's the map, which now should be somewhat familiar. It's not quite as colorful as the Google map that I showed you in the last lecture, but this shows the development of Ashkenazi civilization in the center region there, which has sort of the cross-hatching. You can see the Ashkenazi homeland, primarily on the Rhine River with the community of Mainz, Worms, and Speyer. Also Köln, Cologne, which is one of the oldest communities of the period. And then it spreads out, especially towards the east, ultimately becoming a very large civilization in Eastern Europe. And you can see on the left in the legend, you have the centuries in which this expansion occurred. By the way, this is a great map from the Encyclopedia Judaica, which is a remarkable resource for the history of Ashkenazi Jewry and generally of everything in Jewish civilization. The arrows that overlay the map also give you an indication of the migration of these Ashkenazi Jews in the 19th and 20th centuries in particular. Not quite as colorful as the one I showed you, but still very informative. Here is a close-up of the Rhineland region in particular, following the Rhine River, but there are also several other very significant communities not too far away where you have the nucleus of what we're going to describe today. Some of the most important attractions of these specific communities were the early establishment of cemeteries. You know, it sounds kind of awkward. Why would you want to move to a place because they have a cemetery? But we should understand that the interment of remains is extremely important in most faiths. The idea of an eternal resting place, a place where one may have hallowed ground to visit one's ancestors and so on. I can tell you that in my own case, I come from a very remote community in northern Canada, northern Ontario, where one of the reasons why a small community of Jews gathered there was because there was a very unfortunate canoeing accident as Jews were making their way up north, possibly in some form of trade, and they drowned at a certain point where there are some rapids, and so a Jewish cemetery was hastily created near a town called Engelhart.
And that's where my grandparents, Aleichem Shalom, were buried, and a Jewish community was established at that time in that region. So the establishment of cemeteries in a lot of these places was extremely important for the creation of communities as a whole, and they tended to build on each other. Jews, of course, like many religious groups, prefer to be buried among other Jews and not in mixed cemeteries, certainly not in mass graves, which was not at all an uncommon thing for parts of the Middle Ages, particularly when we get to the Black Death. And so the establishment of a cemetery was often associated with the early establishment of the Jewish community. We should also note that one of the crucial elements that relates to the development of a unique civilization in Ashkenaz was center-periphery relationships. Where was the center of the Jewish world at this time? Well, if we look around the 8th, 9th century, the most profound expression of Jewish civilization was certainly in Baghdad, very far away from the Rhineland, which was, quite distant and quite small communities. In Baghdad, they had already, developed just to the south of them the huge Talmudic culture. They had a long series of Geonim, which were kind of like titular heads of the Jewish community, specifically associated with the rabbinic academies. And they were, communicating far and wide with the Jews spread out around the Mediterranean basin. You also have burgeoning communities in places close to Israel. You have a small population in Israel itself, of course, a continuous presence of Jews in the land of Israel. But you also have significant communities in Asia Minor, in the Italian peninsula, in Egypt, Alexandria, and then across the coast of North Africa until you even get to Spain, where we're just, by the time we get to about the year 800, you're just beginning to see the flourishing of Jewish communities there going into their golden age, which we discussed in the previous lecture. But Ashkenaz was clearly on the periphery. And one of the things about being on the periphery is you have to adapt to local circumstances, and you can often get away with a lot of things that you could not get away with in the center. So it's a little bit like what they say here in America: what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. So a lot of innovations that occur in Ashkenaz as one of the peripheral locations of Jewish settlement prove to be very positive, beneficial types of innovations, which would stand the Jews in good stead over their long centuries of settlement there. But they were new things that might not necessarily have worked in the center. You can say the same thing, by the way, about the growth of Sephardic culture, which was very far away from Baghdad at this time, and could explore new modes of expressions and literary activity and so on. So part of the reasons why we have innovations in the region of the Rhineland at this time is because it is on the periphery of the Jewish world. But let us also say, before we get too deeply into these lectures, that I'm going to be speaking broadly in this hour over the 9th through the 14th centuries, and there is a tremendous amount of change that happens during this time. This is a period that represents the High Middle Ages right up until the Black Death, where Europe is going through a lot of dramatic changes, some of them really quite fundamental in what we would call the longue durée, the long duration of history, things like climactic change, an increasing level of productivity of the soil, the really basic kind of geological events, at the same time as massive changes in political events and cultural events and so on. So I'm going to be generalizing because it's inevitable to speak in large terms over a very dynamic group of centuries, but nevertheless, we will get some sense of how the Jewish community developed and changed over these 500 odd years. Okay, perhaps the most important thing that is at the heart of the development of Ashkenazic civilization is the development of a form of communal organization, which is typically known as the Kehillah. The word Kehillah is Hebrew, of course, and it derives from the root kahal, which means to congregate, to gather. It is actually
related to words which would later develop into synagogue, church, église. They're all related to this idea of gathering together. And the Kehillah essentially represented an iteration of the communal organization of Jews in a structure that proved to be highly efficient at maintaining the integrity of this minority, meaning the group integrity, the endogamy in marriage, the adherence to group norms, and so on, and resisted just general dissipation of the community through assimilation, through conversion to Christianity, which was, of course, the overwhelming dominant faith of the period, and allowed the Jews to survive in what were somewhat hostile climes as well. The structure that I'm going to describe for you is not completely new in Ashkenaz, but there were certain refinements, innovations, and institutional developments that were specific to Ashkenaz that had a tremendously beneficial impact on Jews right up until really the 18th century, when the innovations of modern citizenship, primarily from the French Revolution onward, began to erode the foundations of what the Kehillah meant. Let us begin this discussion by reminding ourselves that in medieval society, the organization of human groups was primarily corporate in nature. What that means is, unlike today, where, I might decide, for example, gee, I'd like to live in Budapest, and I might, immigrate to Budapest, and there, I'd have to get citizenship and so on, but otherwise, I would be like a Budapestian among Budapestians. I don't know if Budapestian is a word, maybe I just made it up, but you get the idea, right? I could basically go there, and if I wanted to, I could completely jettison. That was everything New Yorkian about me, everything Canadian about me. I could theoretically learn the Hungarian language, which is really rough because I don't have any familiarity with Finnish or any other language that's comparable to Hungarian. But let's say I could just go there and I could just decide to be another person altogether. And this is the kind of thing that we can do in modernity, primarily because our governments organize us primarily on the basis of our individual citizenship. Here in the United States, I have a social security number, which is my primary conduit of communication to the municipal and state and federal authorities. That's how they know if I pay my taxes or not. That's how theoretically they know my dental records and everything about me individually. They do not necessarily group me with my friends, my associates, my congregational group, and so on. This is totally different from medieval society, in which people were classified almost on a caste-like basis with their affinity groups. This was primarily economic in nature, meaning if you were a peasant, you were classed with other peasants, and you were typically classed as the peasants belonging to this particular nobleman, and the noblemans were classed as belonging to this particular king, and so on. And this is like a type of feudal structure that prevailed through much of European history. And so the Jews occupied an unusual kind of box, as we shall see later in this lecture, that they were organized collectively, and very rarely were demands put on Jews individually by outside groups, but were put on them collectively. And so therefore, it was in their own interest to organize themselves effectively, to have strong representation, to convey their needs to authorities, and to defend themselves from external threats and so on. So we're going to see how that plays out over the course of the next 45 minutes or so. One of the ways in which this corporate nature of medieval society was expressed was through things called charters. A charter is essentially a type of document, typically written, often forged later on in medieval periods, that described the privileges of the Jewish community in a particular locale, that was typically contracted between the local authorities of that particular location and the chief representatives of the Jews. And these charters were frequently invoked in later centuries to protect the rights of the Jews, saying that, hey, wait a second, you can't do that because according to the charter that was signed 300 years ago, these are our rights and privileges and so on. To a certain degree, they often became outmoded as social, economic, and religious developments shifted, and some of the privileges were no longer relevant, or perhaps they were so relevant that they had to be overruled by a new arrangement, and these things would happen over the dynamic course of the next 500 years. But basically, if you think about the Jewish communities being established in the Rhineland, they typically were organized Jews as groups, like, and imagine big tour buses of Jews coming into a location, meeting with a local ruler, and putting in writing the kind of agreements that would pertain to their settlement in this region, protections and responsibilities as well. Not at all equivalent to other castes in that society, sometimes much more beneficial to the Jews, advantageous to the Jews, sometimes disadvantageous to the Jews. But this was considered normal for the medieval period, primarily because it is a corporate society in which groups were dealt with as part of collective organizations rather than dealt with as individuals, as we would have in modern Western societies today. So this allowed the Jews essentially, because they had to organize themselves and they had to represent themselves within a charter to the local authorities, to establish this organization called the Kehillah. Let me show you here basically a breakdown of what a Kehillah would look like structurally. Let's start from the top down and understand how this worked. And again, as I mentioned earlier, it's not like the Kehillah structure was brand new. There were definitely antecedents that we found in diaspora communities. Jews had already been living outside of the land of Israel, outside of sovereign territory for almost 1,000 years. And they had found ways to more or less establish themselves. But the unique confluence of the corporate society of medieval Europe, the center-periphery issues, led them to develop and refine this Kehillah structure in medieval Ashkenaz. So you would have at the top the people who are typically called the Tuvei Ha'ir, or the Tovei Ha'ir, which means literally the good people of the city. This is a Talmudic term which was applied to the leadership of the Kehillah, and it refers to typically the wealthier established male denzians of a locale. There would typically be a small number of them, like 7. It would be an elected position, but the election was based on gender and on property as well. So it was typically within a small group of people. And the Tuvei would have the responsibility of making all of the leadership decisions for the Kehillah as a whole. In many ways, by the way, if you're familiar with the structure of most modern synagogues, it's basically exactly the same structure, where this would be the board of directors or the executive board. This is the group of people who are technically elected, but everybody in shul knows you really should only vote for certain people. Why is wealth such an important criterion? Gender, of course, is a criterion that's taken for granted, that women would not, by and large, hold leadership roles at this level. We're going to look at gender much more throughout the course of these lectures. Gender will play a very big role, as we shall see in the Chavrot at the bottom of this chart. But at the top level, we're dealing primarily with men. Now, why is property so important? Because there was a kind of noblesse oblige. There was a kind of an understanding that along with receiving the honor of being named to the board of directors, you were also supposed to write a check. You were also supposed to economically support the financial activities and needs of the Kehillah as a whole, and contribute to the support of the Jewish poor. So the Tuvei Ha'ir were the good people of the city, not only because they were wealthier, but also because they would, in exchange, informal exchange, rarely stipulated in writing, but in exchange for participating in this term-limited board, they would also be generating funds for the larger community. So these are largely men of property class within the Jewish community. They would establish one of their members to be the Parnas, who is essentially the president. I wonder if the word president somehow is related to the word Parnas. I don't know. But Parnas literally means the provider. But that person would act as the chief executive officer of the Kehillah, who would essentially run the most important functions of the Kehillah. They would also hire the rabbinical leadership of the community, which often exercised its function not only in pastoral duties, but basically in a legal fashion by interpreting the conflicts within the community in terms of Talmudic law and rendering decisions and essentially supporting the adherence of Judaic responsibilities by the larger population. Now, this should again look very familiar to modern synagogue structure because the board of directors will appoint a shul president and will also hire the rabbi. Now, I use that term hire intentionally because, as you might assume, there's always going to be a certain dynamic tension between the president of the synagogue and the rabbi of the synagogue. They don't have identical concerns. They have overlapping concerns. And Jewish history is replete with examples of conflicts between the community and especially the wealthier class who want to do certain things, and the rabbi or the Beit Din oppose them, and they have to find a way of negotiating their way through these things. The rabbi has the advantage, theoretically, of popular support because people go to the rabbi for rabbinic guidance and for spiritual sustenance and so on. They don't necessarily go to the president of the community for that. So the rabbi has kind of like popular backing. But if the rabbi pushes too hard against the demands of the Parnas and the Tuvei, then the rabbi can get fired because his salary is essentially paid for by the taxes levied on the community. So it's not like it's not a theocracy where the rabbi is in charge. Theoretically, everything has to be run according to Jewish law, and the chief interpreter of that Jewish law is the rabbi and the Beit Din, meaning the court. But if the court rules too stringently for the community to bear, then that court will be overturned and they'll find a new court that will interpret more leniently. So there's always this kind of dynamic tension. Similarly, if the Parnas and the Tuvei are inconsiderate of the needs of the larger populations and they make too many demands on the populations, or they refuse to allow certain leniencies, then there'll be a kind of a popular uprising that will be directed sometimes through the rabbi and will require a change in the Tuvei themselves, because after all, they live within this community. It's not a separate community. And we're talking also about relatively small communities that might number in the hundreds, very large ones in the small thousands. So these are basically little shuls, essentially, throughout the Rhineland. Now, both the Parnas and the rabbi have a staff of so-called gabayim. The literal term gabbai means collector. In modern synagogues, the gabbai has only kind of like a shadow of their original role. The modern synagogues, gabbais are sometimes called beadles, and they're essentially people who make sure that the synagogue functions properly, that when they hand out synagogue honors, that people receive them in appropriate timing and circulation and things like that. But in the medieval Kehillah, the Gabbayim were essentially like the internal police force. They were ones who would issue summons to the court. They were people who would essentially mete out the tax demands and make sure that those tax demands are met. They were actually, very, very powerful people employed by both the Parnas and the rabbi. So today's Gabbai, respect the Gabbai because he has a a tremendous amount of authority, at least historically. Now, I mentioned taxes, which is crucial, of course. The kahila was self-sustaining. This entire structure, which had a remarkable number of functions, as we shall see shortly, had to be sustained through taxing the local Jewish population. This tax assessment was essentially done by the Tuvei, and they would require on a sliding scale that Jews who were more prosperous had to pay a larger amount of their income to the general welfare fund, and they would send out gabayim to make sure that that taxation was fulfilled. If a person refused to pay the taxation rate that was assigned to them by the Tuvei, then they faced a whole series of consequences. They could, of course, appeal through the rabbi and so on, and they would have appropriate channels to appeal their tax assessment, but really there was no way out other than conversion to Christianity. In other words, leaving the kahila. Unlike modern day society, where a Jew may choose the degree to which he or she wishes to affiliate with the larger Jewish community, this was not at all possible in the kahila. In the kahila, up until the 18th century, you were a part of it, and you were a Jew, and you were expected to pay the taxes that the Jewish community levied on you, or you left it entirely and essentially became a Christian. There was no real meaningful secular Jewish identity in the medieval period, unlike in the modern period. Now, it's true that today, for example, if you get on the mailing list of the United Jewish Appeal or the Federation mailing list, the only way to get off is basically to go through the FBI Witness Protection Program. But this was especially true of the medieval period, especially as the local kahilot would kind of join together and form super municipalities in which the kahilot would communicate with one another. And so if you had a person who, let's say, refused to pay taxes and decided to leave town, or more commonly, refused to give his estranged wife a writ of divorce, a get, and decided to leave town and go start a life in some other Jewish town, well, that other Jewish town would have communicated with the other municipality, say, hey, wait a second, you can't just start up a shoe store here. We know about what you did back in Köln, and you can't do it here in Speyer, and so they would be able to have some regional enforcement of Jewish law, which is really quite effective. And that's largely done through the gabayim. So what I've kind of explained to you right now is the quite coercive nature of the kahila, which was very effective in maintaining group standards, to a large degree religious norms, and to preserve the integrity of the Jewish community in an overall non-Jewish environment that was sometimes quite hostile. But I should also mention that obviously the kahila gave a tremendous amount to the community as a whole. And this was done primarily through these organizations called the chevrot. A chevra, which I'll translate here as committee, is basically, just like in a synagogue, a committee of individuals who choose to get together in order to perform some beneficial service to the community as a whole. They would typically have a budget that was allotted to them from the tax receipts of the kahila, and so they would be allowed to perform these very valuable functions to preserve the wherewithal of the Jewish community to maintain their own poor and their own needs. To look at just a short list of the many kahilot that would be present, especially in a larger community, the most important of which is the Chevra Kadisha, that's in the top left of these boxes here. The Chevra Kadisha, or the Holy Association, was the burial society. And this was a very high status society that was typically comprised of individuals who were typically married, often a little bit older, middle age and onward, who would care for the washing and the dressing and the burial of the deceased. One of the reasons why it was so honored, with such a status symbol to belong to the Chevra Kadisha, was not only because of the huge religious import associated with the last treatment of the deceased, but also because it was one of the weapons that the Chevra Kadisha, that the Kehillah as a whole could use to enforce conformity. This was, there's a whole list of punishments that the Kehillah could impose on someone who refused to comply to group standards, such as paying taxes or giving a get or things like that, or even appearing before the court when summoned. The last of which was typically refusal to bury them when they pass away. And this was considered such a tremendous punishment upon Jews that typically, if the Chevra Kadisha were to say, we have chosen that you will be denied burial rights, Jews would typically comply. They would say, oh my gosh, here I'll pay my taxes, here I'll give my wife a get, whatever it is. So that was one of the most important Chevras that was, basically in every Kehillah, because people would always die. That was one of the most reliable businesses, I guess, in the medieval period. But you would also have, for example, the Chevra for Ozer Dalim, which would be poor relief of various types. The Talmud and the codes of Jewish law have long discussions of various different types of poor relief, from temporary poor relief to ongoing poor relief, and calculating exactly how much income was required to qualify for different levels of poor relief, and so on. And this had to be distributed in an equitable manner. So the Chevra Ozer Dalim would typically deal with this. Chevra Shas was typically associated with promoting education. Typically, Jews were overwhelmingly literate, particularly in comparison with the larger society, especially at the lower classes. And so literacy was promoted for children very heavily by the Kehillah, supported by the Chevra Shas. Parents would also typically pay for tutors, especially for more advanced education, but every child had some access to education and literacy, especially in the larger Kehillah. Support for poor brides, Hachnasat Kala, support for the ill through Bikur Cholim, support for Jews traveling from place to place, which would be extremely important for the development of international connections among Jews, Linat Tzedek, the food bank, which, it continues to this very day. My wife and I are very proud to volunteer in the Chevra for our own food bank here, and we deliver food even in modern day New York. Chevra Tehillim, which largely is more of a religious association, purely designed to bring together people to recite psalms for the benefit of the community, and so on. And I've just listed 8 odd common Chevras, but there obviously could be as many as the community would support, based on the economic wherewithal of the community and based on the interest of the local population. And unlike the higher levels of the Kehillah, which were dominated by men, the Chevra were dominated by women. There were certain gender-specific communities, like, for example, the Chevra Kadisha, only men would be allowed to take care of male deceased members of the community, and only women for women deceased communities. But otherwise, many of these Chevras were staffed then and now by women who constituted the backbone of the silent apparatus that continued to provide for the needs of the community. This is essentially a well-designed support service network that, through coercive methods like the tax assessment, was nevertheless able to support a wide variety of the economic positions within the Jewish society, and to allow for the development of literacy, numeracy, and of course survival through much of the medieval period. Now, once these Chevras were well established, one of the features that we see, particularly in Ashkenaz, is the development of takanot, or decrees. So let's understand exactly what those things were. Here, by the way, is a beautiful image located in Aachen of the bust of Charlemagne, very important early king of this period. One of the things I find fascinating about this is that according to the scholars who study this particular gold statue, it contains apparently his skull cap, which sounds especially interesting to me. Is it possible that Charlemagne was Jewish? No, not at all. Sorry for that attempt at humor. It probably actually contains his literal skull cap, not, you know, the cloth one. Charlemagne is rumored to have been one of the first kings to extend the charters to Jewish communities who were establishing themselves in this region. It's more likely that many of the most important ones were actually issued by his son, Louis the Pious. This particular medieval representation shows Charlemagne on the left, essentially crowning his son, Louis, quite a bit younger. And notice the person here on the left. Now that's a skull cap, right? I don't think I could carry off a purple one, although somehow I'm tempted. But black is sort of like the traditional color. And also by his grandson, who definitely issued a lot of the medieval charters. Charles the Bald is how he is named. And as you can see, he does not look especially bald. There's a lot of questions about why he was called Charles the Bald. It could be that it was euphemistic, that he was actually quite hairy. And so it was kind of like a, to use the Talmudic term, Lashon Sagi Nahor, it was a euphemism. But there is a bald guy here at the bottom of this picture. Maybe he's actually Charles the Bald. I don't know. You know, I've been lecturing now for an hour and a half and I'm kind of tired, so maybe I say these things. But at any rate, that's where we get some of the early charters, definitely proceeding from Charlemagne's son and grandson. And these charters were incentives for Jewish settlement, meaning once a king said, okay, Jews can live here, and as we shall see, there was definite economic and other benefits for the king to protect Jewish settlement, then you begin to see significant migrations of Jews, as we saw in the last lecture, primarily from northern Italy to the Rhineland. Most famous is the Colonimus family that moved up in the 9th century and were very important in establishing generations of leadership for these burgeoning communities. They're also associated with a group called the Hasidei Ashkenaz, which we'll explore in a later lecture. And so there's this kind of a chain migration that says, hey, things are really good for Jews in the Rhineland. We've got this great charter with these fantastic privileges, which will allow us to maintain our safety. And I heard they're developing a great Kehila structure there. So I'm definitely going to check out the Rhineland. Once they got there, one of the things that characterizes these early Ashkenazic civilizations is the establishment of local takanot. So the term takanot, singular takana, essentially means a repair, but it is kind of like a rabbinic decree or ordinance that says, you know, to deal with the local conditions here, political, social, economic, religious, we're going to make a rule. Anybody who wants to live here has to abide by this rule. One of the most important of those rules was the so-called Cherem HaYishuv, kind of a complex, sophisticated rule, which essentially would maintain settlement rights for Jews within the Kehillah. In other words, let's say you were a Jew living in, I don't know, Rome, and you decided you wanted to make your way up to Speyer, and you were a shoemaker. It could be that the community of Speyer would say, hey, I'm sorry, we have a Cherem HaYishuv that only these families can be shoemakers in our town. We do have an opening, however, for anyone who can bring us Asian food. And so if you want to open up a restaurant, kosher Chinese, that would be great. But shoemaker, sorry, it's off the list. And so the Cherem HaYishuv, which, you know, has its positive and negatives, was one of these kind of takanot that was associated characteristically with Ashkenaz. Another one, very important, Gershon ben Yehuda, who's known as the Meor Hagola, the light of the exile, who is especially associated with the town of Mainz, he was associated with a very, very important takana, which obviously had long-lasting repercussions to this day. He banned polygamy. We should understand that the custom of Jewish men marrying more than one wife is something that has biblical roots. Abraham, of course, had Sarah and also Hagar. Jacob, of course, had 4 wives. Actually, 2 of them wives. 2 of them were so-called Pilagshim, but I'm not going to go into those details. And so Gershon ben Yehuda, however, and that, by the way, that was typical and entirely appropriate living within Islamic countries later on, from the 7th century onward, but it was not typical of Christian countries. And so one of the things that Gershon ben Yehuda did was he said, you know what, in Ashkenazic lands, we're going to make this rule, and it's going to last for 500 years. It was later renewed, that Jews in Ashkenaz, or Ashkenazi Jews, may not marry more than one wife. A lot of implications for this in terms of women's rights. Actually, there are many, many other takanot associated with the Meor Hagola that had to deal with women's rights and privileges, actually very advantageous, particularly within that time frame. But it also meant that the nature of the Jewish family in Christian lands was much more in congruence with Christian norms, and that proved to be extremely beneficial. But these are the kinds of takanot that would be established by these communities that had long-lasting power and reach within Ashkenazic lands. Some of them are much smaller, like, for example, we're coming up to the holiday of Passover as I speak these words, and I have a daughter who married a Sephardic guy, and although I myself am Ashkenazic, you can tell I am Lithuanian derivation. Lithuanian Jews known as Litvaks are known for their scintillating wit and precise intelligence and superior fashion sense. But she married a Sephardic guy, and all of a sudden, my daughter is no longer held by the bans placed on certain foods on Passover, like rice and green beans, which, would never grace my table on Passover because of Ashkenazic takanot. But since she married a Sephardic guy, she's going to have a tremendous time this Passover. So there are long-lasting Ashkenazic innovations that really come from this medieval period. We should bear in mind, however, that there were disruptors. I don't want to give the impression that over this 500 years of Jewish civilization in Ashkenaz, it was entirely uniform. Rabbis were all in charge. Everybody was totally religious. It was actually quite a bit more complicated. As you can see from this illustration in the so-called Rothschild miscellanea from the 15th century, which depicts Jewish men and women engaging in mixed dancing, which would have been definitely against a lot of the Ashkenazic norms of the day. We have a lot of examples of nonconformist behavior in the medieval Kehillah, as the Kehillah struggled to establish itself and maintain its group integrity. Where this literature resides, and hopefully we'll have opportunity to discuss it over the course of these lectures, in the so-called responsa literature, known in Hebrew as She'elot u'Tshuvot, which means literally questions and answers, where we have like hundreds and hundreds of years, going back long before medieval Ashkenaz, of questions that are directed to rabbis in authority, saying, hey, so-and-so did this to my property, so-and-so is engaged in this behavior, and it's harming my rights, and is that acceptable, and so on. And the rabbis would then respond, and the responses, the tshuvot, would constitute case law and precedent for later developments of Jewish thought. And so from these she'elot and tshuvot, we actually have a really interesting glimpse into specifically nonconformist behavior, because almost always, you don't ask a rabbi a question where everything is perfectly normal and fine. You ask a question when something is out of kilter. And so the she'elot u'Tshuvot literature is extremely useful for telling us kind of like the limits of the authority of the Kehillah,
and how people would sometimes push back against it, usually unsuccessfully, but sometimes, with lasting change. We'll also see sanctioned forms of protest that would include often gendered aspects. Like, for example, if a woman felt, it was typically women in this case, if a woman felt that she was not being treated fairly by the Kehillah leadership, one of the last resort things that she could do is that in the middle of the Sabbath services, when the Torah is about to be brought out of the ark for public reading, a woman could barge into the men's section. Men and women were typically separated for prayer purposes. She could barge into the men's section. She could take a spot right in the center of the bima where the Torah would be read and refuse to allow the service to continue until she received assurances that her case would be addressed. And this was, you can't do this very many times, but it was one of those last-ditch, so to speak, Hail Mary type. That's not really the right term to use in this context, but it was one of those last-ditch type of appeals that a person could make to protest against the decisions of the Kehillah. So the authority was not absolute. It was very strong, but it was not absolute at all. Now, let us move to the economic structure and the economic foundations, because ultimately things revolve around money, right? This is sort of like the unofficial Abramson rule of history, which is if you don't know why something happens, the answer probably is money. Not always, but probably. Here's a remarkable 16th century representation of a money changer and his wife. Definitely not a Jewish woman, though, and a Jewish couple, because you can see that she's reading some Christian literature here, definitely not sort of like approved by the local rabbi. So it's actually a Christian moneylender and his wife. By the way, you can also see the artist here in a little sort of like conceit. There's a mirror, and he's shown in the mirror painting, the painting itself. But nevertheless, a very beautiful representation, I think, of what must have been like to be a money changer working with various pledges and so on. The one of the most important elements of the economic foundation of the Kehillah in medieval Ashkenaz was the institution of money lending. And this is hugely important, particularly up until about the 13th, 14th century. We have this passage in Deuteronomy, which Jews and Christians interpret identically, particularly at this time, which essentially forbids Jews from charging interest to each other on a loan, but they are permitted to charge interest to a foreigner. Christians interpret this that Christians may not loan money and charge interest to fellow Christians. It must be a free interest loan. But theoretically, a Christian could lend money to a Jew and demand interest payments, or more likely, a Jew could demand interest payments from a Christian loan. This was codified in Catholic law, first by Ambrose in the 4th century, and then under something called the Decretum Gratiane of the 12th century, that formalized essentially a monopoly on money lending for Jews. Now, it's not a true monopoly, because we do know that Christians also were sometimes nonconformist, and there were Christians who were charging interest on loans at the same time, but they are definitely doing so without the blessing of the church. And credit is an extremely important element in any developing economy, especially when it's agrarian in nature and there's going to be a natural ebb and flow of income when you're waiting for the harvest to come in. And so when Jews would be established in a community and they would perform a credit granting service, that was incredibly valuable to the entire region. And Jews were actually sought out for the benefit that they gave to the community by providing credit, not only for the general advancement of the economy as a whole, but especially to the kings, as we shall see in a second. Before we get to the kings, however, let's just try to understand, what do we mean by money lending? So it's often referred to with the somewhat derogatory term usury. And it's not an unfair term in many ways, because the interest rates in medieval Europe were,
incredibly burdensome. We're talking about interest rates of 40, 50% in nature. It's a huge risk to borrow money on medieval interest rates. So why would Jews do it? So first of all, contrary to popular opinion, they were allowed in almost all parts of Europe and almost all times to own land. It wasn't like they were forced into money lending, but it had lots of benefits. There were also specific risks to landowning. I mean, if you owned land and then you were expelled from the country, what are you going to do with that land? It was typically, like we see in the Spanish Inquisition and onward, it was typically confiscated by the state, and then you were left with nothing. So landowning is a very difficult thing to manage. It also goes along with the joke, which is no longer technically true, but they used to say that why are there no great Jewish pianists? Now, of course, there are, but back then, why are there no great Jewish piano players? The reason is because it's very hard to run while carrying a piano. Right? That's why Jews prefer the clarinet, the snare drum, the flute, things like that, which are much easier to carry. So money lending had huge benefits. First of all, it was an urban occupation. You could set banker's hours, literally, because you were a banker. That allowed you time to live close to other Jews, so you can live within walking distance of a synagogue, walking distance of a mikveh, ritual bath, walking distance of an Asian restaurant. Right? It's almost lunchtime as I deliver this lecture. And that was, tremendously advantageous. It was not back-breaking labor like agriculture was. And so it was, well suited to what would become an urban Jewish lifestyle. But it had significant risks at the same time, because if the debt burden grew too heavy, then Jews would risk the possibility of popular uprising. We're going to see a really important example of that in a few lectures when we look at the 17th century with the Khmelnytsky rebellion. Furthermore, if the debt burden was owed to the nobility, as we'll see, for example, in England, it's not impossible that the nobility could say, wait a second, we owe just way too much money to the Jews. Let's just expel them and cancel our debts thereby. Frequently, as in the case of France, the Jews would be expelled because the debt burden was too high. And then the local inhabitants said, wait a second, it's too hard living without credit. Let's invite them back. And the Jews would be re-invited and then typically expelled again later. It was a terrible kind of situation with those risks. So it had the high potential for profit. And in fact, the way the church had set up their Decretum Gratianum, they had a near monopoly on it for several centuries, but it also carried significant risks as well. Now, what about the benefits to the king? This was extremely important because we're talking about a medieval economy where a lot of transactions simply happen in barter. We're talking about, exchange of goods rather than a cash-based economy driving much of this economic medieval structure. So the Jews who are dealing with precious metals, cash money, are actually very valuable source of taxation for the king. And so one of the things that develops out of Ashkenaz at this time is this notion of the Jews being servi camerai regis, which means servants of the royal chamber. And in terms of that corporate structure of society that I spoke about earlier, the king would frequently declare that the Jews of his kingdom were his private possession, that they were under his private authority. And he would guarantee their activity as money lenders, and he would help them enforce the collection of their debts. So in other words, if you were a Christian who went to a Jewish moneylender, like in the image we're seeing right now, that debt was essentially guaranteed by the king. If you failed to repay your debt, you would not only have to answer to Shloimi, the local moneylender, you would have to answer to the king's authority that could be enforced with, actual corporal punishment if you did not repay that debt. And why was the king, so much in a rush to do so? Because he taxed the Jewish moneylenders directly and was able to derive the fruit of their labors as a major source of income. So there was a real benefit to the king to be able to have this economic engine in place. Maybe one kind of interesting sort of parallel example, when I lived in Florida, one of the big issues was gambling. Should gambling be allowed in certain areas? And the state regulated it, and there were certain areas where you were allowed to have gambling casinos. And the reason is because even though gambling is a somewhat distasteful activity, we have to recognize that it's going to happen anyways. People are going to bet anyways among themselves and so on. But if the state regulates it, they can also tax it. And they can also derive a tremendous amount of income from that activity. It has to be kept within certain boundaries because they don't want, the evils of gambling to spread throughout society as a whole, but they want to kind of siphon it and direct it so they can also benefit from it economically. And the Jews, for many of the centuries that we're talking about here, are very much involved in that economic system. Now, there are elements of continuity and discontinuity throughout. This image, by the way, is fascinating, just on a very quick tangent. This is the tripartite machzor. This actually is from the page referring to the holiday of Shavuot. On the left, you see Moses receiving the Ten Commandments. There's Aaron, his brother, there next to him. And then you have, in a kind of a hierarchical fashion, you see a group of male Jews wearing the traditional Jewish hat called the Judenhut, associated with the Fourth Lateran Council. We'll get to that later. And then behind them, you see a group of Jewish women who are portrayed with animal heads. This zoomorphism is something that is fairly typical of the 13th century Ashkenazic regions, and we'll speak about them later. Notice, however, that they're not portrayed in a negative light. They're actually kind of cute, but most theorists today looking at these images assume that they are portrayed as animals as a form of gesture to female modesty. At any rate, we should understand that during this period, we've looked at society, we looked at economy, we should understand that there's not only continuity, meaning that these social and economic structures persisted throughout centuries, there's also fundamental discontinuity, where a lot of these structures, social and economic, broke down under various pressures. Some of those pressures were competition with non-Jews, first in trade through the guilds, which largely excluded Jews, and Jews had to find, other industries. Jews are historically become early adopters of new technologies, particularly because they were often excluded from existing technologies, and also trade. That Jews would have faced certain competition from other groups within cities and villages and towns where the charters become extremely important. So depending on the relative strength of other economic interests in these societies, you will see the social or economic status of Jews go up or down. Then you also have a very important element, which we'll explore shortly, church versus state issues. The church, in particular in the 13th century, gains significant ascendance. And the church begins to say, wait a second, I realize you kings are making a lot of money from Jewish money lending, but we think it's an unfair workaround. And we've got to change things. So among the many things that will happen, ultimately the Italian Christians will break apart the monopoly of Jews on money lending, and they'll develop something called the Monte di Pieta, which ultimately will remove the Jewish near monopoly, and Christians will become very involved in it. But in some cases, the behavior of Jews, freedoms of Jews, will be delimited by increasing church authority. So the degree to which the church has ascendancy over the state will have tremendous repercussions for the degree to which societies, Jewish societies in Ashkenaz, are continuous or discontinuous. And finally, we have popular uprisings and expulsions that will constitute demographic punctuations that will dramatically affect the Jewish populations of Ashkenaz. We'll have popular uprising that are expressed in, we'll have to define the term pogrom later, but basically attacks on Jewish populations. Sometimes they will be associated with some very nasty ideas regarding blood libel, for example. And then especially when we get to the Black Death in the 14th century, there will be widespread uprisings against Jews that create pressure on the Ashkenazi communities to emigrate. That pressure will be released largely through invitations to settle, often with similar charters in Eastern Europe. So what I've described for you over the last 60 minutes is basically your kind of typical Jewish kehillah, its structure, the backbone of its economy, which would probably be reliant on money lending, but there will be many other trades as well, such as smithing and even things like popular entertainment. Music is a very old tradition for Jews and so on, but the backbone of the economy would probably be related to money lending, and how those things would actually change quite a bit over the course of the centuries that we've described. I want to thank you all very much for your endurance and for your attention. Have a good day. Let me start by pointing out that, I realize I'm speaking to a very diverse audience. Some of you are intimately connected with the theory and practice of Judaism, and you have a considerable amount of familiarity with the history and practice of Judaism in the medieval period. Others may be totally new to this, so I have to try and strike a balance between sophistication and introductory materials, and I'll do my best to try and satisfy everyone within this short presentation in which we're going to cover a major body of thought. So let's have a look first at the area of study. Intellectually, we have to ask ourselves, what exactly is Judaism? When we're talking about the religious life of the Jews of medieval Ashkenaz, what exactly are we referring to? So Judaism, of course, is an ancient faith, is one of the most ancient that are currently practiced today. It is the original monotheistic faith, which later gives birth to daughter religions, Christianity and Islam, originating in ancient Israel and, of course, developing through the ages and still practiced to this day. However, the understanding of Judaism that most non-Jews have is largely based through the filters that they receive from the Christian or Muslim interpretation of Judaism, which tends to focus very heavily on the biblical record. We should note, however, that for observant Jews, there are really two Torahs. There is the first 5 books of Moses, which is called the written Torah, and then there is this massive amount of information, which is called the oral Torah, Torah Sheba'al Peh, which informs many other aspects of Judaism and their central texts, like, for example, the Mishnah and the Talmud, which is shown here. The oral Torah is basically kind of simplified, sort of like a commentary on the Torah, but an amplification of the Torah, a clarification of the Torah, and it regulates the lives of observant Jews to the present day. So, for example, we have a commandment that I'm sure many of you are familiar with, honor the Sabbath day and keep it holy. So that's nice, great. How do you do it? Well, it doesn't actually say that much in the written Torah, how one does observe the Sabbath. However, in the oral Torah, there's a phenomenal amount of discussion, including an entire Talmudic tractate completely dedicated to that topic. And all of this is codified in something known as halakha. The word halakha is related to the Hebrew word to walk or to go. Maybe we should translate this as the path. And it's basically the interpretation, according to the ancient rabbis, of how Jews should live their lives according to Jewish law. Jewish thought, on the other hand, has quite a bit more flexibility than halakha. And even within halakha, there is significant flexibility, as we shall see a little bit later today, some distinctions between Ashkenazim and other sub-ethnic groups within the Jewish world. But halakha basically dictates the day-to-day quotidian life of Jews throughout centuries. Let us recall that unlike, let's say, Christianity, which is very much based in creed, in terms of thought, in terms of acceptance of certain ideas and belief, Judaism is way more focused on behavior, on keeping things kosher, literally. And we should understand that halakha literally dictates how a Jew wakes up in the morning, how he or she ties his or her shoes, how they do business, how they eat, how they sleep, how they drink. Every single aspect of life is really dictated by halakha. It is all-encompassing. There is no meaningful distinction between, let's say, ritual law, civil law, criminal law. It is all part of halakha. And we can go on at tremendous length, but we want to try and focus on more of history. In terms of texts, without doubt, the most important document to understand halakha and to understand, by extension, observant Judaism. I should also mention, by the way, we're now talking about the medieval period where there really is, you don't have what we would later call denominations in Judaism. You don't have like Orthodox, Conservative, Reform, and so on. In the ancient period, there was basically Judaism, or a limited number of heresies, like the Karaite movement, the Samaritan movement, which are kind of like cousins to Judaism, with significant friction between the main body of the certainly Ashkenazic Jews and split off. So we'll talk tomorrow, God willing, about some major splinter groups, the Sabbateans and the Frankists, that are very significant to Ashkenazic history. But basically, for the mainstream dominant Ashkenazi Jews, they're looking to the Talmud for guidance. The Talmud is, as I mentioned earlier, an expression of the oral law. It represents the discussion of literally thousands of rabbis over several centuries, debating points of interpretation of the Torah text, introducing lots of other materials like biographies, legends, stories, popular sayings, and engaging in, really deep back and forth in trying to tease out how exactly Jews are supposed to live their lives. And that this Talmudic document, which requires tremendous training and erudition and patience to be able to decode its highly arcane and kind of cramped style in Aramaic and in Hebrew, is really that's the bread and butter of Jewish scholarship for most of the last two millennia. So with this very superficial kind of orientation, let's just see how that sort of is expressed in Ashkenaz. Clearly, one of the greatest Ashkenazi contributors to Jewish thought is none other than Rabbi Shlomo ben Yitzchak, known by the acronym of his name, Rashi, who was active primarily in the 11th century. And his contribution to the study of Torah is incredibly profound. Primarily, he wrote two great things, which are studied to this very day. And in fact, their study is virtually enshrined in later halakha. The first is a commentary on the Torah, and the second is a massive commentary on the entire Talmud, with certain tractates having been lost, where the actual Rashi that we have in them. But the vast majority of the Talmud commented by Rashi. Rashi's genius is in his ability to, boil down into very compact, clear, expressive Hebrew prose, which is not especially complex or difficult to understand, broad arguments to clarify the text of the Torah. It's said that Jews study the Torah with two fingers, One goes in the actual Hebrew text of the Torah itself, and the other one goes on the text of Rashi, which is almost always printed on the same page as the Torah itself. That's just how central he is, because and besides just explicating the text, one of the other major contributions that he offers is he unites much of the oral Torah with the written Torah. So in other words, if we have a particular passage in the Torah about which there are pages and pages of rabbinic discussion, something called midrash, he can cull from that midrash and just apply in a sentence or two, sometimes even a phrase or even a word, something that's going on in the midrash. So when one studies the Torah with the commentary of Rashi, one really gets a holistic approach to the meaning of the Torah as understood by this kind of unified perspective of the written and the oral Torah. Rashi's perspective was heavily relied upon as well by medieval Christian commentators, not only because he explains many difficult words and phrases and puzzling passages in the Torah, but also because he boils down the perspective of the oral Torah and makes it available to a wider audience. In, of course, rabbinic Hebrew, but there were translators of that era who were rendering it into Latin and other languages. His commentary on the Talmud is equally profound. The Talmud, as I mentioned, unlike the Torah, which is fairly small in size, 5 books, you can put it on one big parchment scroll. The Talmud is massive. In the contemporary study of the Talmud, one of the most popular ways to study it is through studying a folio a day. That is like 2 sides of one page. That's called Daf Yomi. This is a program that was started in the 1920s and is a worldwide coordinated study. It has been called the world's largest book club because there are literally hundreds of thousands of Jews who study the same page of Talmud every day, and you can travel from place to place in the world and pick up the Talmud where you were studying the day before, and they'll be on the next page the day after, and so on. And so it's 2,711 folios long. That means double that in terms of pages because a folio is both sides. And it takes 7.5 years to complete the entire cycle of the Babylonian Talmud. There's another Talmud called the Jerusalem Talmud, which we won't deal with here today. And Rashi wrote a commentary on the entire thing. His commentary in the Talmud is rather different in style than his commentary in the Torah. He's not trying to bring in lots of other passages from Midrash and things like that to exploit the Talmud. But basically, because the Talmud is written in a really, really condensed and difficult language, requiring, pretty phenomenal logical skills and attention to skip over many of the leaps that are assumed by the editors of the Talmud that the reader will be aware of, Rashi essentially guides the reader, taking him or her by the hand, typically him, as we shall see shortly, and saying, what it means to say is this. And here, what that last passage was should be read as a question, not as a statement. And Rashi is an essential guide to just figuring out the very, very basic meaning of the Talmud. So with his prodigious scholarship, which was universal in nature, Rashi was really able to open up these 2 key books to a much larger audience of students of Judaism and had a profound impact to this day. And as I mentioned, these hundreds of thousands of students of Talmud who study in the Daf Yomi program will regularly, every day, use Rashi to understand the text. And school children studying today will begin their study of Torah with the commentary of Rashi as an essential aspect of their study. An incredibly important contribution to later thought. I know that you've studied, the students who are watching with the Ashkenazim, you had some time with Professor Lawi, who of course has written some great things on Rashi, so I won't go into more detail. the next really significant group of scholars in Ashkenaz who made a big difference for the study of Judaism are the so-called Tosafot, the Baalei Tosafot. The word Tosafot means additions, and it refers to an entire school of Talmudic students, including Rashi's grandchildren, who were prominent among them. So now we're talking basically 12th century into 13th century. If you look at this page here that I brought up onto the screen, this is actually the first page of the Babylonian Talmud, and you can see the kind of layering of the text that just gives you some sense of how the study of the Talmud, as engaged in by medieval Ashkenazic Jews and by contemporary Jews as well, involves literally a conversation over the centuries. The pink area in the center is called the Mishnah. This is the core text of the Talmud and also a major text of the Oral Torah. It's basically dealing with questions of Jewish law for the most part. And here, this particular page happens to be discussing when the Shema prayer should be recited in the evening and in the morning. And there's a discussion of how do you exactly time the beginning of this prayer. And then below it, in the yellow, you have the Talmud itself, which is a discussion of the Mishnah. Further questions, longer explications, contradictions and arguments, debates, and so on. The Talmud is much larger than the Mishnah. It will go on for several pages, and then you'll get to the next text, the Mishnah, and the process will repeat itself. Then, on the inside column, always printed towards the center of the book by the binding, you have the commentary of Rashi. That you can see that compared to the commentary of Tosfos, if you look for those bold headers, Rashi is much shorter, much more pithy, just very brief bits of information to help you walk through the text, providing things that you might have missed when you're trying to understand the basic meaning of it, as we've discussed. But on the left, you have the Tosafot. The Tosafot and Rashi are both written in a different font, or they're traditionally printed in a different font. It's called Rashi font primarily because printers used it at the time for Rashi, and it was associated with him, although it's really just an italic form of the regular square font that's used in the Mishnah and the Talmud. Tosafot has an entirely different agenda to Rashi. Whereas Rashi is just trying to give you the basic meaning of the text, Tosafot has a much more analytical approach by thinking of what's said on the page here and then bringing up contradictions that may have occurred somewhere else in the Talmud. And Tosafot, as it were, assumes, even though we're on page 1 of the Talmud, that you have already studied the entire Talmud already. This is, of course, review. You're going back over it. And so therefore, when you're reading this again, you may have missed the fact that, 500, 600 pages later, it's going to say something that appears to contradict this page. And so unlike Rashi, who strives for simple clarity and a basic understanding, Tosafot explores the contradictions and explores the ambiguities and tries to offer resolutions to bring together the contradictory elements on the Talmud. It's an entirely different order of study, but again, highly Ashkenazic in nature. The Tosafot were based in Ashkenaz, and we're talking about literally tens of scholars over several centuries. And by the way, on the outsides of the margins, you see many other commentators. Depending on the edition of the Talmud, you'll have different commentators featured right up until the 19th, sometime even the 20th century. The copy of the Talmud that I enjoy studying the most, the Steinsaltz Gemara, actually has a figure who passed away just a few years ago, Rabbi Steinsaltz. So it's an ongoing text. It has layers that continues right up until the present day. So Rashi, Tosfos, major Ashkenazic contributions to Jewish intellectual history in Ashkenaz. One last major movement that we should treat, because we're looking at this medieval period, is a group of thinkers in the Rhineland who acquired the name Hasidei Ashkenaz. Hasidei means literally the pious ones. The term is also used by several other movements in Jewish history, both modern day. I'm sure you have heard of Hasidim. These are followers of the Baal Shem Tov, who we'll have opportunity to speak about, I think, on Thursday. They're from the 18th century and onward. Totally different and, for the most part, unrelated to the Hasidei Ashkenaz, other than their basic tenets in Judaism. It's also a term that's used long ago. There are biblical instances of the word Hasidim, and there are the followers of Yehuda HaMaccabi in the period of revolt against the Syrians. They were also called Hasidim and so on. So it's a term that's reused many times throughout Jewish history. We'll talk more about that when we get to the 18th century Hasidim to understand its meaning. But at any rate, it's a group of scholars that were active, especially after the Crusades, which is a topic that we're going to address in the following hour today. A period of tremendous persecution of the Jews of the Rhineland, enduring some horrific scenes where Jews were forced to choose between baptism or martyrdom, and many of whom actually chose martyrdom. A very, very frightening period that we will address in better detail later. But at any rate, these Hasidei Ashkenaz, unlike most other movements in Jewish history, they took a very ascetic approach to Judaism, with a tremendous amount of emphasis on fasting, on penitence, on the belief in demonic powers that had to be fought against through piety, many other elements that are to some degree present in Jewish thought for centuries prior, but never really focused to the degree that they were among the Hasidei Ashkenaz. They adopted a lot of fascinating and sometimes bizarre practices, such as self-mortification, rolling in snow naked in order to develop, one's penitence and to atone for one's sin. Things like after death, their coffins were dragged through the streets with the thinking that by suffering humiliation like this in this world, they will be spared humiliation in the next world. This is a movement that had a strong impact and influence, but most of the ascetic tendencies were largely abandoned. There's kind of like a reverence for that type of piety, but for the most part, later Jewish movements did not adhere to it. One of the most important literary works of the Hasidei Ashkenaz is this book. The front page shown here is Sefer HaChasidim, the Book of the Pious, which is actually extremely important for illustrating the social life of Jews in Ashkenaz, because there's a remarkable amount of kind of like folk tales, of stories of travelers, of Jews, sometimes Jews behaving badly, of robbers, of non-Jews, of all kinds of things are involved in this pious work, which is intended to illuminate and elucidate Jewish thought for the masses of Ashkenaz at the time, and it's really quite fascinating. One of the most interesting passages, actually, in the Sefer Hasidim, as it's printed today, is a passage that deals with the will, the last will and testament of one of the most important of this group of thinkers, Rabbi Yehuda HaChassid, who essentially wrote a rather longish ethical will called a tzavah. This tradition of the ethical will was, if I'm not wrong, I think it would be pioneered by the Hasidei Ashkenaz. There's certainly biblical precedents and so on, but the idea is basically not only should one write a will in which one leaves one's possessions to one's survivors. You get the house and you get the car and you get my favorite painting of Zaidi or whatever, things like that. Rabbi Yehuda Chassid actually listed a whole bunch of behaviors that he wanted his followers to adopt. And it's a fascinating ethical document. And by the way, these ethical wills are written throughout the centuries thereafter. This is one of the significant ways in which the Hasidic Ashkenaz later affected Jewish tradition. I myself and my wife, we rewrite our ethical wills every year, actually, before Yom Kippur. And I say plural because we write a different ethical will for each one of our children and our children-in-law as well, and our grandchildren. Kind of like, blessings that we want to confer on them and things that we hope that they will adopt in their own lives and so on. It's a very meaningful exercise, particularly for the penitential season. At any rate, one quick note about Rabbi Yehuda Chassid's will. It lists a lot of kind of bizarre instructions as well. For example, Rabbi Yehuda Chassid commanded his children after him to never marry a woman with the same name as their mother, right? So if Reuven's mother's name is Sarah, he should not marry a woman who is also named Sarah. This is like rigorously adhered to today. It's also applied to women not marrying men who have the same name as their father. There are, ways in which this can be dealt with. If Reuven falls in love with Sarah, Sarah can always have a name added to her, so she becomes Sarah Leah or Sarah Hannah, things like that. But it's amazing how rigorously Jews attach themselves to this particular teaching of Rabbi Yehuda Chassid, which has, by the way, no other known source in Jewish thought, neither in the Bible, nor in the Massive Talmud, nor in the Mishnah, nowhere else. Rabbi Yehuda Chassid appears to have originated this practice. Centuries later, the great Kotzker Rebbe, who was a member of the Hasidim of the 19th century that we'll talk about tomorrow, God willing, he once quipped that if Rabbi Yehuda Chassid had known just how seriously people would take every aspect of his last will, he should have included the 10 Commandments in there as well. I don't know if you're laughing. It's hard to tell when I'm speaking to Zoom, but I hope you're enjoying that. Okay, one last detail about the study of Judaism in medieval Ashkenaz, and then I will pause for some questions before we go on to the next item. And that is this notion of Rishonim and Acharonim. So if you have a look at this map here, this is the great expulsion of Jews from Spain and later their migration to Portugal as well. As you can see, a significant number actually made their way up into Ashkenazic lands as well. And the Spanish expulsion is a major scene in Jewish history. It represents the uprooting of one of the most powerful and consequential communities of Jews in Europe, the Sephardim, named after Spain, and really radically changed the balance of intellectual power and influenced the Ashkenazim as well by their thought, but we'll get into that, God willing, in later classes. But I want to illustrate that here as kind of like a rough dividing line between two major periods of intellectual inquiry. We should preface this with this concept that is very basic to traditional Judaism, this notion of the so-called decline of the generations, the Yeridat Hadorot. There is this notion in Jewish theology that when the Jews received the Torah at Sinai, back in the ancient period as described in the Bible, that was kind of like their highest possible spiritual attainment. They were as close to God as one could imagine while still remaining in a human body as a mortal. And then as we move forward in time, away from that moment, there is a successive decline in spiritual sensitivity. And the Jewish thought kind of groups the bunches of generations within categories that relates to how far separated they are from Sinai. And I won't go through the earlier groupings, but two that are related to us today as we talk about Ashkenaz are the so-called Rishonim and the later Acharonim. The word Rishon means first. So you have these people called the first ones. It really means the first ones, the first thinkers after the last major group of thinkers called the Geonim, who were primarily centered in Baghdad, in Iraq, kind of like the post-Talmudic thinkers. The Rishonim include people like Rashi and the Balei Tosfot, who we spoke about earlier. The Sefer Hasidim were all among the Rishonim, and they represent several hundred years of thinkers who are very active, not only in Spain, not only in Ashkenaz, but also in Spain, North Africa, and elsewhere. The Rishonim are occupied with somewhat different priorities than earlier generations. So one of the things the Rishonim do, for example, is they try to systematize the commandments. In traditional Jewish thought, there are 613 commandments, a considerably larger amount than the 10 as listed in a couple of passages of the Bible, the 10 Commandments. And so the Rishonim strive to codify, okay, let's count them. What exactly are the commandments? And they have disputes. Some people say this is a commandment. Other people say, no, it's not a commandment, just a rabbinic law and so on. But basically, they work with those commandments. Then later, they try to codify those commandments into, okay, how do we practice them? And organizing them into major works like Maimonides' Mishneh Torah. Maimonides, of course, was a Rishon, not an Ashkenazic figure, but that's basically what's going on for the period that we're discussing right now. Around the period of the Spanish expulsion, there is a seam-like figure or a transitional figure, Rabbi Yosef Karo, who flees Spain, ends up in Constantinople, and later in Safed, Israel, and he is the author of a major code called the Shulchan Aruch. And this would be in the 15th century, late 15th century, and early 16th century, when we have really that division between those thinkers who are called Rishonim and those thinkers who are called Acharonim, which means the later ones. Whereas Rishonim are kind of more or less evenly distributed between Sephardim and Ashkenazim, perhaps even more of them on balance are Sephardim. When you get to the Acharonim, it becomes a much more Ashkenazic enterprise. In other words, from the year 1500 on, Acharonim are much more associated with the traditional Ashkenazic lands in Germany and France, but heavily in later Poland, Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, certain regions of Ukraine, Lithuania in particular, the great Vilna Gaon, for example. So there's a transition of intellectual thought between Rishonim and Acharonim at that time. It may not be common to go straight from the study of Jewish texts to gender as a category of discussing Judaism, but I think it's extremely important because one of the aspects of Judaism which is somewhat foreign to us in the early 21st century is that Judaism is a highly gendered faith, meaning, I will tender for argument, that the experience of Judaism depends greatly on whether or not one is male or female. For example, I try to be an observant Jew myself, and I, like my guy friends, we show up at synagogue twice a day for 3 cycles of prayer. There's hardly any women there, usually none whatsoever. My day is prescribed by all kinds of things that I've got to do that are associated with my role as a male Jew. My wife, on the other hand, has an entirely different set of practices, which tend to be not, they are daily, but not necessarily so circumscribed in time slots. They tend to be much more heavily monthly activities. They tend to be much more concentrated in the private sphere, in home, whereas most of my things go on in the public sphere outside. There are a tremendous amount of differences between how traditional Jews, certainly in the medieval period, would have appreciated their Judaism based on their gender. And let me give you first a theological discussion of why that would be. Not really theological, more of a halakhic discussion. If you have a look at this chart, you can divide the commandments. I mentioned earlier 613 of them. You can divide them into two types. Positive commandments, which means thou shalt, please do these things. And negative commandments, thou shalt not, do not do these things. Furthermore, you can also divide them, here's a traditional Jewish symbol, with those that are defined by time and those that are not defined by time. Let me give you some examples. I'll put them in each quadrant. So a positive commandment, which is defined by time, would be that during the fall holiday of Sukkot, Jews are required to sit in a sort of a hut with a thatch roof, more or less. It's made of natural materials during the holiday. So there is a positive commandment: sit in the sukkah during the holiday of Sukkot. It is positive, something that one must go out and do, and it is defined by time. It's only relevant during that 8-day period called Sukkot. A positive commandment not defined by time would be, from the 10 Commandments, honor thy father and mother, right? One has to always do that. One must also get up and physically do things for one's parents. That's what's meant by the word honor, meaning provide for their welfare. And if your father asks you to get him a drink of water, then you have a mitzvah to actually get the drink of water. That's like the positive, but it's not defined by time. It could be anything. It could be in the middle of the night. Could be first thing in the morning, last thing at night, doesn't matter. It's always there. Okay, so positive commandments, defined by time, not defined by time. Similarly, negative commandments. A negative commandment would be do not eat bread on Passover, right? No leavened products may be consumed during the 8-day holiday of Passover. It's a thou shalt not, do not eat, but it's only during this period of time. Thankfully, you can have your bagels and your beer and your whatever after Passover, but not on Passover. And finally, negative, not defined by time, would be, again, 10 Commandments, do not murder. That always applies, and it is a negative commandment. There's obviously a lot to say about each of these things, but this is a basic schematic version of how one may understand the commandments. Now, in terms of gender, the huge elephant in the room is that the Talmud says that women are exempt from the category of commandments which are positive, defined by time. Meaning, do this action at this time. Women may choose to do them if they so wish, but they are not required to do them at all. In most cases, this means that women generally do not do them. And certainly that would be associated with a lot of the other responsibilities that women have domestically, raising children, things like that. It's hard to specifically schedule leaving the home when you have, a nursing child or, things that you have to do at home. But nevertheless, that's the technical aspect of this. And it would mean that the lives of men and women are largely bifurcated because of this different standard of what is expected. Now, there are exceptions to that where certain commandments, like let's say, for example, lighting candles on Friday night, right, for the Sabbath, that is a mitzvah that actually women have priority over men on, and it's only on Friday night where there is that mitzvah, but with the exception of those things, drinking 4 cups of wine on Passover, for example, and several others, the general rule is positive defined by time. Women are exempt, and this has tremendous implications for how they live their daily lives. There are also commandments which are specific to women, and one of the most significant of those is the immersion in a mikvah, which relates to the laws of what are called family purity. In Jewish thought, there's a lot more to say about this, obviously, but in brief, any kind of connection with death renders a person somewhat defiled. It's not a good translation, but the Hebrew term would be tameh. So, for example, after sleeping, which is kind of like a taste of death, that unconsciousness, one has to wash with water. Afterwards, water is the universal solvent for this defilement, this tuma, which is sometimes also translated as impurity. I don't like that word really either. One of the things that is definitely associated with death is menstruation, because menstruation represents the loss of a possible life. And before husband and wife can return to regular married life, the woman has to wait a certain amount of time, and then she immerses in a particular ritual bath called a mikvah. That's what was shown, by the way, in the background of this picture, a modern mikvah. I'm going to show you now a brief video that I actually made in connection with my synagogue. So I'm going to jump ahead to a particular part in the video where we will enter the mikvah of Carpentras, France. It's a remarkable 14th century mikvah, so you can get a feeling for what it must have been like. I'm actually going to show you a little bit more of the video because we get the opportunity to see this synagogue. I just want to let you know in advance that the synagogue there was renovated in the Baroque period in the 18th century, so the interior has that kind of feel to it. But when we go into the basement, you'll see an 18th century mikvah, and then you're going to go even lower and see this 14th century mikvah, which I think is absolutely to look at the medieval synagogue of Carpentras, which I had the privilege of visiting a few years ago. And let's have a look at the exterior, moving into the interior, and then to the remarkable discoveries that were made in the basement. The synagogue is located in a Jewish carrière, or the Jewish street. One might call it a ghetto, particularly for later times when it was actually sealed. At one point, as many as 2,000 people, something like 15% of the town's population, lived in this tiny space. When applying for badly needed renovations in the 18th century, there was quite a tussle with the local bishop. The bishop insisted that there be 2 windows, horizontal windows, added to the left and the right of the 2 vertical windows, such that when Jews actually entered the synagogue, they would be walking directly under the shape of a cross. This is resonant with much of the activity that was going on with forced sermons and conversionary activity at the time. So an interesting feature when you finish climbing the steps to go into the synagogue proper, there is one tile which is out of place on the floor, which according to the local tradition is a sign that the world is not yet perfect. Humans have a role in perfecting the world, and this is just one indication of the job that lays before them. Look at this beautiful Baroque interior that strikingly contrasts with the very, sort of low-profile facade from the outside. And this is the oldest active synagogue in France and the second oldest active in Europe. There are some remarkable and charming idiosyncrasies, like a miniature chair of Elijah that sits in an alcove on one wall. Hand up there so we can see a little bit of scale. Of course. Oh, wow. Look at how tiny it is. Yeah. Amazing. Another interesting feature of this 18th century Baroque style, the Torah would have been read on the opposite side of the room and on the second floor. You actually have to go up some stairs to see the original Shulchan. The synagogue, a significant group with Kosher River cruises, a lot of important people are traveling with us. And so they not only showed us their prized possession, the Sefer Torah with a Sephardic style case, but they even opened up the area behind the Aron to show us all of their antique Sefer Torahs, which were to warn. Some of the letters had faded, no longer could be used for public reading, but they had behind the Aron a dark space which lovingly preserved some very, very old Sefer Torah, centuries old. And they allowed me to go in back. This is incredible.
Okay, Solomon, say something for the camera.
I have the privilege to be holding a 1771 Sefer Torah.
This mikveh is from the 18th century. Okay, and
the mikveh used in the 18th century and onward was more similar to modern day mikvah, which would be heated and filtered and using water in a separate container, which we'll see shortly, that was actually conformed to the requirements of Jewish law, whereas the place where people would immerse was primarily a more comfortable place with heated and cleaned water.
okay, so this was the 18th century, the water from the mikveh. So you put some wood under, and you make it heat, and then the water goes.
In the basement of the 14th century Carpentras synagogue is the community mikveh, or ritual bath. You can see that the water is still quite clear. It's fed from an artesian well. The light dusting on the top of the water is from the flecks that come off the limestone walls. Originally, of course, you would have descended here in candlelight, which must have really heightened the mood of solemnity associated with the ritual immersion, since no natural light can descend into the space. The Jews of Carpentras, of course, do not use the 14th century mikveh or even the 18th century mikveh. They'll use a modern mikveh. But the synagogue also features communal ovens used for baking the Passover matzah. A few years ago, during some standard renovations, a sub-basement was discovered in the Carpentras synagogue that had some remarkable communal finds.
Dites quelque chose.
Welcome.
Dites, qu'est-ce que tu veux dire aux États-Unis?
Je le dis en français.
Oui.
Ah, super.
Je veux...
Cette synagogue est la plus vieille de France. Elle est exceptionnelle parce que sur le même lieu, nous avons la synagogue et le lieu de vie. Et c'est unique dans le monde et qui quand même date de 1367.
Oh,
et vraiment, si vous pouvez venir le voir, vous serez superbement accueillis parce qu'il mérite vraiment cette visite.
Oh, fantastique.
Okay. Et shalom à tous.
Ok, qu'est-ce qu'il y a ici?
Voilà ce que je voulais vous dire. Guinness.
Guinness, oui.
On a trouvé le côté. Venez voir.
Ok.
Et oui, on va passer.
C'est une Guinness de documents.
Il y avait des documents. J'ai pas.
Incroyable. Vraiment incroyable.
Vous n'avez pas vu ça ce matin?
Non, c'est la première fois.
Je suis ravi. Je suis ravi. Alors ça...
Qu'est-ce que c'est ça?
Ça, c'est des... Normalement, il y avait des couloirs qui rejoignaient les habitations.
Les couloirs ici, à toutes les maisons.
Il y avait des couloirs partout où on rejoignait les habitations, les immeubles à côté. Et ici, on pense que c'est la guéniza de la synagogue, parce qu'on a retrouvé, non c'est fini maintenant, on a retrouvé beaucoup de livres, les vieux livres, les vieux, comment on appelle ça, Tefillin, Tzitzit,
quelle sorte de livres?
Des manuscrits de, comment on appelle ça, de Gutenberg, c'est 1589, 1590.
Gutenberg.
Oui.
Wow.
1540. 50 ans après Gutenberg.
What I find especially fascinating and meaningful about the discoveries in the sub-basement of the Carpentras synagogue is that they literally had corridors physically connecting the homes of the Jewish quarter with the synagogue. That the Jews wanted, perhaps for security reasons, a direct and immediate and secure access to the synagogue from their homes. So that's, I hope you enjoyed that little
quick trip to France, so we got a chance to look at a medieval synagogue, in particular to look at the medieval mikveh underneath. Of course, they don't use the 14th century mikveh anymore. They don't use the 18th century mikveh either. By modern standards, they're kind of like yuck. But a huge advance from the 14th century to the 18th, and then of course the 20th century looks more like a spa than anything else. Let us conclude our discussion with a very brief discussion of religious cycles. And again, I'm going to horribly compress some amazing information into a brief period of time, but we can't understand the way in which Jews would have appreciated the world around them unless we are cognizant of their association with time. Of course, one of the most important cycles would be the life cycle, and as I intimated earlier, very different understanding of the life cycle depending on whether one is male or female. In generally, males tend to get a lot more hoo-has, as my grandmother would say. My grandmother, Allah Shalom. There's a lot more celebrations associated with the birth of a boy, the circumcision ceremony, the bar mitzvah, and so on. Then for women, of course, the massive celebration would have been the wedding. I should mention, by the way, bar mitzvah was definitely not a big thing. The 13th birthday for a boy was definitely not a big thing in medieval Ashkenaz. It was quite a bit later that it began to become the party that it is today. Sometimes people say it's more bar than mitzvah. But the bat mitzvah, although theologically the concept of bat mitzvah was certainly present, it goes back much further. The idea that a girl becomes an adult at the age of 12 is the celebration of that life cycle event was basically absent until the 20th century. The huge hoo-ha, as shown here, though, is the wedding, which is much more oriented towards the women's experience, I would argue. But nevertheless, the life cycle was basically associated with these kind of patterns of coming of age. For men, it was especially associated with greater levels of attaining literacy. Although Jewish women were also remarkably literate, as far as we can tell from Ashkenazic documents, they may not have been as literate in Hebrew, which would be the language of religion and prayer, but they certainly would have had literacy in Yiddish, which was the vernacular. It was far more likely for women to be able to read and write, at least in Yiddish, than in the broader non-Jewish society. And this, of course, is a pattern that would hold true right up until modern periods. Then you have, of course, and the last element of the life cycle, of course, is the ritual of death, which, as I mentioned in yesterday's lecture, was very highly controlled by the Chevra Kadisha. I shouldn't actually say that. It's not like death was actually controlled. Death is largely out of our hands. But the process of burial and mourning and so on was largely managed by this high status committee called the Chevra Kadisha. The weekly cycle is something that Jews would have experienced most immediately, and that relates obviously to the holiday, this once every 7 days of the Sabbath. In some ways, the Sabbath today in the 21st century is even more remarkable because of its remove from our contemporary activities. But basically, on the Sabbath, according to the Talmud, there are 39 forbidden categories of activity, all of which are associated with either creative or manipulative activity, which would include, for example, it's forbidden to light a fire or extinguish a fire. It's forbidden to cook food. It's forbidden to carry objects beyond a certain distance and in the public thoroughfare without a device called an Erev, which is not as common in medieval Ashkenaz. And basically, it would represent a complete cessation of all other activities, all business activities, to be sure, and much more of a focus on the family and on the community. The reason why I mention it's so much more radical today is because, you know, we really operate in a 24/7 environment in which it becomes absolutely unheard of for people to, for example, turn off their phones for 1 day a week, which, like a digital fast. Whereas for observant Jews, well, of course you turn off your phones. Of course you ignore communicating with the broader world. You communicate with the ones you love, your family, your community, and so on. And it's a very different kind of approach to the week. For modern day Jews, you see it in terms of things like electric lights are not turned on and off. Food is not prepared on the Sabbath. It has to be prepared in advance, just like medieval period, and so on. And the Sabbath would have been, of course, on Saturdays, which was great distinction to the Christian Sabbath on Sundays, which shared some features with the Jewish Sabbath. But that disconnect between these two different days of the week had implications, as we shall see as we get to the modern period in particular. And then, of course, there is the yearly cycle with a group of holidays that appear throughout the year. They have a lot of agricultural connections, particularly with the season